and seeing what happens in the draft, but interesting. I guess they really want to get a read for what DC want to do before they pick anything too obvious.
Alright, DC, they go straight in for that Monkey King. I mean, if it's handed to you, why not take it? And then picking up the Abaddon for the old offlane flare. Bulba definitely enjoying that, as most picked in the last 30 days is that Abaddon, so no surprises. And Liquid, they're going to snap up the Invoker for themselves. Not going to take the risk of seeing Abed play that, and, well, it's going to be pretty nice in Liquid's hands as well.
Definitely a solid hero. So, DC have kind of shown their hand at what they want. Abaddon, I mean, he's like a hero that does one of two things, right? He either groups up, pushes these towers really quickly with like a faster paced item build, Vlad's gets picked up sometimes, Solar Crest, or he really goes for like a later game kind of strategy with the Hand of Midas into Radiance, Octarine, all the fun stuff, but he goes for that late game build. He still kind of plays the same way, where he groups up and hits towers. So, see what Team Liquid can do. I mean, they've already got some pretty good anti-push here with the Earthshaker and Invoker. They also ban out that Templar Assassin, pretty bad matchup for Invoker. Digital Chaos respond with the Timbersaw ban. Combo Man has played the safe lane Timbersaw quite a bit actually, and it's very difficult for some of these heroes, especially the Abaddon, to deal with.
Yep. So DC definitely taking their time here deciding on their bans. In terms of what Liquid's been running lately, lots of Crystal Maiden, both GH and Kuroki snapping it up a fair amount, so potentially something they could take out, although CM doesn't seem to be a pretty big threat all on her own. She was banned out in 2 of the games in our last series that went to 3 games, so I mean, maybe worthy of a ban here, but I don't know. What do you think, Brex?
Seems unlikely, and Bristleback, of course.
Alright, we've already seen Bristle get a little bit gross in our first series today.
Yep, I guess their teams have been playing around with Bristleback. As we saw in our earlier game today, Bristleback got completely out of control. Got some nifty camps he can actually stack pretty well now and farm all of them at the same time, especially on the Dire side right by the shrine. Pretty nice to see. He actually can farm all 3 camps if he pulls right camp earlier. So, alright. Nasty hero, I guess, the team messing around with.
Potentially one of the upcoming risers in this meta. I mean, if he gets a good start, he's just so tanky, and we saw him be unkillable, but not going to be played in this match, at least. Liquid taking their time with this last ban, or rather this last ban of the phase, and they're going to take out the Lina. I mean, pretty solid, just trying to take out as many mids as possible. There's a lot of hate here for Abed, but I mean, he's still been picking a lot of Tinker, which is available to him. Do you think he could go for a Tinker matchup here, or would it just be too nasty?
I don't think Tinker looks particularly good here in this matchup, not yet at least. There's still too many heroes that can be picked, and DC have the last overall pick, so I assume they're going to save that pick for mid. Try to pick him a hero that can kind of carry the game, Shadow Fiend, Storm Spirit, these kind of style of heroes. But good bans from Liquid. They ban out 2 of these mid heroes that really dominate Invoker and lane. Lina with a roamer like the Monkey King or even the Crystal Maiden can definitely snowball and destroy Invoker in the middle. And there comes the Crystal Maiden. Tons of mana for Abaddon in lane.
Yep, gonna be pretty nice. I mean, potentially DC could combo that with something like a Storm Spirit if they wanted to go a little crazy like we saw BGJ last series, but it didn't work out for them, and don't know if Liquid's gonna be falling into that trap either. Liquid now onto their 3rd pick here. Still need to pick up a support, duo, and core, so lots of options on the table for them. They're gonna be dipping into reserve time, but should be coming out fairly quickly here. Is there anything you really want to see comboed with that Invoker?
I don't think anything is particularly going to combo with the Invoker. Invoker's kind of a hero that does his own. They've already got some Sunstrike set up with the Shaker, but I think Team Liquid's 4th pick is their carry, and it's going to be like their WoW pick. You know, that's going to be like their Terrorblade or something big like that kind of makes DC think, uh-oh, we need something to do.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of what Mataba Man's been running recently in the last 30 days, usually Lifestealer, a little bit of Troll going on, some safely Nature's Prophet, but not a whole lot, so Liquid definitely have their options open up to them. A lot of cores still in the pool here, just mostly taking out mids here. Abed really getting hated on. So
It'll be interesting. Pick up here. I imagine it's going to be their 5 hero. The Warlock. Good team fighter.
Yeah, definitely going to be adding a little Wombo combo. You get that Golem dropped off, you have an Earthshaker able to blink in and get the Echo Slam, and you can channel up Upheaval after that, so going to be some good AoE. Liquid might need something to push their lanes a little bit though. Warlock is going to be pretty strong at first, but I'm curious to see what position 1 Liquid are going to go for. I think that can really tie together this whole draft.
Yeah, the Warlock definitely helps enable some of the weaker carries to lane against the Abaddon, since you have the heal to kind of sustain in the lane. I'm pretty sure DC know that something similar to Terrorblade is coming, so it's very, very hard for the lineup to deal with. Dragon Knight, alright.
That's
It's the first Dragon Knight in the tournament?
I can't say as we've only watched half the games, but it seems like a rarity. If anything else, I like this pick. I think it's pretty survivable. Can go in, can apply a lot of tower push. So if DC actually find that window, if they can force out Liquid's ults, if they can get a couple of picks, they can very easily turn that into map advantage with that DK. So good pick all around. But how's he going to lane up against the Invoker?
It's a somewhat difficult lane. Invoker has a ton of damage over the Dragon Knight, especially when he gets levels, but once DK hits his level 6, it's pretty scary for Invoker. Anyone can really come in and gank, and then his tower will die after that. Clockwork comes out. Pretty good hero at fighting against Dragon Knight. Like, they have no natural Force Staff buyers. Crystal Maiden, Monkey King, these heroes aren't typically known for rushing Force Staff. You know, Crystal Maiden doesn't, she usually goes for the Hand of Midas so she can scale into the game. And Clockwork 6 kind of counters Dragon Knight 6 when he wants to group up and push towers. Clockwork can kind of port in or hover around the area, and they have that nice Sunstrike setup too. So pretty good pick there. Nice counter to what DC want to do. DC's lineup is very, very 5-man push oriented already.
Yep, their last pick probably going to seal the deal on that. I like this last ban on Ursa. I think that's something that could have done a number against DC, as they're all going to be sticking together a fair amount. Now Liquid get to ban out one more core against DC. In terms of what Mason's been running here, it's been a lot of Weaver, Jug still available, still a really good core here, although would make the lineup a little bit melee focused. Yeah, I mean, what else could DC go for here that would just kind of really throw a wrench in Liquid's plan?
Well, they definitely want to... They've got a couple ways they can play this. I don't imagine they're going to go for like an all-in push against Extreme Fight. Like, it's really hard to high ground heroes like Invoker, Warlock, Earthshaker. So I think that they might go for some sort of late game carry that does have a lot of push potential. But I don't know. It really depends on how they want to play this. Like, they could go for like the Vlads on Abaddon, skip the Midas, and kind of all-in push, but I don't feel like that's very strong. I feel like Team Liquid have the tools how to deal with that, so I imagine this game's going to go something like DC trying to get some early towers, and then they'll farm it up. Alright, out comes the Razor. Very good hero in lane, especially against heroes like Abaddon, Dragon Knight, even Maiden. These heroes all have single target stuns. They need to click their abilities on Razor. Razor likes that.
Yep. Also going to be some good use out of that static link, as DK, if he's not in his dragon form, and Abaddon just kind of have to run at you and chase you down, so should be able to get some good damage off of that. DC now on their last pick. I mean, we could still see a Naga, but I don't know if that's really the game for it. What do you think?
I think it's unlikely that it would be a Naga, but Mason does play Dragon Knight, so it is possible that Abed might play a hero like Naga Siren in the safe lane.
We'll see. They are definitely taking their time with this. I think the Razor was a little bit unexpected, and again, I really like that read here from Team Liquid. The single target stuns, the static link. He's going to get a lot out of this and can easily just take fights and push things out with his ultimate here.
I wonder if DC will try to aggro Shaker Warlock support duo, assuming the Clockwork's offlane, and they don't really want to lane. Okay, become believer. Good matchup against the Razor, one of my played heroes, one of his favorite heroes.
Yep, it's actually his most played in the last 30 days, so lots of practice on this.
Yep, I think they're going to aggro with the Weaver just to give Abaddon a better matchup, because they definitely do not want to cripple their Abaddon with this style of lineup.
Yeah, so I mean, just in terms of lineups, who do you think is coming out on top here?
I think it's hard to say. I think Liquid might be the better team overall, but these have a pretty solid strategy. But it's just, I don't know. It's always so hard to call from this point because they both have lineups that have their obvious strengths. Team Liquid definitely excel in the late game with their Invoker and massive team fight. Razor also has pretty good matchups against some of these heroes, but if DC can get ahead in these lanes, they can definitely snowball extremely hard because heroes like Invoker, Warlock, Invoker needs lots of levels, lots of time. Warlock has a very, very long cooldown ultimate, so yeah, it's pretty lane dependent, in my opinion. If DC can get off to a good start and secure Roshan, hit some towers, I think they can definitely run away with this one, but of course, Liquid, very experienced and good team, so just have to see.
Yeah. Who are you most excited to keep an eye on this game? Like, which hero, which player do you really want to just keep zoned in on that, you know, their performance is going to be particularly great?
Mr. Harry Potter, of course, Bulba.
Our Abaddon should be pretty interesting here. I mean, you talked about the variation in his builds, and I'm pretty excited to watch this game. Again, this is going to be a best-of-3 series between DC, aka the old Onyx squad, the great NA Hope, and our buddies Liquid. So this is it. I'm Android, that's Brax. We're going to start things off with a quick pause, as is Ceremony, and let's talk a little bit about these lanes. I mean, what should be going well? What's going to be really difficult to deal with?
If DC do choose to aggro with the Weaver, I think that'll be an extremely hard lane for Liquid to deal with. Razor, not the best hero against Liquid, or sorry, against Razor, and Earthshaker, not the most lane presence in the world either. Actually, okay, it is the support Shaker and offlane Clock.
Yep, GH
so
could
yeah,
be playing
pretty
that.
much Weaver's lane is gonna be pretty good if he's aggro. My client is actually bugged, so I'm
Alright, we will miss you. I think there's a couple of bugs going in and out here. We've had a couple of wonky replays, but shouldn't be too much. Again, we can just go through and talk about lineups here. On the side of DC, we have got our boy Bulba on the Abaddon. It's going to be Abed playing that mid DK. Crystal Maiden, our support, going to be played by Demon. We've got Mason on this position 1 Weaver. And finally Dubu, going to be snapping up that support Monkey King. Over on the side of Liquid, we have got up here Kuroki, going to be playing the support Warlock. Our offlane Clockwork, played by Mind Control Invoker. Up in the mid lane, Miracle, going to be trying his hand at that. Support Shaker over here, like we talked about, played by GH. And finally, Razor. A lot of weight on Matama Man's shoulders, but if anyone can pull it off, it's him. So, everything's getting started. Looks like we've got a deep ward placed in, some dire vision going down, seeing Mason scoot about. Radiant just getting a ward here, making sure there's no rotations in from Mind Control, but everything pretty calm right now. Brax going to be coming back in, and I'll hand it over to him.
Ooh, I thought I made a big error, but I'm back.
What did you do, like leave the lobby?
No, my game was stuck on player perspective because I was watching a replay. So I watched a different game, like a random game, and then I switched it there, and then I came back in the game, and I was worried it couldn't reconnect to the game, but... Alright, looks like...
Great story.
Thank you, I'm full of them. It looks like DC are opting to just Iron Talent their Abaddon instead of playing against the Razor, and instead just secure the... I imagine Weaver is going to get like a head start in the lane, and then CM and Monkey King will decide to rotate up the top lane once Abaddon feels like he's ready. But, yep, they're choosing not to challenge the lanes for now.
Bulba getting off a pretty nice block mid, and yeah, I mean, again, Abed on this DK up against Miracle. We talked a little bit about it in draft, but what do you expect to happen here in terms of power spikes, levels, and farm?
I expect DC to play heavily around Abed's level 6 when he has that Dragon form and that stun. He can start to pressure Invoker, hit his tower a bit, but until then, it's pretty Invoker favored. He has a lot of damage on DK, especially when he gets to like level 3 and 4, brings out the Alacrity. So, I mean, it's not a fun matchup for DK.
Yeah, gonna be taking a little bit of damage there. Goes for the first point Breathe Fire just to help potentially secure some CS, leaving him a little vulnerable into level 2, and he can get that Dragon Blood. Down bottom, it's gonna be 3 heroes versus Mind Control. I mean, can Clockwork withstand this, especially a really aggressive heroes like Monkey King? They're going to want to keep up the harass. Is this something Mind Control can lane against, or does he have to bail out?
He can definitely lane, but it's not going to be the most comfortable lane for him. DC have stacked the hard camp, so once Weaver starts pushing this lane, they can keep denying him experience and waves and pretty zone him. You see Dubu has skilled up the Jingu Mastery. This is a ridiculously hard spell to lane against once he gets that stacks going. Pretty much no offlaner can man up through it. So, but you know, Clockwork, one of the best offlane heroes at finding his experience. He cog back the wave and keep pulling it back, but this is when it gets kind of tough. It's gonna be hard for him to really move out in lane, and GH is actually going to snipe on the courier. He's smoked up with boots. Can he actually get this?
One more, man. He's chasing it. Yes, he does. He gets it down. GH with the smoke and the boots. The move speed was just barely enough. And he gets exactly what he wants, which means crippling Abed here, who, yeah, he needs shoes of his own. There is going to be GH going forward. Traps him with the fissure. Miracle, not really going to be able to find a kill off of this. Does have the Sunstrike ready, but with only 2 points in Exhort, it's not going to be doing a whole lot.
Alright, so he caught the courier by only having 5 moves.
That's fair.
If he like pulled out a Monkey King ranged auto attack for that last one too.
Yep.
Mind Control actually gonna catch Demon here.
Demon has that one freeze, just trying to cut his way out of cogs. This time the Sunstrike will come in, and the combination with the fissure is more than enough. Mind Control snaps up the first blood, so a little bit more money going his way, some good experience as he ticks over level 2. Very nicely played.
Dubu returned the courier snipe action on the mid lane actually. He was hiding behind the lane, disguised. He actually manages to snipe that one too.
Yeah, now picks up an Invis room and potentially trying to turn things onto Miracle, but that's a tricky kill as Invoker's playing pretty safe and can keep some good distance between him and the DK.
Invoker does walk up. He could potentially die, especially with Dubu hitting his level 2 now.
Miracle just going to be walking back up, going to be starting to stack up the Jingo Mastery, but Dubu just walks right away, just ticks up to his level 2. So we'll see what he grabs next. Meanwhile,
GH's presence in the bottom lane has actually pretty much forced out the supports from deep left Weaver to solo ever since he got that nice CM kill.
Yep, I mean Mason's farm isn't suffering too much. Weaver one of those heroes that can keep himself safe. Meanwhile, Miracle in the mid lane going for the Sunstrike, trying to get some hit onto Dubu, but Dubu going to be running back. The Cold Snap now going to wear thin. Miracle just keeping himself safe, salving up, so no bloodshed mid lane. But yeah, back down bottom. Weaver, I mean, it's not going to be as powerful of a lane as it was before. They're not going to be able to continually chain kill Mind Control, but Mason will still farm, will still get his levels very quickly.
Yep, but all of a sudden this lane that looked pretty difficult for Clockwork looks pretty easy now. He's having a good time. He's picked up 10 CS.
Yep, already level 3.5 for himself. Up in this top lane, Bulba just playing very safe, almost level 4 for himself. Just staying way far back, making sure there's no possibility that Matumba Man can just run him down.
Abed is very far mid lane, but Invoker doesn't have too much mana to work with, but they could potentially block Abed off on the cliff. Looks like it's quite unlikely, but I'm more worried for DC here. They're one lane that was supposed to go very well for them, not going so well. Abaddon has a horrible matchup against the Razor. He's not going to be able to do a whole lot there.
Yeah, DC. I mean, the good news is their Weaver's getting farm, and now with the supports coming back down to bottom, they might be able to find a kill on Mind Control. Meanwhile, up top, Abaddon in a ton of trouble. Bulba trapped in by that fissure, trying to make his way towards the shrine. Meanwhile, Matumba Man just soaking up all of that damage. It's just rolling forward. Only needs a couple more auto attacks before Bulba is done. And that's going to be a deny. He actually gets off the deny with his miscoil, so... Well played Abaddon, but still means this lane is left defenseless, and this tower probably going down as Matumba Man gets the most out of that extra damage.
Yeah, tons of extra damage with the Ring Bassi as well.
Ooh, okay.
Harry Potter out of the game. He wants out. Let's go to the next game, guys.
Invisibility cloak as he just removes himself here, but yeah, we'll hopefully have a reconnect pretty soon. Kill score 1-1 in terms of, you know, last hits. Razor's doing really well for himself. DK's getting a lot out of the mid, though. Actually given a fair amount of harass to Miracle. DC definitely have a more tricky road ahead, as you mentioned. Liquid are getting farm on all the important heroes it's important to get farm on. But what does DC's path back into this look like? What is their mid game going to be?
They definitely still have, like, all these heroes that are really strong at fighting together. DK, he's tanky, Abaddon, shields, and their 5-man is just really, really strong right now. It's strong before Liquid get damaged. Once they get damaged and they can cut through these tanky heroes like DK, they can deal with the elusive Weaver, that's when it gets a bit troublesome. But Bulba TP's back up to the top lane, and GH just pulls the creeps away. He's got a ward behind the tower. Bulba might be in some danger if he can fissure block him off.
Yep, GH gonna be
looks
moving
like
forward.
a free tower.
Fortify comes out, but of course you just fortify because why not? There was a shrine used here in the bottom lane, so all these supports now fresh up with mana. They might try to go in and maybe catch out GH off guard, as he's just going to be jumped on by the Monkey King, grabbing that Primal Spring. Going to be stacking up the Jingu Mastery as well. Now Abaddon moves forward, and this looks like it could be a big kill. GH just going to be healed up by his Warlock, but it won't be enough. That's going to be Dubu snapping up a kill there. They go for the Boundless Strike, and now Matumba Man in some trouble here. Gets frozen, and will go down. So Demon getting credit for that one. That was Liquid just playing a little bit sloppy there.
Bit of a strange play there, but you know, DC there to capitalize. They get a lot there. Actually, they get much more than they should. Yeah, they're definitely awake. Big kill on the Razor. That tower is all of a sudden not dead. And Badham's getting close to level 6. You know, the worst thing about that is when you TP out and then you die. Now you have 80 seconds left on your teleport cooldown. You gotta make the long walk of shame back to your lane. It just feels pretty bad.
It does indeed. DC sending their supports here, just kind of poking around the jungle. Looks like they might find Matumba Man as he walks back through, but lacking the resources to take him out. So just going to be a regroup towards this top lane as DC picking up a little bit more momentum, actually cornering Kuroki back under his tower. And with the rotation of the supports, they might be able to take this. Monkey King jumping all about. Meanwhile, Matumba Man does find the leash onto Abed. Abed just continuing to press forward, but without any damage.
So much damage.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult. Abed now hitting for a whopping none. Sunstrike coming forward. Man, Demon is just in a world of hurt. Trying to play Ring Around the Rosie. Is he actually getting away with this? Wow, he cuts a path to freedom, goes for the TP, and Liquid just don't have the catch. They don't have any AoE vision.
Yep, Jimmy bringing out his classic maneuver there, the tree juke into the TP. And now they've forced a lot of rotations. Mid lane Miracle.
Going forward, they catch him with the Boundless Strike. Miracle's going to go ahead and invis himself, and well, there's not a whole lot that DC can do about that. Just going to be using Abed's Dragon Form to pressure this tower, and Fortify comes out nice and early. Just going to be trying to mitigate the damage done to that. Supports still hanging around the mid lane. Dubu is very low mana, so can't go in for any more Boundless Strikes or anything like that, as GH pokes his head forward, ready to initiate with a Fissure if needed, but it seems like it's just going to be a bit of a stalemate around this mid lane. Although with Razor TPing in, it seems like Liquid really want to make a hold here.
Yeah, Demon's in some trouble here. He's got no TP available. Getting it linked up as well.
Alright, this time it seems like Demon might be super dead. He's running away. The Sunstrike comes in. Demon going to try to juke, but Miracle still grabs up the kill for that. So easy pickings on that position 5 support, but all the core is still staying safe. Down this bottom lane, Mason still farming away, top of the last hit chart and the net worth chart as well.
Yep, and now a bit of a wasted Dragonite ult. They've only gotten, I got about 500 damage off that DK ult, but they can't really do anything else now. Good response from Liquid. They take that tower, TP in the forces, they're able to catch out the Crystal Maiden, and this looks pretty, I don't know, this game is weird. Right now, Warlock's on level 4, but he has the space needed to, like, just sit in a lane and farm. There's no real threat. Razor can rotate wherever he wants to go. Going for that Hand of Midas, I imagine he's going to wait for that before he really goes or does anything. And this game just plays around this Dragonite ultimate for DC right now.
Yeah, this has been called the Midas Major, and we're going to see no exception here. We've already got a couple of Hand of Midases queued up, so...
This Major is just a giant plug for Midas mode.
I'm pretty excited. Yeah, Midas mode coming soon to a tournament near you. Anyway, Miracle going to be surrounded upon Radiant, really getting their supports in here. There's going to be dire pings as they see Monkey King hopping around. Might be trying to go in and slap him down, but they got to take a real educated guess there to clip him. So, Fissure going to be spent out onto Abed as well. Cold Snap comes in, going to be hit by the Meteor. Even with 2 points in Dragon's Blood, he is super low. Not quite enough damage to kill him off. Is he going to walk into the Sunstrike? No, he jukes it around.
So close. Takes
a flare, but it's not enough to kill him. Abed's still alive, and well, these 3 supports wasting a little bit of time as well. Mason finally leaving bottom lane, scooting in, going on to Kuroki, who they know still does not have an ultimate. There's going to be that Fissure to block out Mason, but Kuroki still taking a ton of damage. Dubu goes in a little bit too far, all alone, will be killed off, and now Mason just going to try to find his way out of this fight, but he might actually get caught here. They've got Fissure up in 1 more second. He will scoochie his way across the river as the rest of DC is going to be regrouping mid. So Liquid getting everyone together in this mid lane while Abba's still pushing top. Still should be enough to find potentially a kill here. The Fissure comes in. Sunstrike onto Abed, just barely not enough.
So close.
This guy has got a Guardian Angel looking after him. He keeps living with just a sliver of health.
There's definitely some favoritism going on somewhere in the world here. How is he alive? Nice haster in there, but man, that was a great Fissure from GH. Blocks off Mason there. Dubu jumps in with no way to really get reinforced there. Just wasted efforts there. But it looks like DC are eventually going to chip down this tower.
Another meatball clips straight onto Abed. Demon, okay. Alright.
Towers ready.
Taken a little bit too far there. Now, there is going to be another fissure clipping onto Abed here as Dragon Form wearing thin. They drop out the first Chaotic Offering, but Mason runs right away. This tower left at 25 HP. An easy deny if they can find it. Mason, Sunstrike going to be off the mark. He makes it up to the high ground, snaps up a rune, and, well, mid lane, tower is going to be able to go and get denied by Earthshaker.
Yep, this is all space for the mastermind Harry Potter himself playing the Abaddon top lane. He's going for the Vladimir's Offering build, the team-based, you know, they want to group up, push. That's what it really shows from them. And even though the tower mid was denied, it's still a pretty big victory.
Dubu gonna escape the Sunstrike just barely and finally makes it up to the trees. We'll be able to escape death for now, but this tower is not looking too healthy.
This tower is not long for this world, and Liquid are making their way down.
Yeah, Abed coming forward. The Boundless Strike does clip onto the Razor, but a fissure and now some damage steal. Abed has to try to run, but yeah, again, with that static link being the range that it is, it makes it very difficult. So yeah, Razor now with an extra 141 damage from that static link. That is so tricky to deal with. Demon caught out here. There is going to be a Dragon Form from Abed trying to protect his teammates, but Jimmy's already done.
Nice,
and Abed is going to get stunned by the fissure, dragged onto by the hook shot, stuck in the cogs and killed off. It's just going to be Mason versus the world, but he can't quite do enough damage with the follow-up from the Boundless Strike. They will be able to find 3. All right, they're turning this right around. Mind Control going to be TPing out. They don't have any stuns for that, but a bloody engage will still go the way of DC.
Yep, and that's a tower defended to get the deny off on the tower if they want it. But meanwhile, Kuroki, sitting top lane, farming his nifty Hand of Midas, is almost there. And he says, thanks, team, space created.
Yep, Warlock finally getting some time to himself. Abaddon getting very, very close to that Vladimir's Offering. I mean, how's that going to change things for his team? Is he going to start to really stick together with him, or is he still going to try to do his own thing?
He'll probably use it to try to open up the map and take some of these tier 1 towers. I imagine that they'll group up, try to get some games out of the game. But all this fighting has kind of left Abed in kind of an awkward spot. There's no mid tower to take anymore. He pretty much, like, it's so awkward for him to farm now. You know, he wants to get to these towers, push, but he doesn't really have an item completed yet. He's almost, well, not really almost at the armor, he just has the gloves. He's not going to go back for a Hand of Midas and keep farming in this game, but he's starting to slip down in terms of net worth.
Demon.
Like to be.
Oh, his Crystal Maiden's just chain dying. It's so unfortunate that she's just, you know, caught out on her own. They might be able to turn this into a tower for DC, though. Kuroki hanging out behind the tower has that Chaotic Offering ready. Monkey King's TPing out. Abed wants it and will be able to get it. No deny coming out from the Warlock there. Fight mid lane about to break out as Miracle just really wants to push this lane. Bulb is there to defend, though. They will get the static link off on him. He's going to immediately pop the borrowed time and run back. A static link on cooldown for almost 30 seconds. Can DC find their window here? Looks like they're going to play safe.
I think the Rocket Flare scouted out the Monkey King freeze, so they're pretty wary of his positioning now. And Weaver's split push in the bottom lane. He does have a TP, so if they die, they'll probably respond and proceed to clean up. But Kuroki does have his ultimate up now, and Team Liquid are giving him the old wraparound, looking for heroes under the tower.
Yep, Mind Control's hook shots have been pretty gosh darn good. Dubu hanging out here. Does have that Wukong's command. With so many heroes in a small radius, it might be time to use it. Dubu is actually just going to chill, as there is a unfortunate another kill on Demon in about 30 seconds. So Crystal Maiden 1-6, definitely not having the best game of her life, but is opening up some space for teammates to push in. Abed feeling pretty safe top lane. This tower mid finally does fall after several minutes of Liquid's pressure.
Come on, Jimmy, you gotta stay alive for that aura, man. That's why you're here.
That is true. CM has 3 points in aura, but hasn't been alive long enough to really get that impact going. Monkey King, yeah, pinged out. And they are just going to drop the golems. It breaks all the trees, and now Monkey King is stunned for a zillion years. The Sunstrike comes in, and Miracle finds another one. Good combo there from Liquid, just using all the resources at their disposal. Golems are now down, but I think you'll take that for a free lane and some Monkey King death.
Yep, we got 5 kills on Miracles and Broken. He's got tons of Sunstrike kills this game. And Liquid are totally fine just dropping the ultimate like that, because DC are a team that need to group up, so once they can get these kills on these heroes behind like that, it makes it really difficult for DC to do anything afterwards. They need to get these lanes back. Kuroki's in quite some trouble.
No, I think Mason's the one in trouble. There's going to be Weaver just slapped down. No chance to time-lapse. Warlock, I mean, he may go down here. Kuroki gets hit by the Boundless Strike, is going to get burned by Abed, but his Golem's still up. Wukong's command comes out after there is no one left in the circle, so Dubu not going to get a whole lot of use out of that. Mind Control now on the run. Fissure holds back too. Very nice play there from GH, and well, he's just going to be escaping. Mind Control using the cogs to break up the fight. Will he make it back across the river? He sure will, as Bulba runs in and does get that mana burn going. Demon barely lives, is able to split the difference in that Sunstrike with Abed, but that could have been another death. At least Demon's still up and running, got that aura going.
That's right, supplying his team with mana. He's kind of like the water boy, you know, at like a football game. Don't worry guys, I got the drinks. That's what it kind of feels like.
He's got the smokes, he's got the dust, he's got the ward. This is a position 6 Demon right now. Just trying his best, but, you know, if he can make space for his teammates, it's going all right in terms of overall net worth. You got Weaver doing really well for himself, Mason, very close to that Lincoln Sphere.
Yep, there was a nice Weaver pickup there. They have the Fissure into the Sunstrike combo, and there's enough damage to actually finish Weaver. He has a very tanky build this game, too. Mason went for the Treads instead of the bootless build. So he was sitting on 1500 HP, and not the easiest target to bring down, but they were able to do it there before he could get off his ultimate.
Big rotation in. DC just going to all smoke up, and they've got their lines drawn in the sand. They want to just charge in towards this tier 2, and if they can find a kill on Matubaman, that would be super ideal right now. This Razor getting a lot of space. Dubu just jumping around, and he's going to be Primal bringing down. This Razor is looking mighty dead. He's got a bunch of heroes behind him, but Jimmy. Invoker can just solo down a Crystal Maiden with one Sunstrike. There were no other forces of damage on her. It was just the Sunstrike that kills her.
570 damage Sunstrike does 90% of crystal.
That is difficult to deal with.
They can rocket and Sunstrike the fountain and kill him for full health.
We'll see if they get that combo going. I mean, there's only so much you can get out of just chain killing a Crystal Maiden. Eventually you got to deal with these cores, but sure is helping Liquid's net worth out here.
Yep, they do get the Razor for that, so DC are up top pushing this, and looks like Liquid do want to take this fight. Razor's up in 2 seconds.
Yep. Mason here trying to do his damage. Still hasn't picked up the Lincoln Sphere. Hasn't really found any time to himself. He's now just been moving with his team since leaving that bot lane, so hopefully his big item will come out off of this and he doesn't get killed right before picking it up. That would be so bittersweet. Hook shot off the mark here, so Mind Control has to play it safe for a minute. They lost a big initiation tool. So it's just kind of a wall. Liquid trying to form some sort of barrier against the damage from DC. Meatball comes out, Fissure flips onto the DK, but it's all just casual damage now. This Static Link is going to be doing a lot as Matubaman picks himself up another 100 extra damage. The tower does fall to DK, and that's going to be all that DC were looking for. So they just TP out, take their freedom, and run with it.
Yep, nice tower kill from DC. That hook shot would have definitely led to a big team fight. Abed has the juke shoes on, does not get hit by that one. And I think DC kind of get lucky there. I think if that hook shot lands, they're going to be locked into a team fight that they might not want to take. There's so much damage right now from Invoker. He's extremely, he's got his maxed out points in Exor right now. Sunstrike hits for a ton of damage, along with the Meatball. Yeah, and that's also the Warlock ultimate that they avoid fighting into. They get out with a pretty big win there.
Yep. Doing pings here as Dubu's just keeping eyes on Miracle. I mean, Miracle's getting really out of control. He had such an early Ags, and Blink picked up very shortly, unless he gets killed here, but oh, he Ghost Walks, will be dusted, so he's just going to bail out on the Ghost Walk. Bulba trying to keep up the chase. Sunstrike comes in. Wow, okay, Miracle. You could just take out a full health Monkey King, that's fine. Now he's going to be still running for his life. Does pop out the Ice Wall, and Abed going to be slowed down. Nice EMP, going to be burning up all the mana in the vicinity, but Miracle does still go down. He forces out mass rotations in from DC, so at least buying his team time as they're able to take this bottom tower. That's some space created right there.
Who's ganking who here? Miracle makes it out with the kill there, and now all of a sudden Liquid is pushing the block past.
Abba comes in immediately, just going to get all his health drained, and yep, forced into that borrowed time. His ult's going to be down. He does no damage, and wow, okay, hookshot in as Abed thinks he can take on the entire team, but I don't know about that, buddy. It's not looking so easy. That's going to be a 2-0 as Dubu pops out a pretty late Wukong's command, and he's just trying to stay in the circle, but GH manning up on him. Dubu somehow lives through it. Razor gonna be going down, and Dubu's still alive. Crystal Maiden gonna be ulting. Dubu, my god!
What?
Somehow able to live through this with the mischief. Oh my goodness, Monkey King. Sunstrike not gonna be on the mark there. That would have been a great way to end things out, but unfortunately, Miracle has to settle for not getting all the kills he wanted in that fight. Well played there by DC.
Yeah, it really looked like Team Liquid had everything they needed to win that fight. They got the massive static link damage off, and Abed even dropped in that fight extremely early, but Wukong's command, even with no items, did so much damage. Sunstrike number 2 gonna miss.
Invoker's just hunting. He knows that Dubu's somewhere nearby and really wants that kill, but looks like Dubu will finally take the key to move back into his base.
Okay, so we've got some big items coming up with DC. Weaver has his Lincolns and almost Desolator completed. Abed is pretty close to the key. He's about halfway there, not that close. Jimmy working on his Sage's Mask, extremely close to that medallion pickup.
He'll get that Sage's Mask eventually, man. It's a big save.
It is, though. It's medallion. It's good.
Yep.
And Bulba's halfway to Relic, so not bad.
Yeah, Abaddon's had a lot of space to himself this game. I mean, I feel like Abaddon offlane is just considerably undervalued. You leave him alone for a long enough time because the rest of your team's getting active, and then all of a sudden Abaddon just runs at you with like 4 items, and it's really hard to get him down. But yeah, I think Razor has been pretty effective. You just go in, Abaddon tries to run at you to get that curse going, and yeah, you just static link him, and suddenly he does nothing.
Yep, it's definitely a good counter to the hero. GH actually just picked up his Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker, and they were setting up a gank on the bottom lane, but they did have a nice Observer Ward that just died, so Mason avoids that gank.
Miracle now with the Arcane Rune on top of the freshly picked up Blink Ags Invoker. Miracle is just ready to kill. We'll see if he can find anything. Crystal Maiden gonna get pinged out. Unfortunately, Sunstrike can't take her down all the way from full health. They gotta get some damage before that. Miracle a little late to the party here to smoke, but the rest of his team will be backing him.
Yep, he's got an Arcane Rune here ready to fight, so if they do find an engagement, it could be pretty bad here for Team DC.
Monkey King just trying to push out this lane, trying to force back some rotations, make some space. DC have got to know something's going on, because this lane is real pushed, and Liquid aren't rotating back to deal with it.
Yep, this is quite the obvious indicator here that Team Liquid are grouped up on their side of the map.
You can see the drawings on the map that DC are drawing. They know exactly what's here. So, again, Monkey King just being a brat, pushing into that tier 3 tower, and Liquid eventually are just going to go home empty-handed. They'll clear out the Radiant jungle, or at least use their Midases and try to push.
And that's pretty big for DC, actually. 400 damage onto a tier 3 tower like that for free.
DC, I mean, they're taking their sweet time if they want to defend this tier 2 bottom. It looks like it will be a free hit. Razor going to be snapping up the gold for that, and he now has his full Sange and Yasha, so Razor's now going to be really speedy and difficult to deal with. He can get into pretty much any fight with those bots, and he can just keep running at you, getting the most out of that static link. He's not quite tanky enough to be that like big frontlining Razor that we used to see in the old meta, but Matumpa Man's still playing this fantastically.
He'll definitely get there. He had a bit of a rocky start. He's got 4 deaths to his name, but ever since he picked up those boosts of travels and Hand of Midas, he's been farming pretty well.
Miracle here just going in. Will be grabbing himself his own Lincoln Sphere as there's a fair amount of single target coming out of DC. I mean, Miracle's getting pretty crazy out of control. 13,000 net worth for himself. Compare that to Weaver, who spent most of the game free farming. Not even quite at that point, although Weaver is going to be pretty hard to lock down. They are going to be able to get off that time lapse and just walk away. So failed gank coming out. Everyone going to take some bugs. Tornado coming back in, but they can't turn this. They go for the fissure, but just going to be a quick TP out. Monkey King comes forward. They actually cancel the TP with the Boundless Strike, and Mason finds himself a kill. Well played.
What happened there? GH just like didn't get the chain stun off there, and Weaver just got his time lapse off before any real damage came in. It just looked so weird. You know,
yeah,
they
it looked
went
like
in
they
and
just
committed the Echo Slam for it too. They really wanted it.
Yeah, they didn't quite get that communication going on how they chain stun Mason, and he just ended up turning it right back around, courtesy of a nice rotation in from the Monkey King. Dubu, again, goes for that Hand of Midas, a bit of a greedier build than we see on a lot of MKs, but He'll get there eventually. Now has the Basher queued up, so gonna start to transition into more of that core role and getting a lot of that Wukong's command.
Yeah, I think the Midas on Monkey King is very, very good. He's a hero that does a lot when he gets these small items, and if he can just make it to Basher, then his next item after that can be extremely strong in these team fights. And this game does look like it's going to be quite a long game. I don't see DC being able to break open Team Liquid's base anytime soon. Invoker is very high level. Shaker has his Blink Dagger up. Also pushing into Warlock is not an easy task at all.
Yeah, DC now grouping up. I mean, they're pushing out this top lane over and over, but the tier 2's down. They've still got tier 2's to deal with in mid and bottom, but seems like top is their go. They want to clear out this jungle, and now Mind Control just kind of skirting behind this patch of trees. Mason's going to ping him out. Mid lane, though, you got 3 heroes roaming together, and this could be a good spot to move in and on. Looks like DC will get that call. Just kind of wrap around, leave the jungle. Roshan.
I wonder when these teams are going to start looking at because they both kind of need it to get to that next step in their game. You know, DC really can't walk up the hill unless they get an excellent team fight ahead of time. There's just too many big team fights, ultimates, and abilities from Team Liquid right now.
Yeah, Liquid's high ground is a little crazy. It's really good if all their heroes are up, but you get 2 or 3 heroes in a pick and suddenly their racks are just wide open.
Radiant's completed now on her bed.
One posturing up to go into Roche is, Elva's going to pop some smokes, and he's going to go ahead and take a static link. They will hold him in place with that fissure, but the rest of the team are moving forward. Matumba Man, even with a zillion extra damage, getting very, very low, has to get forced to freedom. Mason showing off that new BKB, wants to move forward and find the kill, and Kuroki needs one more hit. Doesn't get that geminated attack that he needed to get the kill, and now looks like Mason's in trouble here. Does go down. That bug just crawls a little bit too far forward. Golem spent, and they're going to be able to push this lane a fair amount. It looks like Liquid were thinking about Roche, but now, after killing off the Weaver, they just want to go straight forward for tier 2s, but Dubu gets off a really nice Wukong's command, followed up with that Boundless Strike, and now Miracle's in some trouble. The Monkeys, can they finish him off? They do! The Invoker goes down. That's a pretty big bounty going the way of Dubu, who almost gets finished off by the Flare. Oh man, Matumba Man is just a little bit too low to finish him off. Dubu still taking damage from the Fatal Bonds. It looks like Crystal Maiden finally comes in and helps Abed find a kill onto GH. Kuroki eventually gets credit for the kill onto Dubu as he dies from Fatal Bonds. Matumba Man continues to walk away, but it's looking like this Roche is going to remain unclaimed until everyone respawns.
Yeah, that was excellent Wukong's command. They all got baited in, ran into it. Miracle actually died to the last monkey at the very corner of it. It was extremely unfortunate.
He was tased in freedom. He was just right there, but the monkeys got in one more hit.
Yeah, but now Monkey King has a Basher.
That's going to make the next Wukong's command even nastier, and we'll see if Liquid learn their lesson about not grouping up and not getting baited in, pulled too far towards the towers.
Dire's bottom tower is
So,
under attack.
I mean, who's in a better position to take Roshan? It looks like DC are making their way towards the pit, but again, Invoker will be up in 8 seconds, and quick Sunstrike could really turn this around.
Yeah, they feel like now that since Warlock's ultimate's down and Earthshaker's ultimate is down, they should contest Roshan. But Team Liquid still do have a lot of spells at their disposal. Tornado, EMP, Clockwork, Hookshot, all these abilities make it very difficult for DC just to do Roshan and turn in their face. They're going to have to try to bait some sort of team fight, make Team Liquid commit for something that they might not want to. And Boba getting his damage from mid lane, he might get ultimate cost as well if it does.
Yep.
That's pretty big.
Now hitting for not a whole lot. Matumba Man ready to go in. 175 extra damage on him, and that is Roche in a can. They're going forward, melting his armor, but DC, they don't want to let this go for free. How quickly can they really get in the area? They scan it out. They know this is a multi-hero effort. Now, oh god, they get the hook shot onto Dubu. He's going to be leaping away. Now Clockwork stuck in here, trapped in the little neutral pit. Earthshaker going to be focused down. Mason able to snap up that kill and chasing away the other 2 cores. Mind Control on the cliff. Demon's going to be dancing and will get the kill onto the Clockwork. Deafening Blast comes in and holds back the Dragon Knight. Crystal Maiden does have to trade her life for that. DC still really intent on taking this Roshan. Meatball coming into the pit, and this could do a serious number to the rest of DC's cores. A Wukong's command comes in just to zone as they just really want this Roshan. Finally, they find it. Mason picks up the Aegis, and they're going to keep pressing forward. Even through the ice wall, they will get the kill on Kuroki.
Alright, successful fight for DC. They claim the Aegis and some kills. And Dubu's bringing out the bad-mannered paws.
No, I don't think that's a BM pause. I think that's a someone tripped on the router cable pause.
Well, that's the guys. Quick, disconnect. I gotta pause.
As
Door.
a professional NA player, you know the deal, right?
Of course, that's what happens all the time when people store. They're laughing at you.
Alright, so DC, again, we can talk a little bit about their backstory here in this pause. The former Onyx squad getting picked up, just a bunch of NA players getting into it, qualifying for this major. It's going to be their first shot at a really big event for this squad together, at least. Of course, Mason's already been to TIs and whatnot, but yeah, I mean, DC, they've got some polishing to do, but since the formation of Onyx, these guys have really come together to playing cohesively, and they're taking games off of Tier 1 teams. What do you think is so crucial to their development, and what really sets them apart from other, Tier 2 NA teams?
I think they have a pretty solid foundation of how they want to play the game. They understand each other pretty well, so it's easy for them to, like, when they go into the team fights, you can see, like, it looks well. Everything looks really good. Everyone's getting force-staffed out. People are, playing these team fights properly. They're baiting people into the Wukong's command instead of, waiting and not using it very well. I just think that they have a good leader in Dubu. He has ideas, people trust him, and they all understand how each other likes, how they want to play. And I think they have these basic building blocks for their team, and they also have quite they have some very individually skilled players in Abed, of course, and all these other players are also very, very good. Abed kind of he's not really new, he's played on teams for quite some time, but he's always been in the Southeast Asian scene. It's a bit more, I would say it's like a sleeper scene, we don't really watch it a whole lot. They're definitely very good players. Their TNC came out of there, and they look fantastic right now. But, I don't know, it's just a combination of their teamwork, and they have a solid idea of how they want to play the game. And I think that's important, because sometimes as teams win and lose, they lose their foundation of how they play the game. They start to not really trust it as much. Maybe they don't believe in someone's ideas, or perhaps there's a player they doubt their skill level or ideas or work ethic. Something kind of brings like animosity into their atmosphere, and it's just a big downward spiral, and that's what kills teams. So I think they have a good idea of how they want to play. They stick to it, and win or lose, they still go for it.
All right, sweet answer there, Brax. That was really nice.
Thank you. I was reading that off my note cards.
Anyway, DC grouping up for a push down bottom. This Tier 1 tower gonna get fortified, but finally will go down. Invoker's actually TPing in for this. Looks like he's gonna blink immediately away. Tornado comes in. They do clip Invoker with that Boundless Strike. They get vision on him before he goes invis, but GH wants to turn this right back around. A Deafening Blast comes in on top of the Echo Slam. Wukong now forced to turn his tail and run, as Invoker will get killed off along with GH. Clockwork's TPing in, and Matumba Man goes straight forward, trying to suck down Abed's damage, but Matumba Man gonna get chased by Mason. 3 heroes dead, trading only for a Crystal Maiden. This is huge for DC. Mind Control forcing himself into his own cogs, hookshotting himself to freedom on top of Mason. But, I mean, even if Mind Control gets out, that is still a huge win for DC. You could tell Liquid had the confidence in that fight to go in and try to execute, but I just got outdone, and now Mason finally forced to retreat. Can't kill off that pesky Clockwork, but they're going to start tapping on Tier 3s here.
Perhaps they had too much confidence in the way they wanted to defend it. They, Miracle poured it in, blinked in. He was just in such an awkward position. Couldn't cast his spells in the most optimal way. Got disabled, and he just died at the very beginning of the fight. And that's the lane of racks for DC.
Look how quick those racks melted, just with the damage coming out of Mason right now. This Weaver's been a little bit quiet. Had a couple of deaths in lane, but now really starting to come online. Top of the net worth chart, surpassing the Invoker. Weaver going to do some damage to the shrines. I mean, that is a full lane of racks taken in the blink of an eye, and all it took was 1 Invoker kill just to be able to shut Liquid down completely. DC, can they do that again, or will Liquid learn from their mistakes?
I think Miracle's like, shit guys, I'm sorry, I threw a little bit, I promise I won't do it again, and pretty much, as long as he doesn't die at the very beginning of these team fights by porting in like that was pretty cocky. I don't think a player like Miracle's gonna make that sort of mistake again, but the game's still gonna go on for quite some time. Invoker, 3 more levels till his level 25 power spike, looking around the map with his Ghost Walk. I think as long as Team Liquid managed to stay alive, their high ground defense is still insanely good.
Yep, just going in, getting those little picks is going to be super huge. Smoke in. Abed, I mean, he pings something out. He knows that something's a little bit afoot. Miracle is right on their heels. Bulba, meanwhile, just going to be taking a ton of damage, forced into using his borrowed time, just trying to get the most out of it by miscoiling his teammates. Hookshot comes in. Jimmy trapped in the cogs along with Abed. He has his dragon form available. We're going to have a little pause there.
Not again.
As it did really seem like they were asleep at the wheel. These two heroes get hookshot into the cogs and they just kind of stand there. So hopefully some connection issues are going to be resolved. And yeah, hopefully that won't result in too many deaths.
Oh, this is such a shame. You know, this game is so tense right now. Lag. Ugh.
That sucks from Matumba Man. You know, he's really a player of sympathy. Brax,
I think it's
as a
hard
pro
not
player.
to smile saying that sucks as they die. Definitely pretty hard not to smile there.
So hopefully that's going to be an isolated incident as we move forward. It looks like this team fight is going to be... Bulba has mentioned this before. There was a similar situation in one of their series last night. So try this again as everyone has reconnected. Oh, nope.
Croaky asks for the go. Alright, so we're got quite the pause going on here.
All right.
We've got some unhappy video gamers here with the internet situation, so it's a story time, I guess. That's what this is.
All right, Brax.
Time for me to dust off the old 50 Shades of Grey in the closet and read it on stream.
That would be great. I don't think you should do
That
that,
would be
though,
great
for the
if I
sake of
had
your
one of those.
career. I think at some point we bought a copy for Mott to read on one of the Moonduck videos, but I don't know where it is.
You don't know where it is because he keeps it in his room and reads it every night.
That's probably it. Keeps it under his pillow, gives him good dreams. Anyway, what is your... What's your best tilt story? Where you go into a pro game, something happens, and you just can't get it together.
I have no idea. That's like the worst subject to ask me.
Okay. You give me
'cause
one.
I am an emotionless robot when it comes to playing games.
That is fair. Alright, I'll give you that one. Alright, let's get some story time going.
Alright, so you guys are probably pretty familiar out there with Team Digital Chaos's Bulba. You know, he's been around the block, he's been playing Dota for quite some time. Back in the days of Dota 1 when people, you know, everyone played for fun. It wasn't about the glory, the money, it was about being the best and beating your friends. That's pretty much all it was. It was pride back then. There were no gigantic prize pools. There was like one LAN a year, and you would spend more money on your plane flight there than winning if you actually got like first place. So nobody like, you know, it just wasn't serious. It was in its infancy. It was all for fun, and this is where Bulba began. First, his name was Sam Sosale. Actually, yeah, it was Sam Sosale. Wait, was it Sam? No, it was Sam Baird. This is the first generation of Bulba. He created fake aliases online, linked random people's Facebooks, saying that it was him. He really wanted to be a white guy, first of all. Because every dude he linked was like some athletic white dude that he found on his school's Facebook. And that was just him. That was the life of Mr. Kanishka Sosale for quite some time. He went from being Sam Baird to Sam Spalding, and to the man we know today, Mr. Sam Bulba Sosale. And that's why you might see pictures of Bulba online, and he's always wearing the same outfit. It's not because he, like, you know, lacks the wardrobe, or he lacks the money, or that's just his style, or anything like that. It's just because he's trying to remember his identity. He doesn't want to become Sam Baird again. These were some dark, dark days. This is when Bulba was a gigantic flamer. He would sit there, and he would make you question your existence because you frostbit the wrong creep. It was just a mess. And so, that's Bulba.
That was a beautiful story. What happened for Bulba to blossom into the beautiful flower he is today?
He joined Team Evil Geniuses, and he played at TI3 there. And then he was like, uh-oh, I have to make an appearance in real life now.
He has to, you know, be a real person. Okay.
And that's when the mask came off.
Oh, God.
Oh, Jesus, they're done with this game. Get me out.
So hopefully either PGL communicates with us or we get some ping from the admins letting us know what's up if we're going to do a remake or have the players switch rooms or something, because again, I know internet hasn't been a persistent problem for DC. They were talking about it yesterday. So
This is quite the unfortunate situation. I mean, just look at how the fight started. They got jumped, everyone's asleep because they just can't play the game. It's like they're playing without their hands right now. And I don't know, I mean, what can you really do at this stage of the game? It's not like you can remake and play the game over, or Team Liquid can say, hey, you guys can walk away scot-free, we won't touch you. That's not how the game works. All they can do is play the game at their lost team fight.
this is truly Gabe trying to handicap DC because he's scared of what they can truly accomplish.
No, don't tell me Gabe bet on Liquid.
You heard
It's
it here,
not for
guys.
the rares.
Oh no, my career. Anyway, hopefully we get underway. We've got the lone Mason sitting here watching his team burn. Okay, let's talk about what's going on the map right here, because again, there was a hook shot onto two. Crystal Maiden and Dragonite caught in the cogs. They were lagged out, so they couldn't respond immediately. I was wondering why DK didn't immediately Dragon Form or BKB, but how did DC recover this fight? They've clearly had some time to look at the screen, figure out what's going on. What's the best way back into this? How do they salvage it?
Well, they can only salvage it by kind of cutting their losses and trying to survive with as many people as they can. Mason is going to run away. He has the BKB, so it's pretty unlikely he'll get caught since the hook shot's down. Jimmy, he just force-staffed out of the cogs, so he's pretty dead. I imagine Clockwork is going to try to run from him. Maybe Abed can BKB and stun the Clockwork, so Crystal Maiden survives, but I'm pretty sure that Invoker's just going to run him down. Crystal Maiden's dead. Weaver's alive. DK might die just because these heroes are so speedy. The Razor runs at like 500 and something moves to get 521. Invoker can also run him down forever. Monkey King might just throw down the zoning Wukong's command to try to save Dragon Knight, but he kind of doesn't want to do that. He wants to survive as well, so this sucks. They're just dead.
Is this where DC just has to cut their losses and everyone that can get out, and don't even try to take the fight?
Yeah, definitely, but I don't know how many people will survive. Mason probably survives for sure, but Abed's probably going to go down here since Razor and what's his face? Magician made Invoker. They're very fast.
We've got all of DC now back online, reconnected to the game, but we'll see. Got one more second here. Dubu just trying to get his mind together, trying to figure out what he goes for here. We haven't talked a whole lot about the Monkey King's build. I mean, he picked up the Basher. We talked about how that's going to really amplify the Wukong's command, but also a Shadow Blade, so we can really get those sneaky ults going.
Yeah, that Shadow Blade helps him sit at the edge of his Wukong's command.
Come on, Matumba. Oh my.
Yup.
Brax, how was your day?
My day was fantastic. I'm here talking about Dota at like whatever odd hour it is right now. It's great. Doesn't get better than this. 4 a.m. Sitting here at a pause screen.
Yeah. And
Oh no, not the thumbs down. This is some serious. This is getting pretty deep.
what's
You
the
guys don't wanna flame
nastiest emote? Like, what is the most ferocious, bad-mannered emote you could put in chat as a pro player? Well, everyway, we are underway in a fight here. Razor gonna be TPing into a super low health creep. What on earth was that? As DC are turning this around, they get off the Wukong's command. There will be a Sunstrike to finish off Demon Miracle. Now on the run, a Dust is gonna miss. DC somehow get together, turn this fight into a pretty okay thing for themselves. They do have to lose that Crystal Maiden like we talked about. Bulba also was dead right at the start of that pause, but they managed to turn things for an Earthshaker and get the rest of their heroes out.
Yep, not bad at all. They managed to get the Earthshaker kill there. DK finds him in the trees, gives him the stun. He's dead. And of course, Jimmy gets sniped by the Tornado Sunstrike. Honestly, it just kills him at full HP right now. Like, it's a sad life for Crystal Maiden right now.
Yeah, like, I don't even know if you call that a loss. DC technically had more bodies hit the floor, but I am astonished that they managed to salvage that. I thought it was going to be way worse.
Razor TP getting cancelled on the creep there was definitely. He's got 500 HP, Shieldless Guard, Sanjin Yasha, he can chase these people down forever.
Alright, so back to it. What is the most BM emote? I'm curious now.
Curious
Yeah.
about the emote, not the game.
Well, we were all in deep into story time, and then the fight broke out.
I think they're all kind of, they all kind of suck. I guess the Pudge one.
Okay. That's fair. Anyway, back into it. We have got lines drawn in the sand. It seems like DC, they want to go in and pressure this top lane. Again, they already took out a successful lane of Rax here. They got Supers pushing in bottom. Matumba going to show himself in the mid lane, going on to Abed. They get the static link off, but Abed should be able to force himself back. It's going to be 3 heroes cuddled up underneath the Warlock ult. Bulba is trying to sit there and tank it for the team. He's got his Blade Mail rocking, but I don't know if it's going to be enough here. Crystal Maiden, of course, already dead, and now Bubble trapped without his ult. It's looking dangerous, but Matumba does have to back off. It's just going to be GH and the Golems finishing off the job. Miracle snaps up the kill for that. Mason goes in and finds a sneaky kill on GH on the back lines, but now Mason forced to go and solo up against Invoker. They're just going to cut ties, walk their separate ways, and in the end, it will be a 1 for 2.
Yep, so much damage there stolen from the Razor. He had like plus 221 damage there, along with the Alacrity. He actually almost killed himself on the Blade Mill. Thank God he didn't. That would have been a very, very sad way to go out. But
Yep.
we have some 25s coming out in this game. Invoker picked up his 25 AoE Deafening Blast, actually.
Alright,
And
we are
the,
pretty used to seeing the Tornado, but that's going to be a big way to break up these team fights.
Yep, it's much less effective against these heroes that already have BKBs. But maybe he's hoping he can push the Monkey King outside of his ultimate. And Weaver is also about to hit his 25 pretty soon. That plus 200 Chikuchi movement speed turned into a race car.
You think there's any chance that Mason goes in for the 35 magic resist against a team with an Invoker?
Definitely not. I think the Chikuchi movement speed is way too good. It, like, enables you to sell your boots, so you actually have 6 real items later on in the game, and you can kind of just keep your boots of travel as your 7th slot in your backpack to TP around.
Weaver goes in for the Heart of Tarask, definitely not messing around here, just wants to be tanky enough to live through these fights.
DC are playing with the Rax advantage right now, so Roshan is definitely something that they have a bit of an advantage over with that constant bottom lane pressure. They can play on the opposite side of the map and really make Liquid walk around.
Yep. Roshan, see when it's going to be up. About 10 more seconds till we see if it's a long or short respawn, but no more than 4 or 5 minutes for that guy, and obviously DC in a better position to take it. But Liquid, I mean, if they actually get their act together and go for a nice smoke, you've got Invoker now with that huge deafening blast, they can have a good Roche fight if they get this off to a good start.
Yep, Roshan is definitely scary. They have the big AoE ultimates, Warlock, Earthshaker, even Invoker spells. Pretty dangerous for DC to fight in that kind of area, but if they have control of it already, then it helps them position properly in the trees to land that big Wukong's command, kind of come from different angles.
Look at that Tornado, just catching out everyone here. Lincoln's popped, disarm onto the Weaver, but he's just going to be scuttling away. Liquid do not want to let this tier 2 go down. That's going to be way further loss of control over the Roche pit. Now they are going to be able to clip the Weaver back. They get him into the EMP, so mana burned up, but Mason can just sit back and let that Crystal Maiden aura do its magic.
But now Team Liquid smoked up looking for something.
Yeah, probably just going to be poking their heads into the Roche pit. Still another minute till it spawns. They'll be at least in a good position to go for it. It looks like they want to go for some kills as well. Man just charging in onto Bulba. Bulba's going to shield, but still a lot of damage being stolen. They hold Bulba in place while Matumba just goes to work. Look at this, it's raking up. Over 200 going his way. Now Bulba going to be popping into that ult. They got a really nice Wukong's command going down. Kuroki channeling up a fairly solid upheaval as Abed sits in the Wukong's command. They will be able to get 4 heroes down. Kuroki, one of the lone survivors, just using his golems to try to kill Bulba, but it's not going to be successful. They trade Crystal Maiden for 5 heroes. Liquid are down now for a minute. Invoker dead for over 80 seconds with no buyback. This is a free Roche, and I don't even think they're stopping for Roche. They're going straight in for this mid-Rax.
Yep, they're definitely going to force some buybacks here. Invoker just dies again at the beginning of the fight. DK blinks on him, stuns him, someone breaks the Lincoln Sphere, and he just dies in one stun pretty much. And the Wukong's command in that position there, Bulba managed to bait back the entirety of Team Liquid into that nice little choke point where they had to run through the entire Wukong's command, and just did so much damage. Even though Monkey King doesn't have the highest net worth, once he starts picking up these items, he really starts to really feel it in these team fights.
Yep, you got Earthshaker up. Earthshaker is the only one alive. Yeah, he's got a Blink Echo, but I think he's got to play this a little bit safe. Clockwork now coming back in. Bulba's got his ult ready if he needs to. DK just jumping forward. They want to keep Liquid dead. Earthshaker going down for a minute with no buybacks. Buybacks are few and far between. They're going to be taking out this second lane of Rax. It sure is. DC, they just pick up that momentum even after a very quirky disconnect and pause in a fight that looked like it could be lost. They get themselves together. Mind control now trapped in the trees. Abed is hammering on the cogs. There will be one big last hold from Matumba Man who moves forward, raining down a lot of damage out of Dubu. He's still waiting for those 12 seconds. That Wukong's command is going to be huge. Meanwhile, Clockwork locked in under Demon's ult. Demon's still alive through this. It feels weird with Crystal Maiden not dead, but you know, that'll take care of itself. Yeah. He's going to be going down eventually. Mason still trying to fight with the last bit of his life. Abed moving forward here. He's tanky. Matumba Man going to get stunned up by the Dragon Tail. They're burning him down. They will get the Razor. Immediate buyback onto him, but it looks like they're trying for Megas. It's going to be tricky there. Mass TPs come forward. Abed may have overstayed his welcome here. Does end up going down as we've got just a splash of spells coming out of Liquid. So DC, they're going to back off here, accepting that they may have stayed in a bit too long.
Team Liquid managed to hold down their base, but they've lost so much of their base already. They got one side of Rax remaining, no tier 3 towers left, and it's gonna be, they just, I don't know, these fights are so strange. They keep like chasing this Abaddon with Blade Mail on into these choke points where Wukong's command comes out, even Crystal Maiden ultimate comes out, and Weaver can find his way into the back lines. He kills Warlock in like 3 hits, even the Shaker dies extremely fast.
Weaver
so
now.
Hard.
Full Bloodthorn on him, so Mason, he can go in, he's got that disable, he's got his own heart, so he can stay in these fights a pretty long time. And again, still Aegis, still has not been popped, going to be up for a little while longer on him. So this is time for Liquid to actually get out of their base, to get active, and they've got a couple of minutes before they're really going to start feeling the pressure of these 2 lanes of super creeps, but they've got to go in, they've got to push, they've got to get a lane of Rax, or at least a couple kills here, or it seems like they might just fizzle.
One thing they do have going for them is that Dragon Knight does not have buyback at all right now, so perhaps Team Liquid can force a team fight that DC don't exactly want to take.
Seems like Liquid gonna play this one safe, just trying to clear out the exterior towers, get all the tier 2s, make the creeps have to work a little bit harder to get out. But big smoke in, it seems like DC, they're trying to end it all here. Mason, with that extra scoochy speed, is just going so fast. They're finding mind control here. He's going to force himself to freedom, eating his way out of the cogs. There is going to be many, many things to hold him in place. Dubu going back in. Has to be a little bit careful there. Hook shot out. Liquid spending a good amount of spells just to get out safely here, but no blood.
Could make it out. Well, their heroes aren't the worst in the world for dealing with these super creeps. They have 2 boots of travels on their heroes. Earthshaker can also start to clear out some of these players if needed. And, I don't know, there's so many things that they can't deal with right now. This Dragon Knight has 60 armor. So once his BKB is up and he like dodges the meatball damage and everything, he probably is not going down in this fight. The only way he can actually die is once his BKB is out, he gets hit by all these spells. But of course with the Blink Dagger, he can kind of get in there and force them to fight them, especially with that Bloodthorn. He can now pop the Invoker Lincoln Sphere. Miracle just picked up his 10-second BKB, so perhaps he can use that in the next fight to stay alive a bit longer.
Yeah, I think it's going to be down to DC's initiation. If they go in, if they can continually find those backline picks, you know, we saw Blink in, Blink Dragon Tail coming out. That'll be pretty nice for them, but Liquid, again, they've got good high ground, and now all their heroes are up. This is going to be a very different push than we saw just a couple of minutes ago, and they're smoked up. They want to get aggressive. They want to take the initiation here. They're leaving their base. And it seems like DC are going to get surprised by that. They start things off with a really nice Echo Slam. Golem's going to be dropped out on top of that to kill off the Monkey King. And now Abed getting all his damage drained, trying to man-fight Miracle, but it's not working out. Abed going to be going down, and Bulba popping on his borrowed time. Meanwhile, Kuroki will get focused down by Mason. It's on Mason to turn this fight around and get out of here, as Bulba probably going to be finished off here. Mason's going to BKB, getting in there, going deep, trying to get down Matumba Man. A couple more hits, it'll be done, and they will be able to get him with the Mist Coil from Abaddon. With Bulba's last breath, he takes out Matumba Man, and now Mason goes in, shows off that new Bloodthorn, goes in onto the Clockwork, but won't be able to finish him off. Instead, goes for the retreat. The Deafening Blast clips the Weaver. Can they finish him off here? He's going to be able to go. time-lapse himself to freedom, and Mason should be able to TP back, has it in his backpack, so... Very messy fight, but Liquid holds. Liquid get a 2,700 gold lead from that. XP is going to be huge as well. Mason's going to go back to full health as that Aegis expires, but he's still going to TP out, not going to take his chances.
Yep, nice play from Liquid. They realize, hey, once they hit in our base and they jump us first, we're not going to win in this fight. We need to smoke up, set up a defense outside of the base. They jumped the Monkey King there and killed him before he could do anything, and they're able to get to their key targets. When they get to jump like that, then it's easier for them to actually get their BKBs off at a good moment, you know? Invoker get all the spells off instantly there. They had a nice ward up on the hill, and that's just what they needed to take the fight.
So Liquid still alive, still kicking, about 10,000 net worth in favor of DC. Experience is actually going to be slightly in favor of Liquid, looking at overall levels. Lots of 25s coming out for our cores. Bulba, the last core, going to be ticking that mark. And what does he go for here? Is he going to go for the big boy shield or strength?
It's pretty much always the shield. The shield becomes ridiculous once you get that talent. 500 HP on such a low cooldown, and once he finishes that off-screen core as well, it's such a low.
Yep. Warlock going to be picking up his level 25 pretty shortly as well. And is he going to go for the magic immunity golems? This one we see a bit more of a split on.
Yeah, it's definitely game dependent. I think he'll go for the armor this game just because there's a lot of physical damage coming out from DC. But it feels like one of the less important 25s this game. I don't really feel like it's going to be quite that impactful, but Team Liquid, they're smoked up. There's a refresher now on Miracle Invoker. They know exactly what they need to do to win this next fight.
Looks like they're going to go for the same exact maneuver, wrapping around the same way, and we'll see if DC are going to learn from their mistakes earlier. Flare being sent out, there's mad pings. Both teams know where the others are, but it's a bit of no man's land as no one wants to cross that threshold and be the first one to be jumped on. Mason going to be scooting forward. Again, still has that BKB, 6 seconds. It's wearing a little bit thin, but he's going to move in, tries to initiate onto Earthshaker, but GH just blinks right out.
Yep, Team Liquid are looking for some heroes like Monkey King that they can jump. Heroes that really need to set up in these team fights. They don't want to jump the Weaver or the DK like that. They're really tanky, and it's not going to do very much for them because they just need to catch this Monkey out. If they have to take that team fight inside the Wukong's command again, they're just not going to win.
Liquid, I mean, you can feel they're starting to feel a little bit of pressure from these 2 lanes of super creeps coming in, and super creeps, I mean, they scale pretty nicely as the game goes on. We're 15 minutes in. How late does this have to go before super creeps become something that Liquid can't deal with?
3 hours.
Alright, pray for us.
Yeah, unlikely. But, you know, DC, they're a bit more hesitant this time. They're giving their respects to Liquid here. They know that this isn't going to be the best thing for them. They're going to wait for Roshan, play it safely, perhaps farm a new item or two. Mason sitting on 5,000 gold. He does have an empty slot available since he ditches boots things. That excellent level 25 Shikuchi movement speed talent.
Alright, things get intense. I mean, DC, they can taste the freedom here. They can taste this game being won, but they just gotta go in. They gotta finish off this lane of racks. They gotta get just a couple of picks. It's getting really difficult, though, and all of Liquid are up. Their high ground is stupid good, so seems like Roshan is gonna be the play. Got a Courier scouting out the pit for the Radiant. You got Dire with Sunstrikes and Rocket Flares, keeping everything scouted. Mad pings in the Courier here, and well, Roshan will be up in about another minute. And that's going to be looking good for DC to take, unless Liquid really get their act together and leave their base exposed.
Yeah, I think it's quite dangerous for Liquid to leave their base. Once they journey out into this uncharted territory, they're going to be running through wards. If Team DC decide to take any team fights on their vision, it's going to be extremely bad for Liquid because they won't be able to jump the heroes they want. The only real way that they can win a fight convincingly is if they're able to jump the Monkey King. These other cores from Team East are just really tanky.
Yeah, it's getting tough now. Everyone getting 6 slotted, everyone really getting up there. Looking at buyback, we've got most of our cores having it. Invoker just picks up enough money for it now. Mason needs another 100 gold for it, so he's got to play this one a little bit safe. He's going in for that butterfly here and should have it up pretty nicely. Now, Rocket Flare goes in, does scout the Roche respawn, so Liquid know what's up. But it looks like DC, they are all over this, and look at this thing melt. Wow, okay, that was a very quick roast for 15 minutes in the game. Aegis still unclaimed, will finally be picked up by Mason. Looks like DK backpacking the cheese, gonna let it age a little bit.
Mason picks up the butterfly now. He's got his BKB in the stash. He can switch that in when his Aegis runs out. Do it during the respawn, so there's actually almost no downtime.
I mean, DC, it feels like they're just trying to close it out, but they realize, you know, just going in, running into the same lane in the same way may not work. Is the Aegis enough to really break that cycle up? Is Mason going in more aggressively going to be what it takes for DC to crack this, or do they need to shake up their strategy?
Well, they'll definitely need to start the engagement somehow, or else Invoker's just going to throw these spells out and really push back the wave. They're hoping that they can get engagement off. They're smoked up here. If they can chain stun this Invoker, they can definitely take this fight.
It's all about tactically breaking that high ground without letting anyone know where you are. All of Liquid have moved back. You had some pushing out the bottom lane, but they have since TP'd in. And they're ready to go for this high ground hold. It's really difficult, Liquid trying to anticipate which lane's going to get pushed in, and it looks like Demon, you're thinking about going in, jumping on Kuroki, and that's going to be the jump they need. They go in, quick Dragon Tail, and my god, that Warlock is just punched to bits. Matumba Man goes in, they'll be able to get the static link off onto Abed. Abed getting a lot of damage stolen. Man, Matumba Man is not messing around, just popped everything for that. Eye of the Storm on cooldown. Matumba Man's stolen damage is still going to be doing a lot of work here. Crystal Maiden caught in the cogs. She's going to be dancing with her last breath, but will end up going down. But now we got BKBs coming out of DC. They're going forward. They get the kill on the Warlock. That was another dieback coming in, and well, they go forward. Looks like GH will end up dropping the gem on the deck. There is a disarm on this Dragon Knight, and that might just be what it takes for Miracle to get him down, but Bulba still chasing him out. The Sunstrike going to be off the mark. Meanwhile, top lane, Monkey King keeping his eyes on the prize, going in for those megas. Got Miracle now running back in with that Ghost Walk, but Abed wasting no time going into GH. That is a dieback on the Earthshaker. Matumba Man gets killed right in the footsteps of his base. It's Mega Creeps now, and Liquid, they're buying back on the Razor. They're giving it all they've got, but this is definitely their last-ditch effort. Weaver crawling around into the base. It's a godlike streak for Mason, and it's looking good for Team DC. Going in, Razor, he's stealing up the damage, but he will end up going down. Invoker buys back in. Mind Control trying to bait everyone out of the base, but with Mega Creeps, it's so difficult. DC, they've still got all but the Monkey King alive. Eventually, they get down the Clockwork. The gem falls as well. Buyback comes in from the Clockwork. Tornado clips onto the Dragon Knight. They will be able to combo him down with a Sunstrike, but yeah, Mind Control still just trying to zone. The Ancient now exposed. This is Liquid letting things drag on altogether a little bit too long, as that's a rampage for Mason. GG finally comes out 53 minutes into the game after a hefty pause and some serious back and forth action, but DC will take game one of their series versus Liquid.
Well played, both teams. Game was definitely back and forth.
Sure was, Brax.
Yeah, I can't remember the game after that pause. Jeez.
Ten seconds remaining.
All right, welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Kiev Major. We are here with game number 2 of a best of 3 between Digital Chaos, the former Onyx, and Team Liquid. This is going to be the round 3 mid in our Swiss bracket, so that means both of these teams went 1-1 with their best of 3s yesterday. I'm Android, being joined once again by Brax. What are you hoping to see this game?
I'm hoping to see a fantastic game.
DC's turn to pick.
Look like they know each other pretty well. We've got the full band from Team Surprises there.
Liquid's turn to pick.
Team Chaos. Starting it off with the Monkey King yet again.
Yep, DC. Definitely feel like they can get a lot of use out of that. Dubu had a pretty fantastic monkey game last time. Started off a little bit slow, but eventually just came online, got the Basher, got the Shadow Blade, a couple of well-placed Wukong's commands. Really turned those fights. So DC, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Team Liquid, taking their time deciding on this first pick.
Curious what they pick to deal with. Keeper of the Light was a pretty common hero to kind of push Monkey King outside of his circle when he ults, so it cancels that ultimate. And yeah, I mean, he's a very difficult hero to deal with, especially with tree hopping mechanics. Saw earlier IGV, VGJ, they used Night Stalker Aghanims to kind of find Monkey King and hunt him down, and all these team fights seem to work pretty well.
Yeah. Is that Liquid style? You think they'd go for a Night Stalker here?
No, definitely not.
Okay. Yeah, they're gonna go in for the Crystal Maiden, so again, just picking it up. It's a pretty common support. Liquid are running it a ton, picking it up for both GH God and Kuroki, so not sure who's gonna be getting to play it this time, but the Doom pickup here, that's a guy we don't see much of in the scene these days.
Definitely not the most common hero, but Liquid were running it yesterday on Mind Control, playing the offlane Doom Ring, getting really tanky, and he's a hero that create a lot of pressure once he gets his levels into Scorched Earth. Very good at diving, very tanky, does a lot of damage, and out comes the Abaddon again. Actually is a fantastic Abaddon counter. Once you Aghanim Scepter on, cancels his ult, and Abaddon just can't do anything.
Yeah, we saw, Bulbo playing pretty well on the Abaddon because he could just go in, got that Blade Mail, he could sponge up a ton of damage, pop his ult, and, kind of shield his team from that. But like you mentioned, when Doom actually gets that Ags, you can just take Abaddon right out of these fights. So something DC has to deal with. Obviously, they'll have a pretty big window before Doom is going to be able to farm up that Ags to get the most out of their ABBA, and we'll see what DC can do. Do they have to go for more of a fast-paced, high-octane strat this time, or can they play slow and steady?
Well, they definitely have options to both right now. The Abaddon enables them to group up, take some towers, but he's also very, very strong in the... he still has options to itemize around the Doombringer if he does get extremely farmed in Doom. He doesn't necessarily want to rush the Aghanims right away. He still wants a lot of other smaller team items before he decide to build that. See, Ben out the Naga Siren and the Terrorblade, two big late game cores that I like to pick up quite often.
Yeah, DC are just saying no pushing. No one's going to be doing any sort of pushing going on, but Liquid, they'll find a way around that here. Probably going to be showing a little bit more what they're doing, a little more of their strategy. Still yet to pick up their mid, their core, their other offlaner, or their other support rather, so we'll see. Again, other heroes still in the mix. I know GH likes to play himself a Sand King. Potentially could be good at gap closing, but they're going to go back in Earthshaker. It's going to be given a lot of love here. That's probably going to be GH's hero, and we will have Kuroki on the CM.
Picking up that Shaker again, just like last game, and DC respond with the Vengeful Spirit. Pretty good hero for grouping with Ivan. Out comes Spectre. Okay.
Yep, that was DC's last ban against Liquid last game, but this time they're not going to wait for last pick. They're going to go straight in and grab their Spectre now. So how's that going to set the pace of the game?
Well, DC they have the option of very heavily, like a very push-heavy team. Abaddon decides to go. It's just like last game. Vengeful Spirit, seeing lots of Solar Crest. Yep, out comes Shadow Fiend. This is going to be a very, very push-heavy lineup from DC.
Yep.
And I don't think Team Liquid quite have the tools to that just yet.
Liquid gonna be a little bit more slower paced, again with the offlane Doom, with the safe lane Spectre. They just kind of want to take their time and farm up. Earthshaker needs his blink before he's gonna have a huge impact, so I feel like the first couple levels of this game, or the first 10-15 minutes, are gonna be DC trying to get active, trying to move, trying to push out lanes, take towers, go for smoke ganks, and Liquid just want to apply the brake pedal and farm for as long as possible.
Yeah, I think DC are going for, or even more they saw the Spectre, it kind of like plays into what they were already going to, this is like their default playstyle. They have this strong 5-man team that's very capable of taking these early engagements, taking these towers. And Team Liquid picks Spectre, one of the better late game heroes for sure. But Spectre is a hero that cannot just AFK farm kill Radiance. You have to be able to fight, to be able to get these haunt kills and get involved in these team fights, because once the push comes from DC, it's not going to be very stop at all. Team Liquid are going to either need to be able to take the engagement or split push, and they don't have the highest tower damage heroes right now. When the split push does come out, if that is their response to it, they're not going to be able to trade as effectively as DC. They have massive amounts of physical damage. Abaddon give attack speed to your entire team as well. Vengeful Spirit, Shadow Fiend already very high physical damage. I actually have no idea what you want to play here with Miracle. Maybe they'll go back for something like the Ember Spirit, but it's not very good into the Abaddon and Shadow Fiend. This looks pretty worrisome, actually.
Yeah, there's still the option to go back in for the Invoker, but again, that has its limits. That has, you know, a time frame where it needs to come online, and late game it's a beast, and if Team Liquid can actually push this out to 40-45 minutes, Spectre is going to be a big problem, Doom is going to be larger than life, but it's going to take time to get there, and DC, they're going to get active very early. Hopefully Abed can just start out strong with his Shadow Fiend and carry his team like we've seen before. So Vengeful Spirit, is that going to be our secondary support or the core here, you think?
I imagine it's going core, but I could be wrong. They might decide that, hey, pick something else to help secure a bit of a late game, because early game looks pretty good right now. But we'll have to see. Spectre very, very good against Monkey King. He can find him in the tree, go on him right away, try to kill him off really quickly. But yeah, Team Liquid, they're gonna have to find some way to fight, way to take these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, do they have to sit... how can the Spectre get online faster? We've seen kind of people departing from that Radiance build going into the Vanguard Diffusal build to get Spectre up and mobile right at level 6 when she has the Haunt, but it's still really tricky to get her active, especially when DC are going to be jumping around. Monkey King can probably start things off and get some good initiations on her. Abaddon should be giving her a little bit of a problem there, just constantly chasing her down and popping shields, and wow. DC go in, so it will be that core Venge.
Core Venge with the Witch Doctor, some more sustain to help their push.
They
the
are
Witch
going to be
Doctor
pushing
heal,
so quickly.
it's going to come pretty quick, and that Witch Doctor heal, very, very good at dealing with all this outspam and the Spectre Radiance for when it does come out. I think Team Liquid, they aren't going to be able to delay the push by outspamming them. They're going to need something to help take the fight, because there's just so much sustain from Team Liquid.
Reserve time.
Does an Invoker work here, or is that a little too passive?
It still falls into the same category a lot of time. So
Yeah.
it's probably not something that they'll want to go for. You never know. Maybe they feel like they can get away from it. They actually did have an Invoker with the Doom and Spectre Tricore yesterday. Possibility?
What about something real nasty? Okay. I was gonna say Viper, but Tinker works as well. I mean, I guess that's a little bit of split push, so when DC are all wadded together chasing someone down, Tinker can eventually go off and do his own thing in another lane. Also, can be a pretty good fighter if he gets up that Aghanim Scepter. Getting that blind out onto all of DC's very right-click heavy heroes is going to be nasty, but I'm liking DC's draft just a little bit more. It seems more straightforward to execute.
Yeah, it's very clear what they want to do. Team Liquid, though, their team fight is not weak at all. Doombringer can get very tanky, very quick in the game. Spectre's Haunt gives you so much information. One of the very few spells left in Dota. A lot of the time when they nerf the heroes, like when they nerf Mirana, Arrow gives less vision, Orb gives less vision, all these spells start to lose vision. Trolls, Whirling Axes no longer give vision. And Spectre is one of the heroes that still retains that vision. And it's so important to play these fights because it lets you cast your spells better, it lets you position better, it lets you know where your key targets that you can actually go on kill are. But Tinker is definitely going to have to put in quite a bit of work this game, but very skilled player himself, so just have to see. I think if I think no matter what, this game is going to be very hard for Team Liquid, but they're a very good team and they can definitely pull it off.
Yep, not going to be an easy one, not necessarily like, oh, DC just completely dropped the ball and drafted 5 nonsense heroes. This is a pretty cohesive draft coming out of both sides, but yeah, it's going to be a matter of can DC get that early momentum they need to start their push off? Can they get a couple of really nice early kills, early ganks? Demon smoked up, just gonna run right into GH here, so... Yep, this is it. Again, game number 2 in a best of 3 between DC, the former Onyx, and Liquid here. This is going to be determining seeding. All teams want to be getting that gold seed, that top slot, as we move on to the main event. So, yeah, this could be a 2-0 for Team DC. Do you think Liquid can take one, or do you think this is just going to be a difference in skill?
I mean, it's still anyone's game. But we can see like the drafts are so different. They're kind of like opposites. You know, one team wants to play this extreme late game, and the other team wants to really group up and push. But their late game also isn't bad. Shadow Fiend, Venge Core isn't even the Abaddon. They're not horrible in the late game. They're actually very strong. But they just offer more power at different stages of the game, right? Seth, lots of physical damage, can hit these buildings pretty early on, wave clear, and Team Liquid just need to they need to find a way to be able to take these fights for when DC come to their towers, because if they concede everything, that opens up Roshan for Team DC, and of course their lineup is extremely good at that too, with the high physical damage, minus armor, a bad attack speed. That's when it kind of gets out of hand for them.
Alright, so game starting off, just a 1-1 split with the runes, nothing too fancy. GH poking around, pops down some vision here, just gonna be keeping eyes on the shrine. Quick pause coming out. Hopefully DC aren't having any more lag issues, or Liquid aren't taking their place, but everyone getting set up here. In terms of lanes, what are gonna be the ones to keep your eyes on? What's gonna be the most challenging lanes to execute?
I think that Team Liquid, they definitely want to secure their safe lane, but DC do happen to rotate down Witch Doctor or Monkey King. It get out of hand pretty quickly, so we'll just have to see how they manage that. I imagine Monkey King's gonna sit in the safe lane for now. He's a nice tree. He's gonna zone out Doom, make him jungle a bit, and then maybe level at like 3 or 4 minutes he'll probably go down to the bottom lane. As we can see, Witch Doctor starting in the off lane with our Harry Potter and Abaddon Bulba.
Yep.
Yeah,
I mean,
the mid lane is actually very Tinker favored. Shadow Fiend. Especially nowadays, people don't really go for these early March levels because the jungle is a bit more split out, so they focus a bit more on laning.
Yeah, definitely going to be difficult for Shadow Fiend to get in there and avoid harass and actually get his souls stacked up, so might be a bit of a slower start for Abed, but we've definitely seen him come back from crippling starts and turn into this godlike beast, so can't tap him out no matter what kind of laning start he gets. Down in this bottom lane, like you talked about, Witch Doctor just keeping his levels soaked up, Bulba sponging a little bit of damage, but with GH and Kuroki here splitting the XP with the Spectre, it's going to be a while till my man actually gets those levels up. Fisher flips onto both, but again, Witch Doctor and Abba aren't too concerned with that. Back towards the mid, Abed just going to be eating up a Tango, getting himself back to health, and yeah, still struggling to get some souls for himself. Finally finds one.
It's not an easy matchup for sure. So, DC, they're doing pretty well in this offlane here. Liquid are spending a lot of time trying to zone out the Witch Doctor. If they can ever catch Witch Doctor, he will die. He's not tanky like his Abaddon friend. But Matumba Man is still farming pretty well in the lane. It's not total free farm like Mason has in the safe lane, but it's still pretty good. Spectre, you definitely expect this hero to get kind of shut down. He's pretty abusable in these early parts of the game.
Abed with a little taunt out as he makes up to his high ground. And yeah, talking a bit about the offlane, we do have Mind Control just going to be spending most of his time in this jungly area, maybe poking his head into lane. But Mason on the Venge, getting a lot of free farm. What's, you know, for Liquid, what do they have to watch out for? What's Venge's threshold going to be where they might say, you know, we have to gank this Venge is getting out of control?
Well, it'll never be that. It'll always be we need to secure our Spectre some way, but in order to do that, they'll have to go up to Venge's lane probably. Venge is pretty in control of this lane. She's going to get her early items and be really hard for her to deal with. I think Liquid are just going to entirely focus on Spectre's lane, trying to give him the best possible lane setup he can get, but it's going to prove extremely difficult when DC get their levels up and they start to rotate him. But as I say, that Bulba might be in some trouble here. He's frozen up.
Yep, he's getting low, trapped on one side of the fissure. Want to keep an eye on the Doom as well, who's getting low in the jungle, but Bulba, yeah, one more hit. It will be first blood going the way of GH. A Primal Spring comes down as Dubu actually abandons his chase onto the Doom. TP's down bottom, just trying to hold this, but just going to be soaking up a little bit of free experience as Bulba's now going to TP back in, but that's getting Spectre some good XP for herself. Ticks over to her level 3, so things going alright in that bottom lane for Liquid.
Yep, nice kill there on the Abaddon. And that's definitely what they need to take control of their safe lane. They need to keep pushing Abaddon out, keep killing him. But now DC have rotated in and they've got their tri-lane here to kind of mess with Spectre.
Yep, Monkey King gonna take this slow and steady. Has his level 3 just from soaking experience off of that Doom in the jungle. Keeping things annoying and pesty, and now mid lane there is going to be a rotation forward. They got the Witch Doctor in the area, so maybe if Miracle pushes up real far, could fall victim to a cask, but for now Abed content just to finally get some last hits, has only 7 to his name compared to the Tinker's 15. Miracle definitely having a very fun time as Tinker.
Yep, Mind Control has kind of taken back control over this top lane. He's got the excellent Satyr creep there, and he can actually lane just fine now. 18 CS. Very well.
Yep, there's going to be a smoke gank of these 2 supports coming in towards the top. We'll see if this is going to be fruitful here, as again, Doom, even at only level 4, is still pretty hard to kill. So, dude, we're going to be moving forward. They start things off with the Venge done. They got the Wave of Terror as well, cutting through his armor, and now they just got to keep him in place. They don't have any more damage spells, but the right clicks are going to be enough. Meanwhile, yeah, that's all they need. Down bottom. Bulba potentially going to go down here again, is only level 3. Fissure traps him back. Crystal Maiden coming in from the back looking for the Frostbite, but is going to have to retreat as he's taken too many tower shots, so it looks like Bulba might get off with a warning this time. Or not, as Crystal Maiden runs right back in. They go for the Nova, they get the Frostbite off, and now there will be a TP in from the Witch Doctor. They want to try to hold this. Fissure comes in, clips onto both, and Bulba's going to be able to chase back the heroes for now.
Really trying hard to keep this Abaddon in check down here. A nice TP in, saves him pretty much. The Abed, he's off to quite the rocky start. Tinker, not a fun matchup as you said earlier. And it just gets worse and worse as the levels get up on the Tinker, and he pretty much will want to head out into the jungle. And once that happens, DC might lose some pressure in their offlane. Dude is actually level 4 right now. Very high.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, he's been hanging around. He really kept on top of the Doom when the Doom was farming the jungle, which is where he got a lot of his experience. Doom, about 5.5 now, getting pretty close to that level 6. Can Mind Control go for a solo kill once he picks that up, or is it not going to be powerful enough?
It's probably not going to be powerful. He might go down here.
Yeah, Boundless Strike comes in, Jingu Mastery's up, and one more hit means Mason secures his first kill of the game. They're going to transition right into tower pressure. And we got a TP in coming from Kuroki, just holding everyone back with his Q, but it's going to be, again, good pressure coming out of DC's top lane. Mid lane looks real good for Liquid. The Tinker got what he needed, and Abed is still a little bit crippled. And bot lane, Bulba, he went down once, but there is still some good pressure onto the Spectre. She's not feeling free.
Yep, especially with that CM rotating top lane. They know Crystal showed up there. Pretty much free reign for them.
Coconuts bouncing around. I mean, what's going to be the go point here? Clearly DC have a lineup that want to get active and want to push early. What are they waiting for? Is it levels? Is it going to be first round items?
They pretty much want to take control of the safe lane, and then once that frees up, then that means Monkey King can freely rotate down to the bottom lane. Venge can also follow. And they'll look to make some play in the Abaddon lane, so they can try to kill the Spectre, force him out, and break open the tower. But for now, they just need to keep scaling, getting their levels. Team Liquid are doing a good job at defending their offlane tower. The tower is still very, very healthy. Doom has good levels. He did go down there, but he was trying to pull the creeps off so he wouldn't get denied a bunch of experience. Probably the worst thing. Mid lane, though, Miracle going for the solo kill. Goodbye.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, okay, Miracle just goes right in. Abed really having a tough time here. Miracle just going to keep bottling up as we are missing kills left and right. I apologize on that as Mind Control just lets loose here. Again, only level 5. Doesn't even need to spend Doom for that. Just going to be a quick pick on the Monkey King. So all of a sudden, Liquid picking up some momentum. Mid lane, they've got GH postured up, going in for that aggressive Fissure. Witch Doctor potentially could be trapped out here, although with Shadow Fiend TPing back in, they've got to get this kill quickly, and it looks like they will be able to do so. Max Point and Laser just chunks him right down.
We got 2 early kills on our Tinker already.
Yep. That's a really good start. I mean, a farm Tinker is nothing to sneeze at. You can come online pretty early, and Abed is just having a really tough time up here in this mid. Up. First taunt gonna be going in. There is a Doom on the Venge. She can't turn things around with a stun. She's just running for her life. The Spectral Dagger on top of her, and she's just gonna get sit back and chained up. Finally, this Venge will go down. Demon's gonna be burning as well, and well, Dubu jumps forward looking for something, but it's just gonna be him versus the world. They got the Jingu Mastery up, but Yep, Miracle meanwhile continues his kill onto Abed. Abed is just chain dying here, and Miracle's off to a great start. Smoke gank up, and this is going to be pretty big. Bulba gets some space down bottom to push, but there will be a TP back forward from Mind Control. He's going to be salving up, and right back to pressuring this lane.
This Doombringer here was extremely strong at this stage of the game. 1100 HP. He's got a ton of health regen from that Scorched Earth, and he can run at everything right now.
Yeah, kind of beating the bad into his own game.
Yeah, exactly. And in the mid lane, we have the Tinker pretty much dominating the mid lane right now. SF does not want to be in this, especially with the Roaming Shaker. Even Haunt can come out to come kill him. He just wants to push the wave out, farm up the jungle. But I don't know if DC want that to happen because they want to keep pressure on all these lanes so these supports can kind of move around. Venge needs some lane to be strong so she can TP in to reinforce it and play off that.
Down bottom, we are going to have a Primal Spring jumping forward. Kuroki is super low and does get killed off by that Boundless Strike. It's just a lowly Crystal Maiden though. They might be able to turn this into a tier 1 tower, but it looks like there will be a TP up because they want to defend this. Earthshaker coming forward, the rest of Liquid trying to get in there and get aggressive. And they're just going to be able to zone him back as Tinker TP's in. Already with Boots of Travel. Man, this guy is farmed. 9 minutes in. He's ready to leave his lane and continue that pressure.
Yep, he's only got 1 level in his march right now, so he won't be farming extremely fast, but it's still so annoying for Tinker just to casually Boots of Travel into your lane, nuke you over and over.
Yeah. I mean, how do you control this Tinker right now? It seems like Miracle with that max level laser is the burst damage that Liquid so desperately need. You see there, 1 laser takes Abed down to half.
Yeah. Tough to do. But later on in the game, they'll have things like Bench Swap. Monkey King gives vision over the trees, so hopefully they can use some of these tools to kind of set up on him. Abaddon also here, they can kind of just charge through the march and not really worry about it, but Liquid are doing extremely well in all their lanes right now. There were a couple deaths early on, mainly on the Doom, but now Doom working towards his hand to Midas. He's got his early levels. Once Doom gets these levels, he gets so tanky so quickly, and I don't know, they just have what they need right now.
Yeah, Mind Control just chasing back Bulba. I don't think there's any real depth coming out there. Here we go. There is going to be Haunt coming forward. Yeah, that is a very dead Shadow Fiend. Abed, he just can't stay alive. They are focusing so many resources to deal with him. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Bulba just completely forced back. Did have to spend his borrowed time as Mind Control. It's just all up in it. TP gets canceled by the Boundless Strike, and it looks like Mind Control has met his match here. Jinku Mastery comes out. Is he actually juking this right now? Dubu gets vision back and will jump down the Primal Spring. Does him in. Bulba finally able to find that kill, but that was a little bit close for comfort there.
Yep, definitely. Of course, there's tons of TP rotations. Not the worst thing in the world. He was running under the tower, forcing Bulba back. Does pay with his life for it, but at the end, they're not too upset about that. You know, the rest of the heroes are farming. Crystal Maiden has her level 6 right now. Earthshaker has some alone time in the top lane. That is Arcane Boost working with his Blink Dagger. And we expect Vengeful Spirit to be one of these heroes that makes the rotation right away, but Venge pretty much confined to this top lane. Definitely not something he would prefer, but it's the way the game's playing out right now.
Yep, definitely the Midas Major here, as pretty much everyone has one queued up. Down bottom, Kuroki is going to be solo defending this tower, and Bulba's got to be a little bit tempted by that. Very, very squishy Crystal Maiden, but Bulba can't get too crazy without the help of his teammates. There will be a smoked up Monkey King, now with his level 6 available. Though TP in from the Doom, making things very tricky to initiate on.
They know Venge isn't on.
Oh, there they go. They actually get the Frostbite onto Dubu. Crystal Maiden immediately hops in with that freezing field. It's going to be zoning back the rest of DC. Venge gets doomed. There will be the net creep up onto Monkey King, but a really nice death ward by Demon might just be enough to take out Mind Control. They get the kill. GH looking to man up on the Witch Doctor, but Witch Doctor turns that right back around. Meanwhile, Miracle snaps up a kill onto Dubu, so... yeah, Monkey King goes down, trading for 2. Beating that Tinker, though, is so dangerous now. He's really getting a streak going for himself. 4-0.
Tinker and Spectre at the top of the net worth charts, exactly where they want to be. Spectre is so farmed actually at 1700 gold already at this stage of the game. Very dangerous.
Yeah, look like she is going in for that Radiance. Not going to play the more, get online fast build of the Vanguard Diffusal, but she thinks she can get the Radiance at a really viable time, and based on how the game is going for her so far, that's absolutely true.
Yep, should come out at a pretty good time this game. DC make a move to the bottom lane, but it's a bit spotted because of Team Liquid. They have a ward up top, and that spots that, hey, Benj isn't here, they're going to make a rotation down there. Hiroki places a ward out in front of the tower, sees the rotation, and they take a fight. They do lose too, but the goal that DC wants is they want that tower. They want to be able to take control of this map, open up their map, and then it gives them more places on the map to farm, but they're unable
Dire's
to do it.
top tower is under attack.
Yep, Tinker, meanwhile, gets 3 points up in his March of Machines. He's having some fun pushing in this top lane solo. Abed, gonna be scouted out here. This poor guy, he's just trying to live so hard. He's got 3 deaths already. GH dropping the fissure, and it looks like Abed will be left to his own devices here. He has picked up max souls, so the next Necromastery finally doing some work for him, getting some more damage. Should be able to start his steady climb back into the game, still much lower on the net worth chart than you'd expect from him. Down bottom, TP in. Bola could be in some trouble there. Kuroki just going to be moving forward. Look at the damage coming out. The burst is crazy right now in Liquid. Bola's ult now evaporated down for a minute. Mason's going to be rotating in, looking to get aggressive here. Just Midasing a creep. Going to be just biding his time as the marching machines start to roll forward.
Yep, that's so
Dire's
unfortunate.
middle tower
Comes
is
down
under
to
attack.
rotate, looking for a play, and then the wave just gets...
Double damage Doom in the mid lane. Demon maybe looking to initiate with the Paralyzing Cask, but mind control, Spidey senses tingling, just backs off to safety. And DC, they just can't find any openings here. Liquid are playing so safe, and they've laned this near perfectly.
This lane's going extremely well for them now. And DC, they should feel really pressured. You know, they need to make the moves happen. They need to force these towers down, but every time it happens, Tinker, there to march it out.
So, I mean, what does this look like if the game pace continued just like this? It seems like Liquid, they got the lanes that they needed. DC having a couple of failed ganks. They've got some kills to their name, but Tinker's still getting out of control. Spectre's farming incredibly quickly. How did DC turn this around?
DC need to try to do what they're doing now. They're grouped up, looking for these kills on the tower. They're probably going to fall here. And now
Sparing
this
no
tower-
expense.
Yeah, this tower's been completely surrounded, and this is the kind of tower Tinker can't do. Once it's been surrounded like that, it's way too dangerous for him to begin to try to march it out. This is how DC will start their game going. But of course, Spectre is so close to that relic. 3,000 gold at 16 minutes in the game. They're just going to trade towers.
Yep, tier 1 for tier 1. Still some really good net worth going the way of Liquid. You got top 2 on the chart here. I mean, usually Spectre takes a little bit more time to top the chart than this. She's already 6,500 net worth at 16 minutes. Like you mentioned, Relic Gold's getting very, very close. And, I mean, we're probably looking at like a 20-22 minute radiance if she keeps up this pace.
Sounds about right. And as it looks right now, there's just... DC will not have the items or the farm, or like the levels that all to deal with this Radiance Haunt. Witch Doctor pretty much just sitting on his boots, Raindrops, TP, Monkey King, same story, trying to build up to that Midas. Even Benj isn't that tanky yet. Shadow Fiend, Haunt is gonna do so much damage. Pretty much only the Abaddon is really safe from it. I don't know, this looks pretty grim at the pace it's going right now.
Yep. I mean, DC could definitely still blast this open with a couple of nice team fights, a couple of nice rotations. If they kill off the Tinker once or twice, if Spectre has a couple failed ganks, if they can burn some ultimates. I mean, DC are definitely still in this. I don't want to count them out just yet at 17 minutes, but it's a much trickier game to execute now that their lanes went a little poorly.
Yeah, they're definitely not out, but the clock is ticking.
Yeah. I mean, what's going to be the cutoff point? What's the point where it's going to be like, all right, DC just can't get anything. Liquid can just run them over.
If they lose the team fight when Radiance Haunt comes out, I think
So that point's coming up pretty quickly there. Spectre already with Relic Gold now, just needs about 1,000 to finish off that Radiance, and it's going to get pretty nasty. Matumba Man got a lot of freedom here. 302 on the Spectre, already with an urn, got the phase boots, the poor man's shield, and yeah, Radiance not too far off as Miracle just goes in behind the tower. They will end up trading as, wow, that was an optimistic TP from the Venge. Matumba Man finishes her off with one hit. So
nice Haunt there, pretty much ultimately 2-for-1 trick.
yep, I mean, getting down the Tinker is super important, but trading for Mason's Venge is not exactly what you want to do either. Vengeful Spirit, at least.
They killed the decoy. The real carries here.
Regen rune denied by Demon, making sure no one's getting healthy. Now Bulba just charging through the forest, gonna get lots of pings from his teammate. They go in. We'll be able to find this ward. It's gonna be some nice vision taken out, but is it gonna cost Bulba his life here? He's gonna get blasted low. They're holding on to that Doom. Bulba's just sitting back, and it looks like they'll let him off with a warning. DC continue to get aggressive and continue to try to push this, but all of Liquid are waiting at this mid tower.
Not want to commit there into the Witch Doctor cask and all the monkey nonsense that comes out afterwards.
Yep. Monkey King still dreaming of that Midas, has the gloves in his backpack and still about 1,000 gold off the recipe, so it's gonna be a bit delayed in terms of overall items. We've already got one Midas on the Doom. We've got Relic, now Inspector's Courier, so flying that in. So things are about to get a little bit nastier here for Liquid. That Radiance is looming very close.
Yep, Doom with his plus 80 Devour bonus gold talent and Hand of extremely fast now too, even without hitting creep. If he would just devour it off cooldown and Midas, he would still keep up and farm with all these heroes. This is pretty scary. Radiance is pretty much complete now. It's coming out on the courier. Haunts up in 20 seconds. Witch Doctor saying his prayers. He's about to fall over when that thing comes out.
Yeah, just one Radiance Haunt can totally demolish Demon. Vengeful Spirit's gonna have a tough time dealing with it as well. She's got the Dragon Lance up, so does Abed, but the items are just feeling a little bit lackluster right now. Shadow Fiend still not even, I mean, just barely breaking that halfway point in the net worth chart.
Dagger on Shaker now too.
Yeah, you got Blink on Doom, Blink on Shaker. This is gonna be a very big fight from Liquid when they're ready to hit that trigger. Smoke up, getting ready. Spectre now has the Radiance, has the Haunt, and they're ready to take a fight here, if nothing else. Just soak in a tower that's falling on its own.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
So moving in. Tinker with a Blink as well. Wow, this team is very mobile.
There's not a whole lot of catch when besides Monkey, but Monkey, I'm sure he'll be sitting on the sideline waiting for Tinker the entire time, but if that Haunt comes out again when they go on Tinker, could be very, very dangerous.
Oh, Abed. He's going out for the rune, but as soon as he retreats, he's going to walk right into these heroes. There's going to be the first Radiance Haunt going in. They top it off with a Blink Echo Slam. Yeah, this is exactly what Liquid wanted. Bulba now trapped under his own shrine. Dubu running back as well. Bulba has to pop his ult just because of the urn. There will be a Wukong's command trying to zone everyone back. Spectre taking some damage. Dubu just kind of skirting around the edge of the circle, but will be killed off regardless. It's going to be an 0 for 3 as they're going to keep chasing down Bulba. A heat-seeking missile not quite going to do the job, but a blink in from Mind Control with that Infernal Blade will be able to get it done. Mind Control TP's out. Everyone going to be safe on the side of Liquid as there are 4 casualties on DC. It's looking like DC are just losing a lot of steam as this game moves into the mid-game.
Yep, that was 4 kills when the Haunt came out. Nobody on Liquid died at all. I guess DC do have Roshan potential. You know, perhaps they could smoke up and just run at Roshan, because DC or Team Liquid don't have any cooldowns right now. They used all their ultimates to take that team fight. That's perhaps the only opening I see for them right now, but it doesn't look like they're going to take it. I don't know. This is tough. This is what you're thinking about the next game.
Yeah, again, DC have that 1 game advantage, so it's not all on the line here. They still get 1 game to redeem themselves if they can't bring this one back, but, well, they're not tapping out till the bitter end. But looking at that net worth, it is just spiking. And this is on the back of a Spectre and a Tinker that are getting absurdly farmed and show no signs of slowing down.
Building into that Crimson Guard, just trying to tank up as much as possible, play that frontline role.
Tinker now has the Aghanim Scepter queued up, so gonna make that laser even more lethal in these team fights. It just seems like DC, they had a really clear game plan when they picked this draft. They wanted to get mobile, they wanted to have successful lanes and early rotations, and that just didn't happen.
Yeah, it just didn't work out. Liquid had a lot of control over their safe lane. They were able to kill off the Abaddon. Mid lane was extremely rough for Abed, and they couldn't help him too much. He kind of just had to do his own thing. And then Doom, once he got levels, he was actually very scary in the offlane. Doom and Crystal Maiden able to pretty much kill anyone in that.
Yeah, it feels like Mind Control kind of tried to play on this Doom the same way an Abaddon would, and it's being more successful than the Abaddon right now. Abba has his own Radiance queued up, but wow, they are going all in for this. Spectre's going to be getting ready to go. Monkey King just jumping away. There's a Doom spent out on Mason's Vengeful Spirit. This core Venge just feels like a support. Feels so flimsy right now. There will be a TP out. Dubu gets back to safety. They aren't able to go and get vision for that frostbite, but still, Liquid now get free pressure into this lane. Probably going to be able to turn it into the full tier 2 tower with Matumba Man just sitting back, farming casually, and already has that Manta queued up as his next item.
Yep, he's accelerating through his items extremely quickly right now. Tinker may get caught here. Monkey King can jump on a tree, but definitely does not want to tank the march. Not a lot of HP on him. They just can't do a whole lot, I guess. Abaddon is getting close to his Radiance at least. Almost at the relic for now.
Yeah, I mean, how much can this Abaddon Radiance change this up? If he's sitting with his teammates, if he's soaking up damage, if he's rocking missed chances, is that enough to get DC back in this?
Alone it's not, but it's definitely something. It's gonna go in their favor. I'm looking for things that can potentially help them get to that level where they can take fights, and they're very, very far away from that for now, but Radiance is definitely a step in the right direction. Monkey King almost has his Midas, he's about halfway there.
He's been working on that thing for
like,
so long.
Yeah, 10 minutes, it's at the same goal.
I mean, is this just not a great time for Monkey King to try to get that Midas? Should he have just bailed out a couple minutes ago and gone for the phase boots, gone for that core transition a little earlier?
I think he needs so many rounds of Midas as well.
Oh, here we go. Wukong's command coming in. They're doing a fair amount to the Doom. He's going to be popping off that new Crimson Guard. Doesn't make it outside the circle. GH going to be blinking away as Miracle is ready to keep the spam up, popping out the heat-seeking missiles. And yeah, this is getting pretty tricky to deal with. Doom goes down, DC, they're all still up, and they will be able to do a fair number onto this tower. Will go down.
Nice
Jump back in from
DC
Dubu.
there.
A little bit crazy there, but yeah. DC, they go in, they finally show some signs of life. We haven't seen a whole lot out of Abed here. Again, had a really difficult lane, went 0-4, and now a Haunt is just going to bring him down again. Okay, that's a godlike streak for our Spectre. That Radiance Haunt just came out and started decimating Team DC. Looks like Venge is going to be going down as well, finished off by the newly completed Dagon on Miracle.
Yep, DC, they actually, it was a nice maneuver from them. They forced the bottom tower. Liquid wanted to defend without their ultimates, hoping they could get away with it, but Dubu, hiding in the trees there, was able to get vision of it, and they just ported into a Wukong's command. They got some kills there, but of course, Spectre, Haunt came off cooldown, he pressed R, and everything.
Yep, Bulba, meanwhile, just gets exploded top lane. That was just something Tinker can repeat over and over and over again. Just the Dagon spam, it's only going to get worse as the Dagon gets upgraded. And yeah, the burst is just so ridiculous here. What's DC's plan against it? It seems like they're not quite tanky enough to live through any of these pushes.
Yeah, they just don't have the farm or the items. At this stage of the game, they're kind of just scrapping together whatever kinds of farm they can get, but Abaddon, he's not going to be getting tanky for a really long time. Witch Doctor, same thing. Monkey King, same thing. He just got his Midas. All these heroes are just going to kind of melt to the Dagon right now. They need to hope that they can get another fight like they did at that tier 2 tower where Monkey King was able to scout these heroes coming in, perhaps instead of on a Tinker like that, and they can sort of gank, but they need to make sure they bring the numbers or else Spectre's just going to Haunt and then kill him again. We are going into the Roshan, but Haunt is up in 25 seconds. Kill Roshan extreme quick with the Wave of Terror. There is no medallion up yet, but they have 1 negative armor. Liquid, they might know this is happening. They do.
Yeah, it seems like they're sniffing it out. GH goes in, Fissure hits onto 2. There's going to be heat-seeking missiles blasting around. They do end up losing their Earthshaker. Wukong's command comes forward. They trap Matumba Man in the circle, but he just walks right out. Monkey King getting low, killed off. It is looking pretty good for Liquid right now. Doom going to be sitting forward, gets the Doom off onto Abed, who just can't do anything. This poor guy is just being victimized here. Bulba pops his ult, he'll heal back up near full health, but then after that's over, he's a dead man. All of DC are dead in a 5-man wipe, trading only for the Earthshaker. Looks like Roche is theirs for the taking, but yeah, Liquid are quite ahead, about 20,000 net worth lead at the 27-minute mark.
Zero heroes you definitely do not want to play with or play against when they're ahead. Spectre, Tinker, leaking monsters, even the Doombringer.
Yeah, here we go.
Called.
Yeah, it seems like DC just kind of, you know, they don't want to waste any more mental effort on this game, realizing it's just 99.9% of a lost cause, so gonna be looking towards game number 3. It's all coming down to it. These teams in the Kiev Major group stages trying to seed themselves nicely for the main event. So game 2 in the books. It was a quick one. It was just kind of DC trying to strat, didn't work, and Liquid, well, they executed exactly how they needed to. Hello everyone and welcome back to the English coverage of the Kiev Major group stages. We are now on our last game of the round 3 mid. This is going to be teams that went 1-1 yesterday in their group stage best of 3s, and now again game 3 in this best of 3. Team Liquid duking it out with Digital Chaos, the former Onyx squad. I'm Android, being joined once again for the final time by Brax. What's up, man?
Not much, just excited for game 3. We have the same bans as we expected. Meepo from Team Liquid, they don't want to play against Abed's Meepo. GH's Wisp, also very scary, even Kuroki plays it sometimes. And we have the Weaver ban out in the first phase. One of Mason's better heroes, for sure.
Yeah, one of his most played on this patch at least, and clearly we saw what it can do up against Team Liquid. So just a quick recap for those of you that didn't catch game 2. Basically just two very different ideas with the draft. Digital Chaos drafted a very mobile, very active early game squad, but unfortunately they couldn't get their Shadow Fiend off the ground, just got chain killed in the mid lane. And Liquid, they drafted a farm heavy later game squad that just really got what they needed to out of the laning phase and came online and won game 2, tied it up. So DC looking to prove their worth here, Liquid looking to take the series back into their hands. And now we are on with the first picks. Gotta have that tree ban just a little bit too strong still. Monkey King still available. Haven't seen a whole lot of Magnus in the series we've seen tonight, but still a lot of priority placed on that hero in general in the meta right now. And, well, what are you hoping to see in this, Brax?
10 seconds
You know, I'd love to see Magnus. I love the hero, but neither of these teams really favor it. Magnus definitely falling out of favor with a lot of teams. I think very, very few teams still want to play this hero. Very slow hero, so it's understandable. And Crystal Maiden first pick. Now we'll see if DC want to pick up the Monkey King for the 3rd game in the row.
Yeah, I mean, they can go for it. Dubu's had some pretty alright success. Game 1 definitely went his way when he was able to get the Basher and the Shadow Blade pretty early on. Had some super clutch Wukong commands, but yeah, game number 2, it just didn't feel right. He stopped to go in for the Midas, didn't even have phase boots by the time the game ended. It was just not great. Not a Monkey King that really got off the ground, but they'll go for it again. Looking to try it out, and I guess Digital Chaos had a little soul searching, figured out what didn't work about their draft last time, and they'll shake it up.
Yep, it's definitely one of these heroes that's really hit or miss, right? Some games you see Monkey King just completely go off, and then some games you see Monkey King just struggling to scrape together any sorts of farm at all, dies every team fight, and just really doesn't feel that effective. But alright, out comes Legion Commander, another strong hero this patch so far. Everyone's been playing this hero on pretty much every team. Very, very good in the lane, duel, great lockdown, press the attack, an excellent heal, also removes disables like CM's Frostbite.
Yep, changing it up. We're not going to see Bulba go for his Abaddon the 3rd time in a row. This time Legion's going to be there, but Team Liquid, they go for a Clockwork here. Some good initiation, might have a tricky time in the lane, but again, mid games where he really starts thriving, and What are the chances we think Liquid are going to be going in for that Shadow Fiend to get the
10
Cog
seconds
Soul combo to
remaining.
start him off well in lane?
I don't know. Unless it really
5
looks like a good
seconds
Shadow Fiend game,
remaining.
I think they'll probably try to pair up the Clockwork with the Invoker, which I expect DC to ban out.
Reserve time.
Yeah,
But
I mean, DC do have first pick in this next phase, so if they wanted to get Abed his Invoker, they could go for that, but again, Team Liquid can counter that pretty easily.
yeah, I don't know if it looks like it's going to be the best pick for them. They ban out the Terrorblade. I
Liquid's
wonder if we'll
turn
see a
to
Spectre
ban.
ban here instead of the, what was it? It was the Naga Siren, right? Actually, we'll probably see the Naga Siren ban still.
Yep, Team Liquid appropriately scared of that. It can just delay the games a little bit too long, let DC get a little bit too farmed, so we'll see.
10
Team Liquid making up
seconds
their
remaining.
mind here. Other notable things to ban what DC have been thriving on. Already took out the Weaver. Juggernaut, still a
DC's
hero that
turn to
Mason loves to
ban.
play. Abed could take it in the mid lane if necessary, but well, they'll take out the Rubik. No surprises there, just a really good all-around utility support.
Very good against the Clockwork. He can lift him out of the cogs and then pretty much kill him in lane. Very hard to
10
lane against that
seconds
when you don't
remaining.
want to cast cogs at all.
DC
5
taking their time
seconds
for this
remaining.
next ban. I mean, Liquid, what happened last game is they just picked really strong laners. They picked heroes that farm up and get
Reserve
active
time.
later on in the game, and the chain kills mid really helped set them up for success. So maybe a good part of Liquid's strategy is just lock down Abed, pick heroes that rotate to the mid pretty early, but Liquid, we'll see. Anything you really want Liquid to be picking up here? Anything you think could really help them out? Go back in for the Spectre?
They definitely want to make sure they have a favorable mid matchup because it's clearly obvious that DC heavily rely around Abed's gameplay. And if he's crippled in the lane phase, just like we saw in the last
Liquid's
game, it was the
turn to
Tinker versus
ban.
the Shadow Fiend. He had such a hard time. Shaker even came in to rotate later
DC's
on and just
turn to
killed him
pick.
over and over. So yeah, probably looking for pretty good matchups as DC. Their gameplay looks like it does rely on these winning lanes a lot of the time.
Well, Spectre going to be picked up by
Liquid's
Digital
turn
Chaos
to
here,
pick.
so taking a page out of Liquid's book. I'm assuming we're going to see Mason just play it in the safe lane, not getting anything too crazy like a mid Spectre, but what are the challenges that come with picking a Spectre, especially this early on in the draft?
Well, with Spectre, you need to make sure you can
10
secure his
seconds
lane
remaining.
because he's not the strongest laner. He has like 48 damage, and all these
5
offlaners are now
seconds
building
remaining.
Poor Man Shield. They're just tanking it up. But yeah,
Reserve time.
there is the Clockwork. So unless Team Liquid really want to dedicate a lot of resources to Clockwork, or maybe throw Clockwork in the safe lane and then try for some aggro, but that doesn't seem kind of like Team Liquid style. They're always playing these heavy late game cores. There's still the Naga Siren
Lena.
in the pool, but Naga not the best hero against Legion.
DC's
Spectre's
turn to
also
pick.
not bad against Naga. And Team Liquid go for the Lena, a strong mid laner.
All right. What counters Lena pretty well? I mean, she's super squishy. Are there mid laners that can just totally destroy her?
She lanes
10
well
seconds
against everything,
remaining.
but TA destroys her throughout the mid game. Once TA picks up that Blink and
5
Desolator,
seconds remaining.
it's really difficult for Lena to deal with that, especially if she kind of has fallen behind in the mid game.
Reserve time.
Yeah, I feel like TA could be a pretty good pick overall here. If Clockwork even hook shots onto her and locks her down, TA really excels in that 1v1 combat. So we'll see. DC taking some time to decide. Going into their fourth pick here. Still need a secondary support. Could get a lot of use out of, well, who have they been playing? They've been playing a little bit of Sand King, just a small amount. Keeper of the Light, still available if they wanted to go for that, just to kind of break up the fights, get a good blind going on. And wow, okay, Liquid flipped this right back around and go for a Naga of their own.
All right, Naga's Siren. You know, Naga's actually strong in lane. She has like 6, almost 7 armor. I think she gets 7 armor with like 1 branch or something, but Riptide very strong early on. Definitely has a lot more lane presence
10
than Spectre.
seconds
They could
remaining.
go for some kind of aggro lane into Spectre to try to get their
5
heroes better
seconds
matchups.
remaining.
Yeah, I mean, just based on the heroes so far, do you think we're going to go for,
Reserve
mid-game
time.
team fights and early push, or is this just going to be Spectre farms and Naga farms and 100 minutes in we'll have some sort of clash?
Well, it looks like Team Liquid, they don't really want to just AFK farm. They also want to be able to use the Song of the Siren to take team fights. They have Clockwork set up so they can use Song of the Siren. They can find the Warlock, kill him instantly, or they can just wait till the rock's dropped and then use the Song. They have the Song to reset the duel as well. But they'll definitely look to a
10
team fight
seconds remaining.
with their ultimates because they want to take these fights. DC, they also have strong teamfight heroes as well, but if it gets reset by the Song of the Siren, it definitely favors Team Liquid.
Alright, last band coming out. They take out the Darkseer. I mean, I guess anticipating that maybe they might roam the Clockwork as a position 4 and they just want to keep their lane stable, but, well, not going to be an option anymore. And Liquid get one more ban against DC. Probably going to be taking out one of those mid laners that Abed desperately needs. I mean, what can Abed go for here? We talked about the TA potential. If that gets banned out, what's the next best choice?
I think TA looks a lot less good for DC now that Naga Siren came out. TA is extremely bad against Naga, does not handle illusions well at all, and the matchup in the mid lane is actually very hard against Alina. It's just in the mid game where TA does well against Alina. So I don't think they'll go for that. Maybe they'll try to go for something along the lines of they could go back for the Invoker, SF, these kind of heroes, but again, Lina, strong matchup against these heroes, and they have the roaming potential from Maiden and even the Clockwork if it is support, because right now, DC's heroes, they don't really want to roam. Monkey King, he's not the strongest roamer anymore. Alright, out comes the Ricky. Okay.
That is bold choice. I like it. DC last pick here. We have seen Abed go in for a little bit of Tinker recently in the last 30 days. Is that something that could do well here, or is the push already taken care of?
I think Naga Siren is one of the biggest Tinker counters in the game, because they play the exact same game style where they want a lot of time to get to their items, and then he doesn't deal with Radiance well. He can nuke Naga illusions out and everything, but it kind of reveals his positioning, and Naga can song and just go on him. It's just not good. And out comes the Ember Spirit.
All right. Nice choice here. So we have all our drafts for game number 3. This is going to be the last game in this series, the last game of the round 3 mid in our Swiss style bracket. These teams looking to seed themselves nicely in for round 4. Based on draft alone, who are you liking?
I think I like Team Liquid's draft a lot. They have a lot of ways to take team fights. They have Clockwork Hook into the Ricky Smoke, Lina setup as well. Naga Siren can even start these fights with the Song of the Siren, drop the Ricky Cloud on top. And I just think they have this is like a Team Liquid draft. You know, they have the Naga Siren, they have these heroes, Crystal Maiden. It just looks like their kind of draft.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty difficult. I mean, what's Digital Chaos's game plan to execute this cleanly? Because clearly Liquid got what they want. They've got a clear plan on what they're doing and how they're laning. DC's best shot is...
So DC, they can play a lot off this Legion commander. Legion's really strong in the offlane against what they have. Also, their team fight is not weak by any means. It really is just a matter of who gets the initiation first. Spectre can haunt to kind of set up these team fights so Legion can duel off. Warlock can drop the rock. Ember Spirit, tons of magic AoE damage along with Warlock's fatal bonds. It's just one of these games where it just depends who gets the fight, who starts it first.
Alright, so we are starting it off. This is going to be a very interesting match. What lanes are you looking forward to watching? What do you think is going to be the bloodiest, the feistiest?
Definitely the mid lane. Lina has a pretty good matchup against the Ember Spirit, but Ember Spirit with some roaming potential could do something. Monkey King, not the greatest roamer anymore, of course. He typically likes to sit in the safe lane and zone. Crystal Maiden, though, very, very good roam. Of course, the Ricky as well.
Alright, so Spectre versus Naga. I mean, if this does go really late, if we're still talking about like an 80-minute game, who's looking stronger there? The Ember and the Spectre versus Naga Siren and Ricky, who's going to be 6-slotted at that point?
Slick-slotted Ricky?
Yeah, he can do it. I believe in him. If this is like 90 minutes, you think Kuroki won't get 6-slotted?
No, I think he'll be naked. He'll have like, well, you never know. It depends what kind of farm he gets early on in the game. But, I don't know, it's really hard to say because Spectre and Naga, once they're really farmed, they kind of do the same thing in these team fights. But it just comes down to how much farm these other heroes can get. How much farm Clockwork can get, Legion Commander can get, Lina versus the Ember Spirit. Like, if Warlock and Monkey King are extremely poor in this game, they're not going to be able to do anything to this Naga Siren. They won't even survive these team fights. They'll die to just AoE nuke damage. Same thing with Crystal Maiden and Ricky, though. Even the Clockwork, when Haunt comes out, very hard to deal with.
Alright, so starting things off, we got Kuroki just poking around. We'll find Bulba over here in the jungle, but may go for a Rune Steal. Not going to be anything too crazy. Got 3 DC heroes down here. Do you think Mason's actually going to need this tri lane, or is he going to be left alone as soon as the game starts and these guys start rotating?
They'll definitely just hang around. They don't have really anything else to do. Warlock doesn't want to leave the lane until much later. He might go top to help LC, but I don't know. It just seems unlikely. Monkey King can probably solo zone. They're
Abed.
making a move on Abed.
Yeah, he's in some trouble here. Definitely going to get denied the rune. It looks like it will be picked up by Matumba Man. And Abed already chunked down to half health. Going to have to tango up and gets frostbitten here. Potentially first blood. They don't quite have the finish for it. And Abed will just use that Iron Branch tango. But already starting out at a deficit. Doesn't get that rune and has to be very careful about Miracle harassing him. Lina laning is just so scary. Her range is ridiculous.
Yeah, he's up against this tough Lina matchup too. The hill, or the creep walk, is on his hill too. This is not a good start for Abed. He's gonna have his salve delayed, or tangos, whatever sort of regen he's bringing.
Oh, up top we
start.
are going to have Bulba snapped up by the Frostbite. Going to have to play a lot more defensively here. We've seen Bulba's Legion Commander before, and you know, it's pretty brave. It goes into these fights, it kind of tanks the wave a little bit, but Bulba's going to have to be very safe here.
Yep, both offlaners having kind of a pretty hard start here. Mind Control, Clockwork, he can always find his experience, but how much farm can he really get in this lane when Monkey King is a little pudge courier hitting him over and over?
Yep, he's
Why is that in the game?
It's a cute little mechanic. Look, he's a tree. But
You said the tree's gonna kill you.
it's okay. Anyway, Mind Control, like you mentioned, not going to be getting a whole ton of farm, just has to 1v1 with Dubu, and Mason should have a pretty safe lane down here unless there's going to be rotations in, so Clockwork just going to be all about the levels, trying to soak whatever farm he can, but he's all about that level 6 and then wants to rotate.
If this mid lane is extremely hard for Ember now, especially with that start. He has to use all his regen at the beginning, and Flame Guard doesn't do a whole lot in this matchup.
Going to be forced back. I mean, this is really tough. Up top, we've got Bulba getting slapped down to a 3rd health, just going to be going and tangoing up, and that's the last of his regen. See, he's got a magic stick queued up, but still going to be a while before he can fly that in, and Naga going to be free farming as well. That seems like it's real dangerous for DC. What's their best option to deal with this? Just kind of stick it out and hope Legion Commander can get something?
Well, Legion is getting to the point where she's at a level 2. Ricky's going to move around because he wants to get these bounty runes. He can lane a bit better now, especially once he skills up the overwhelming odds, so he has no threat of dying. But he's just dipping out into the jungle for now. Maybe Monkey King will make a rotation up into the top lane. He's actually jumping on the mid lane here. Miracle might be in some trouble.
He's just going to walk back uphill. Abed doesn't have those searing chains yet, so yeah, he procs the Jingu Mastery, but Dubu can't really do anything about that. We do have Ricky kind of crawling around the mid lane, maybe thinking about a courier snipe, but a courier's nestled safely in base right now.
Yep, Mind Control's offlane looks a bit easier than Bulbous for now. Team Liquid they're putting a lot of pressure, or they were, at least in the first 2 minutes, on zoning this Legion Commander. But now, once LC gets leveled, it's kind of inevitable. Ricky wants to roam around to get these bounty runes, kind of see what he can do across the map.
Down here we got Kuroki postured up. I mean, maybe looking for some harass onto Demon, but more just keeping eyes on the situation, making sure nothing's stacking up too nicely, so well, chasing in. They're going to be pinging it out, but Demon walks safely back under his tower. Overall momentum still looking good for Mason. Our last hit's going to be led up by the Naga, who's just gotten, again, a really free lane as Bulba has to play super, super safe. Now down bottom, there is going to be a scan here. Radiant know that there's some dire heroes crawling around. Kuroki making his way in. So.
Ricky.
Yep. Mason just zoned back by Cogs, burns up a little mana, but altogether he's fine. Meanwhile, mid lane, Abed still having a lot of trouble. Last game and this game, his mid lane was just really punished. I think Liquid allocating the appropriate resources to make sure that he's shut down, because he's really a huge part of DC's momentum.
Yeah, Abed just to level 4 and Lina's 1 creep away from 5. That's just the price he has to pay for Monkey King leeching his experience. But he's got the nice shrine. This is a tough matchup, big time. And Lina not afraid of Monkey King at all. Monkey King's actually going to go back down to the bottom lane. Yeah, good lane setup from Liquid so far. They look like they're winning all of their lanes.
Looks a little bit similar to game number 2, and of course we saw in game number 2 Liquid just falling out of control because they had a free farming core, and well, Naga, similar story here, just kind of chilling. Matumba Man already 32 last hits at 4.5 minutes. He's going to have that Iron Talon flying in, so the jungle is going to be even quicker, the farm just going to accelerate. what's going to be the go point here? What is Liquid waiting for until they get real active and real scary?
I imagine they're just gonna keep trying to farm as much as they can. Naga Siren wants to get to that Radiance. Clockwork level 6 is their obvious first, like, go button. You know, they can pressure a lot with the hook shot, especially
Top
in the
lane.
mid lane.
Bulba getting body blocked in. Matumba Man trying to keep on top of her. They got riptide up in 1 second. Oh, Bulba turns to go back in, and that will be first blood. GH snaps that one up, and, well, gonna be feeling real good for Liquid there as down bottom got some more harass as well. Mason just being healed up by his buddies. Ooh, Dubu snaps up the kill onto Miracle. Abed gets low, but very nice. They're able to turn that one into at least a good trade, taking out the mid.
Yeah, Miracle was playing very aggressive, and Dubu was there on the trees ready to jump, and they're able to kill him there. Very nice. That's exactly what Ember Spirit needs to kind of get what he needs out of the lane. It's still going to be a tough matchup, but once he hits his level 6, there's a lot more kill potential on this Lina, and she'll have to be a bit more careful.
Yeah, Abed unfortunately, empty bottle, no more regen, has to walk all the way back to the shrines behind the racks in order to get back in.
Demon down bottom lane gets caught by Mike. He's in big trouble.
Yep, Dubu going to be TPing in as well. They will be able to go ahead and get the kill on the Warlock, but Mind Control might be in some serious trouble. Kuroki is going to jump in, but then just bails out, leaving his friend for dead, as there's just no way of salvaging this. Mason going to be able to go and get the kill on that, so Spectre starting that snowball, just getting that free farm, and now starting to roll kills into that as well.
Yeah, Monkey King's actually in this, and he has 3 stacks from Chiku Mastery. They might be able to make a play out onto mid lane here. Abed's about to hit level 6 in like 2 creeps.
Yep, killing Miracle would be real nice here. They got the Boundless Strike to start things off. Still no Wukong's command, only level 4. Now Miracle going to be taking some damage from the Sleight of Fist, and that's going to be the go. They just need a little bit more, and they can't get it. There's a TP in from Crystal Maiden cancelled, as Miracle's going to be just fine, backing off and playing safe. Meanwhile, down bottom, Mason, low health and no mana. May have to back off from this lane just a little bit. Mind Control going to be hitting that level 5 pretty soon, and almost has what he needs to out of the lane.
Yeah, Clockwork getting really scary in this lane now, hitting level 5 already, 2 points into that battery assault. And with the Ricky rolling down, if someone gets trapped in cogs with the smoke screen on top, it's definitely death for them.
Got GH trying to chase in. They will eventually get the net onto Bulba. He's able to purge off the net, but gets dropped right back into the frostbite. Makes it back, but isn't going to be able to give any contest to that free farming Naga Siren, who's starting to be a real issue. Almost 50 last hits onto the Naga. Why is that sorted like that? Ooh, there we go. Yeah, she's going to be 3,300 net worth right now at only 7 minutes in.
And she shows no signs of slowing down anytime soon. DC unable to really pressure Naga Siren at all. They're trying to deal with their own safe lane right now. Clockwork getting a ton in this lane.
Yeah, it looked tough for him. He got killed once, but since then hasn't been giving away anything.
Came back and got the solo kill off onto the Warlock. Very good for him. Warlock only level 3 at this stage of the game.
Yep, certainly no ult. There's going to be Ricky moving in. Maybe they can go for a kill onto Demon here, and they're going to go ahead and try. Silence off, so Boundless Strike won't be coming in. Cogs trapping too. Kuroki getting low, right into the jaws of Mason, trying to run for it. Meanwhile, there is still going to be a kill coming out of Mind Control. He finds one and might be able to find another. Dubu, he goes down the rocket flare. Going to be coming in just in time. Mind Control is so low. The Cogs to hold back Mason, and there's no mana for the Spectral Dagger. Mind Control lives through this gank. He actually is able to go in, get what he wants, and come out alive on the end.
Oh my god, Mason wasn't expecting the stick, didn't stick on him, and Mind Control makes it out with his life. They're big plays here in this bottom lane.
Yeah, that is exactly what Clockwork wanted. Shows off that level 6 in style. He's going to go heal up, and now Liquid can get a little bit more mobile. DC still waiting on their big team fight abilities. Obviously, a long time till that chaotic offering comes on.
Ooh, and Bulba with the dual win up top, but he does go down to Matumba Man.
Yep, Matumba Man getting pretty big. Naga Siren really uncontested for top farmer. Spectre, again, has had a free lane, but Naga is going crazy.
Yeah, her net worth is really starting to skyrocket right now. She's got so much, like compared to, out comes the Haunt. Miracle.
Yep, Miracle in a lot of trouble there. It was a pretty big commit for that Lina kill, but definitely worth helping Abed just retain control of his lane. He had a really tough time starting out, but hasn't died yet. Cut it close a couple of times, but he's starting to get where he needs to be. Has that Veil queued up. So we'll see Ember start to be having a little more impact as the game moves forward.
Yep, this is going to be such an early Radiance from the Naga Siren. We saw last game, Radiance came out at like the 20-minute mark, and it was still so impactful. This is gonna be like 14 faster than that.
Keep an eye on Matumba Man. They do have Legion Commander in the area. Matumba Man's very low mana. Does have just enough for that Song of the Siren. We'll see if he's going to be casting it here. Seeing 2 heroes in the area. There we go. Just going to be a Song. Waiting for the rest of her buddies to come forward. They do have GH now ready with that Freezing Field. Looks like they're going to try to fight this out. The Freezing Field comes in, but immediate Boundless Strike onto GH. The net does hit onto Dubu. Going to get purged off by that heal from Bulba, and he's just going to be hopping away. So I guess burned an ult from Liquid, cost a couple of resources. Meanwhile, down bottom, oh man, Mind Control again, almost living here, trying to make it towards the Shrine. The Urn will finish him off though. Spectre grabbing up that nice early Urn, and I don't know that it's filled up to 2 charges. He's feeling alright.
Yep, nice early Urn pickup there from the Spectre. Guarantees him a kill. That also will help him farm in the jungle later on, keeping him nice and healthy.
Back towards our mid matchup, Lina going to be level 9 now. Still just sitting in, getting the farm he needs to. Ember Spirit also level 9, getting very close to that Veil. When does Ember Spirit want to start moving around? He's already got some remnants going for himself, but hasn't really left mid lane yet.
Yeah, he wants that Veil before he really moves. But in the meantime, they can come to him. They can see the games on Miracle just like this.
Yep, Searing Chains come forward, and that's all they need to hold him back. Miracle goes in for the Laguna, tries to take Demon out with her, but Demon's going to be living through this, and that's feeling real good. Meanwhile, up top, Hiroki just trying to keep eyes onto Bulba, who finally enjoys some free lane farm.
Yep, Naga Siren heading to the jungle. 2,500 gold now for our Naga. Spectre sitting on 1,200, but of course Spectre does have these other smaller items.
Moving in, it looks like Radiant getting active here, hunting for the Naga Siren. We're going to see Naga Illusions farming this up, but seems like this is the real one. They ping her out. That's the call. Remnant forward. They get the Searing Chain. Slap down with the Boundless Strike. Matumba Man just trying to run, but it's not going to be enough. And Abed now on a killing spree after what seemed to be a absolutely terrible lane. They're going to be turning this around, trying to get a kill on Miracle as well. Can they keep up with him? They go in. They drop the Golems just to make sure they get that kill, and it's super worth as now DC pick up the kill lead, starting to get their cores stacked up in net worth as well. This is feeling great for DC.
Yeah, Mason almost killed off the CM there. She was 1 hit from dying. Mind Control did rotate into the mid lane though. Let's see what he can do here. But yeah, DC just making great moves. They were able to catch out Naga Siren without his sleep cooldown up. That was the Arcane Rune usage on the Ember Spirit too, and now all of a sudden he's got a Veil. The Ember's the big winner in all these team fights, you know? He got his ass handed to him in lane, and now all of a sudden he's right back there. Lina looks like she's really struggling now.
Yeah, that's a pattern we've seen before from Abed. As long as his teammates are there, as long as he's able to go and style in his opponent, he can usually come back from a bad start. Up here, we are going to have Hiroki crawling around. Matumba Man's going to make his way into lane. Bulba going to be jumped on here. Does get netted, but we do have Wukong's command coming in from the trees. Boundless Strike connects on 2. Mind Control goes in, cogs up Bulba, but Bulba just going to keep fighting this one out. Maybe going for the duel here. Might be a good play, but no. Mind Control will get the kill. The monkey not going to finish him off. He's 1 hit from death, and he's going to be able to earn himself back up as Dubu just kind of sat back and watched that one happen. Didn't want to poke his head forward. GH, though, will be the sacrifice. Pop into the ult. Rocket Flare comes forward, getting Dubu low, but they're not able to find the kill. Net finally does connect, and oh man, the silence onto Abed. He's running for his life. Boundless Strike helps him out, buys him some space. Heal from the Warlock will secure his escape, but no! They're going to go back in with the Song here. There's plenty of Liquid bodies in the fight. They just got to make sure that Ember can't get out. With that smoke cloud popped in, he hops back to his Remnant, but gets hit by the Light Strike Array. Good prediction coming out of the Lina, and Abed finally falls. That's going to be a 4 streak ended, and almost 400 gold going straight to the Ricky.
Yep, Team Liquid bringing it back there. A nice kill on the Ember Spirit, and all of a sudden Mason is the net worth leader here.
Yeah, Spectre's been, quietly farming down bottom. We talked about Spectre versus Naga just getting free farm, but DC really turned their attention to this Naga, keeping her on her toes, even when she's off in the jungle, and Spectre's just been chilling.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yep, Miracle has definitely fallen a bit, but Team Liquid, they're looking up top. They do have the hook shot out.
Yep, Monkey King just going to be jumping out of danger here. Mind Control might go for a lucky shot. Going to get pinged here. He's actually in some really dangerous territory. Might get punished for this. They're going in. He's got his Rocket Flare going. The Smoke Cloud going to be huge. Kuroki times this one right. The Haunt coming forward as Spectre wants to participate here. There we go. Primal Spring comes down. No one's falling just yet, but there we go. First casualty will be the Legion Commander, but Abed ready to let loose. Mind Control going to be burning as well. Goes for the cogs, try to buy himself some time. There will be another Chaotic Offering connecting onto 2. Matumba Man does not have that song. GH just going to be trying to channel the ult for all he's worth, and a TP back in from the Lina might be enough to break this back up as everyone's looking a little bit low on mana. Dragon Slave comes forward, and the Laguna Blade able to finish off the Spectre. Mason just not giving enough credit to Miracle, overstaying his welcome, and they cancel the Warlock's TP. Founders strike to hold back Miracle, but another Dragon Slave secures a kill.
Have haste turn on this Lina to serious work here. Abed's not safe yet either.
I think he's going to be bringing in some friends, and although he's out of mana, he wants to fight this Lina. They're going forward. Miracle getting very, very low. Kuroki trying to help out here, but looks like now he's on the run. Mind Control eating his way out of the cogs, so very bloody fight, very long, drawn-out fight, but in the end, Abed still gets what he needs to.
Yep, Ember Spirit doing so much damage in these team fights that Vale picked up. It's so difficult for these guys to fight right now. They, like, Liquid have this combo with Naga Sleep where they can cog into the smoke screen, try to find and isolate heroes like Ember Spirit, Monkey King, or Warlock, but unless they have it, their team fight does not look very strong right now at all.
Yep. Switching to overall net worth, I mean, it's been an up and down battle. Currently Liquid holding on to just a little bit of a lead, but as the Spectre continues to go and free farm and clear out the jungle, that's going to change. She's got that Radiance queued up after going for the early earn, and she'll have it pretty well timed. I mean, already getting close to that Relic gold, about 1,000 gold off, and it's not going to be that crazy early 20-minute Radiance we saw last game, but still going to be great.
Yeah, definitely still a very good timing. They're gonna have hot tub in 20 seconds here. But these are not, they're very aggressive in this game. They're looking for everything. They want to take all these fights. Ember Spirit is super strong right now.
Abed getting pretty close to those boots of travel. He'll have them up in just a couple of seconds, and that's going to mean that DC has some really global teamfight presence. They've got Haunt if they need to get in. They can have Ember Spirit and Spectre pushing out other lanes, and then just have them TP in when the fight breaks out or when they're ready to initiate. DC's push is looking pretty good. Of course, we can never tap out the Naga Siren, who's now got the Relic on the Courier flying into her. Looks like she will be able to score a tower as well. So Matumba Man just playing patient. I mean, is this Naga where we need her to be, or is it starting to fall behind?
She's doing perfectly fine for that. So he breaks the smoke actually, and there's the duel.
Yep, it's going to be an easy kill onto that Riki. More damage stacking up for Bulba here.
Miracle's in because he did see the Monkey King jump there.
Just going to be hanging around. I mean, it's so dangerous to initiate here. They've got Mind Control for the hooks, but Abed is so slippery. They've got to combo it up really nicely. Miracle goes in with the Light Strike Array. They are able to get this done. Man, Abed can't do anything. He's going to be sitting back. We'll go back in with this flame. Wow, okay. There's the Wukong's command as Mind Control is just getting chunked. 2 heroes already dead. Naga's singing, but it's not going to be enough to save her teammates. She's just going to be crawling into the side shop, picking up a TP and bailing out as DC get the fight they were looking for. They turn that hook shot right back around in Liquid space.
Yeah, very weird there. They don't have the damage to kill Ember Spirit through his Flame Guard. It wasn't even close, actually. Even through all of Lina's spells and Clockwork as well.
Yeah, I thought for sure Abed would be the casualty and maybe DC could pick up a couple stragglers, but Abed, since the laning phase, has not been giving away anything.
Yep, he's definitely taking over the map right now, freeing up all the space in the world for Spectre. Only 150 gold off of the Radiance. Naga Siren very close to her Radiance, 50 gold off.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to have a scuffle in the woods. Matumba Man goes in, tosses out a net. Now they know Naga doesn't have a song. Mind Control coming forward. We'll be able to zone back Abed, but yeah, Matumba Man just forced to go and mirror image and try to run. Kuroki still getting some good vision for his team, but seems like Liquid just can't find the fights they're looking for. Even with Clockwork initiations, they can't get the lockdown they need.
Yep, and Lina's closing in on her Yules now. She actually pretty much has it. Very good for surviving the Ember Spirit damage, and she can also Yules LC before it blinks in to cast the duel. And I think DC are very happy with what they were able to do with their early game. They've salvaged Abed's lane phase, and pretty much he's so strong in these fights. It's just way too much damage to handle right now. Warlock getting his ultimates off in these fights too. We're sitting pretty comfy.
Yep. Here we've got Kuroki just keeping eyes on what's going on behind the tower. Hook shot in, they isolate Monkey King. They are going to smoke him up, and it looks like he will be an easy kill, but that's a support Monkey King and a tier 1 tower. DC are still going to be able to push this out and farm up. Abed is going to be clearing illusions. Kuroki still hanging back. So good little fight there from Liquid. Get a pick off, get a tower, keeping themselves active on the map, but still not addressing the big problem of DC, which is the fact that Spectre's now farming up very quickly, has the relic already, just going to be, you know, 500-600 gold off that Radiance.
Yep. The problem in my mind is that the supports on Liquid are not going to be able to deal with this haunt at all. Crystal Maiden, 740 HP, pretty much is going to melt to that. Ricky, he's invisible, so he'll be okay, but even heroes like Lina right now, not going to be able to deal with haunt too well. Of course, Naga Siren, we all know what she does. She makes illusions, carry the Radiance over, and she just farms everything on the map right now. Expect her net worth to skyrocket. Spectre also farms fast, but not as fast as Naga Siren, and Liquid are just using this Naga Siren to kind of get these lanes out. The rest of their heroes are moving together, looking for pickoffs. They use these illusions to kind of force the enemy team to make risky plays to get these lanes out, and then we'll gank people on these side lanes, but DC sticking S5 pretty much looking for their own play. Both teams thinking of the exact same thing, kind of looking at the other sides of the map, looking for heroes to kill.
Big smoke up here. This was just a Naga hunt at its finest, looking for Matamba Man being off guard, but again, with the Song of the Siren ready, it's just so difficult to kill off this Naga unless you chain stun her and blast her apart. She's just going to hit R and reset the team fight.
Yep, as the Naga gets more and more items, I think the Song of the Siren will come into play a bit more in these team fights, and then she can really stick her illusions on heroes like Monkey King, Warlock, and just destroy them in these team fights.
Middle tower is under attack.
Bulba crossing the river to join his team, so all of DC pushed up in this top lane. Liquid getting a little more time to farm up. Again, Naga now clearing out the Radiant jungle with her illusions, and there's a line drawn in the sand. They want to head down to this bottom lane and get this tier 2 tower here, while they know that DC are occupied top.
Yep, you can kind of just see Liquid. Nobody farms these lanes except for Naga, and Lina just sits in the jungle. That way they always stay off map, they're scary, they're threatening to DC, and they don't really know where they are. They could be in either of these two lanes here. Mind Control and Kuroki set up here on this bounty room pretty much. Seeing if they can catch out Abed.
Gonna be pinged out. They bring in Miracle here, and that might just be the burst damage they need. They go, they smoke them up, and there will be golems dropped in. Meanwhile, GH is just dancing around. There's gonna be a haunt coming forward. Wukong's command goes in as the song happens, so unfortunately, Crystal Maiden bites the dust. The monkey still punching Mind Control. Mason walking in and out of that song, burns himself on the mana. Mind Control trying to TP out, and they've got nothing to cancel it. So that's going to be the end of the fight there. Crystal Maiden for an Ember Spirit. They have to burn the song, but still really well done by Liquid.
Yep, definitely what they're looking for. They catch Abed. Big streak on him as well.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yep, that's a good amount of money going on to Miracle now. Marlena still thinking about that Bloodstone. Went for the early Yules before going for the Bloodstone pick. Just making sure that she's got the control it takes to hold everyone in place. Demon, well, tries to get saved by Bulba, but will still end up going down. Not a huge impact kill, as he already had his ultimate on cooldown and didn't really have much to contribute to the map, but still some net worth going the way of Liquid.
Yep. The advantage Naga Siren has over Spectre is not in the team fights, it's in this sort of game where a lot of mazes he's gonna die.
This is huge. That is a kill that they absolutely needed. Matamba Man there to get experience. Miracle there to soak up the gold. That is super necessary. Now Spectre's not going to be farming for 45 seconds, and this lane's going to push out all the way to the tier 2.
Yeah, I was trying to say that these lanes are not safe at all for DC to farm. They get pushed out by illusions, Lina's just farming the jungle, and the rest of these heroes like Mind Control push out on the he's going to die as well.
Yeah, just
They're
little
just looking
picks.
for kills on the side lanes, and they can't really stop it. You know, they have to take risks to get out of these side lanes and push the lanes out, or else Naga's just going to keep farming everything. Everyone back into the base.
Abed goes to try to get some revenge for his teammates, but Light Strike Array connects, and he's silenced up. He can't run in out of this. Will get healed up by the Legion Commander, and now, even though GH is dancing, there's still some kills coming out. Mind Control trapped in the cogs, but there will be a Frostbite onto Abed. He's taken some serious damage from that negative burn, but a duel comes out. They lock down the Crystal Maiden, and they will be able to turn this in their favor. Ember Spirit lives throughout the whole gank, and they take 4. Definitely slowing down Liquid's roll a little bit. DC kicking and screaming, trying to reclaim this lead that they had.
Yeah, very nice play from DC there. They're grouped up, Liquid looking for maybe a bit of an ambitious play there, trying to dive deep for the Ember. They didn't have the Lina ultimate available in that fight, or Ember would have just died instantly, but Ember survives, turns around with the Veil and the Fire Remnant and just blows him up.
Yep, very well played. And now Ember Spirit, he's got his BKB queued up, so looking to get even more aggressive and be able to survive through these fights. Doesn't want to get, you know, completely comboed down like that. Wants to at least be able to fight his way through it. There's going to be a Shrine TP coming out of Mind Control who has his hookshot ready. And they are going to bring in Naga Illusions and Naga herself. So looking for a good hookshot here. Looks like they're going to flare it out. They will be able to get some vision. Figuring out what's going on. The hookshot connects onto the Warlock. He has his golems available. Does he just YOLO slap him down here? It looks like the Veil comes out. Demon trying to reinitiate into this fight. Naga, though, she's
They
singing.
found Monkey King.
She's retreating. Yep. Going forward. This will be a Light Strike array going in. Monkey King is in trouble here. Somehow still alive. Slaps down the Boundless Strike before he goes down. But they're able to chase down the Naga Siren. It's 3 heroes dead. Spectre continues to reinitiate. Still full health, full mana on her. Mind Control, the only survivor, gets held in place by the Searing Chains and completely comboed down. That is going to be a full 5-man wipe. Trading only for a Monkey King. They burn down Naga Song of the Siren as well. It's going to be a tier 2 tower. This is what DC's game plan was all along. Get the farm up on their Spectre, get Abed huge, and just start taking lanes, winning fights, and, well, being unstoppable.
Yeah, Team Liquid there with the Song of the Siren. They found Monkey King. They thought they could take the fight, but Bulba was in range to duel Lina immediately once the song ran out, and they just take that fight convincingly. I mean, they thought they had it set up well with the hook shot onto the Warlock, but unfortunately there was no one there in time to follow up on that, so kind of a wasted effort there. And now Spectre almost at his Mantis style. Legion Commander working towards that BKB now too. Blade Mail doing big work in these team fights. And Abed almost has his BKB. It's looking pretty scary.
Yep, quick pause here, as is tradition at these events.
Quick.
It'll be quick this time. Yeah, of course there's lag, but yeah, I mean, Liquid clearly, they lost 2 big fights in a row. It's not looking good. The net worth you see is just piling up in DC's favor. How does Liquid take this back? Like, how do they play calm and collected so they don't fall victim to these DC ganks?
They need to keep playing off of their strengths. Like, their biggest strength in this game is the Naga Siren.
Yeah, Bulba moving forward. They get a very quick kill on the Naga Siren. There's no time to react, and a duel comes out in the Lina before she can do anything. Ult from the Crystal Maiden buys some time, and Ricky will be able to go in. Bulba is still alive, does not die to Kuroki just yet. Now Kuroki hopping into his tricks of the trade. He'll come out of it. Do they have vision on him? There's a hook shot back in. Clockwork still trying to take this fight. They do lose the Warlock. It's going to be a 3-for-3 right now. Kuroki jumping back down to the low ground, and Mason, well, he's still alive. The big boy cores on DC stay up, but it's still a good fight for Liquid.
Yeah, trading kills, but of course Naga Siren goes down. Ember and Spectre live. They're definitely the big winners in that fight, but yeah, they just need to keep playing on the lanes. Like, Naga Siren can get these lanes out very safely without any real threat of getting ganked. DC need to eventually show with the hero, and if there are 2 lanes being pushed at the same time by Team Liquid, then that means somewhere they're going to be spread thin, and Team Liquid can use their numbers advantage to take a favorable fight. But I don't know, if they can't kill these targets quickly, then it's not going to be very good for them. Abed has his BKB up now, so he probably is not going to be able to be killed by these sorts of ganks. LC also very tanky, and Spectre, once she has that Manta, she can also start to push these lanes out reliably too.
Yep, Bulba kind of, you know, staying quiet. He's not going to be top in the net worth chart, just hanging around middle of the pack, but already 62 damage from 1 duels. Going to be getting that BKB very soon, like you talked about, so he's just kind of a silent threat. Goes in, locks down 1 person, makes it so Liquid can't reinitiate, can't turn this around, and we'll see how things are moving forward. Miracle, I mean, it feels like Miracle versus the world here, where we can go in, get a good Light Strike array set up, he can Laguna someone, but after that there's really no follow-up. He's kind of a one-man show here. The rest of his team can't usually get in position quick enough to help him out.
Yeah, they've got a lot of things to go through in these fights. They have to, like, tank the Haunt, and then out comes Warlock ultimate, and of course Monkey King's ultimate, and it's just, they can't get back far enough to get these key kills they want.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Right now,
attack.
net worth and XP still in DC's favor, but Liquid making up for some lost time here. Again, Naga just sitting back, passively farming, clearing out all the jungle camps. Her net worth is still top of the chart. She's still holding on here.
She's still definitely very farmed, and she has the entire map to farm, but of course, we've seen her drop multiple times in these team fights, just gets blown up by that Ember Spirit damage.
Going in right now. Earlier on, Radiant did scan the pit, thinking that Dire maybe were trying to sneak a Roshan, but Dire, they're just crawling around Radiant's bottom jungle, trying to keep this lane pushed in. Kuroki going to be leading the charge, revealing if anyone's coming into this area over here.
Yeah, both teams kind of just looking for ganks right now. Neither team wants to start Roshan and be put in that position where they can take an unfavorable fight inside Roshan, really swing open this game.
Yeah, both teams have the potential for a really nice small AoE fight, just depends on who gets the jump. Looks like there will be DC making a move towards the pit, or at least towards the mid lane looking for a pick.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Abed, the Canary here, seeing if anyone jumps on him, but he's got backup, and he's very, very hard to kill. Again, we talked about that 10-second BKB. He's got himself an Octarine queued up as well.
Yep, Spectre can pretty much deal with all these split push shenanigans for now. He can always TP back and haunt into the fight. Now that he has that Manta, there's no real threat of him dying in front of his base. So, they need to find something new on Liquid for them to be able to make plays. DC want to do Roshan, then they can. They don't do it very quickly, of course, especially without the Spectre, but it is a possibility of something they can do to kind of force Team Liquid to take maybe a bad fight that they don't want.
I mean, if the game just keeps going like this, where no one touches each other, DC kind of farm up, they're rotating as a group, if Naga keeps pushing out, clearing all the camps, pushing waves, is this possible for Liquid to win, or do they really need to start getting active and seeking out good fights for them?
Anything's possible with Nagasarn, of course, but DC are farming more cores than Liquid are for now. You can see LC. Oh, smoke up, and we're heading down into the jungle here. Krogan's gonna pop the smoke.
Abed just going to be slapping around, looking for more important targets than just the Riki. Again, pings come out onto Abed. The dust goes forward. They see mind control. The Spectre Haunt comes forward. Who are they going to go on here? It looks like there will be a duel onto the Clockwork. Naga, she's singing while she TPs, and there will be a Boundless Strike to hold back this Crystal Maiden. It's going to be a 2 for nothing. Just a Clockwork and a CM, but that's going to way open up the Roche pit.
There's just not enough team fight on Liquid side to be able to take these fights at all. The net worth is still pretty even right now, but you can see that the way these team fights are going right now, they're not close at all.
Yeah, and you got to take into account that Naga's holding on to a huge portion of the net worth, and they just keep killing her. So we'll see as the fight goes on. As Riki's, I mean, he's still playing pretty aggressively here. DC don't have a gem yet, but as soon as they do, these plays are not going to be working out. Riki showing off that new Diffusal Blade. Warlock walking right into the smoke, trying to force himself up to the high ground, but just traps himself in. Meanwhile, in the pit, Lena's going to be going, finds the Yule's up, but there's going to be a duel. Lena going to get punished for this immediately. Crystal Maiden going for the up-so ult, but will just get blasted down by the Remnant. Abed unstoppable. Bulba finally falls, but now Mason's in the fight. Still looking to hold on. There will be a hook in onto an illusion. Mason now Diffusal going to be Manta-ing that off, running back up to the high ground. They dodge out that smoke cloud, and it's time just for a clean escape. Abed, though, trapped in the Ancient Pit. Is he going to be able to get down to the low ground? Remnants out from the backside, and Mason in some serious trouble waiting for that dagger, but that's not going to be helping him out. He's going to be going down, buys out the 2 Plate of Alacrities for his Diffusal before he dies, but still really big kills there for Liquid.
Yeah, these deep wards that Kuroki placed are doing extreme work for them right now. He was able to find the Warlock, they got kill the Warlock off before he could even do anything at all, and they were able to just take that fight. DC maybe felt a bit overconfident there. They decided to take that engagement even after losing the Warlock. They blinked in, got the duel off on the Lena, killed Lena, but LC pretty much killed himself for that. I guess in the end he did gain some duel damage, but big swing from Liquid there.
Yeah, looking at the net worth, it's dipping back in their favor. That was that big mountain where DC won 2 fights in a row, but problem is just keeping that momentum spiraling, keeping those lanes pushed in, and it's going to get tougher and tougher as this Naga keeps getting bigger, more than halfway towards her Octarine core now, and I mean, how's that going to change things up? Is this Naga getting too hot to handle?
Well, it's definitely going to make it very difficult for DC to get these lanes out, more illusions, pushing these lanes out over and over and over. Like, this game is not going to end in one big team fight or anything like that. It's going to take multiple team fights. Everyone's going to have to get extremely hard to be able to deal with all these illusions. It really happens. As you can see, Dubu pretty much dying to illusions right now. Cannot handle them at all.
Yeah, I mean, what's the best itemization to clear that out? Does Abed have to go for like a Shiva's or something? What do you, like, Mjolnir? What's going on?
He'll probably definitely go back for the Mjolnir. Very good at clearing out these illusions. He almost has his Octarine core. I was wondering if he would go into like a physical damage build later on in this game to help deal with them a bit better, because once they start getting into like that 3000 HP territory, the magic damage doesn't really cut it for killing illusions. But yep, Octarine core probably into the Mjolnir. He already has the BKB. Just fine for now. But the real question is, like, Monkey King, he does have the Hand of Midas, but he's not able to farm any of these lanes, so we're not going to be able to see him get to the Basher or any items that help him survive in these team fights like Shadow Blade, BKB, or anything like that. Kind of the poverty monkey for now. If he can somehow find some farm, these team fights will get a lot better for DC for sure, but of course that's just something not available right now.
I mean, Liquid, since they lost those two fights, been playing a lot more evasively, not moving aggressively, not really staying clumped up as a group, not letting themselves fall victim to those Wukong's commands. And well, as we say that, Kuroki just goes for a free pick on the Monkey King, soloing down Dubu. May pay for this with his life, but, you know, you win some, you lose some.
Oh my gosh, 732 gold from a Ricky kill.
Yeah, that's a lot of gold, and it goes straight onto the Spectre. So, in the end, it's going to be a pretty big gold swing towards DC. And Mason, I mean, he's getting pretty big, has 1,300 gold saved up, going to be needing another 400 for buyback, but Manta Diffusal already online along with the Radiance. What does Mason go for next?
I think he'll probably go for the heart. That's the common for him to go, especially against the Radiance Burner to help him keep it full HP in all these fights. He may walk into some danger here. Liquid are kind of set up here. They do have the Lina in the area.
Yeah, he's playing a little bit safe, just clearing out illusions. Like you mentioned, DC, they know their lanes aren't safe at all times just because of the Naga, because of the Ricky's vision, but with Ricky down, there's just a little bit less risk.
Yep, all their wards that Team Liquid had have expired now. They had 2 deep wards, and one was countered, one ran out, so maybe they feel like they need to go back and get these wards up, but they're doing Roshan instead. They see DC at the bottom lane, and they just go straight into the pit.
I mean, they're gonna definitely take their time with it, but it's melting slowly but surely.
It's going down way too fast for DC to really do anything about it.
And oh, there's the TP in. Looks like Legion Commander goes forward. There will be a sleep as they're just going to be trying to go through. Looks like Miracle is able to get the Aegis. It's a dire Roche, but now they might make the Dire pay for this. Remnant's going forward as Abed shows off that BKB, just trying to catch up with Naga, but Naga going to be netting him back in place. Meanwhile, in the fight over here, Mason able to find a kill onto Mind Control. Kuroki takes out Dubu, and yeah, there's just going to be a Kuroki sandwich here. Gets diffuseled up. There will be a Yules and a Light Strike Array onto the Ember Spirit, who's getting low, taking some serious damage from Miracle, but able to remnant himself back to safety. And now Lina in trouble here, burning down. The Aegis going to be going out. Can they keep her down a second time? It looks like the upheaval channel from the Warlock. Yeah, they are taking her right apart. And they know Naga Siren doesn't have her song here, so that's pretty much just a helpless Matumba Man has to watch her teammates die. So trading the Monkey King for burning an Aegis and getting 3 kills on top of that, certainly worthwhile for DC.
Yeah, definitely getting that Aegis off the map as well. And again, Spectre and Ember Spirit, they survive in all of these team fights. Abed 15, 2, and 15 now. Looking fantastic in this game, pretty much unstoppable. Has his full Octarine core in that team fight. He's got the Maelstrom queued up there. But yeah, BKB from the LC is there as well there too. And he got the duel off before, you know, he got his BKB off and the duel off in the song, so able to lock down that clockwork.
Yeah, I mean,
looks tough.
This Lina doesn't feel like she's scaling pretty well into this mid game at all. She had a really strong lane against Abed, but since then, I mean, she's picked up her Bloodstone. She's got 5 charges left. Look at Abed just man up here. There will be another song coming out. It looks like Liquid want to fight this. Upheaval being channeled from the Warlock. Monkey King, though, he's ready to leap down with the Primal Spring into the Wukong's command. We'll see how that goes down. Primal Spring onto 3. This is going to be huge. Another duel comes in. They easily take out the Naga Siren and the Lina. Monkey King still alive through all of this. Mind Control just sitting in the Wukong's command. Even through the Crimson Guard, taking some serious damage. Oh gosh, Warlock is going to get annihilated, but they're trading him for more. Kuroki just nipping away at the heels of Abed, hopping into his tricks of the trade, now targeting Bulba, but can he really run from this? Abed keeping him locked down. Can they keep vision up on him? It looks like they sure can. Hold him in place with a Boundless Strike, and that's going to be everyone but Crystal Maiden going out. Abed gonna be tossing out a remnant, TPing back for some mana, but he'll be back for this. This tower is gonna be long gone, and maybe even some push onto the tier 3s as well. DC, once again, take a really nice fight and blast this game wide open.
Bulba's got so much dual damage now, plus 112 damage here. Really kills these buildings quickly. Naga has buyback, but I don't think she can do anything with the buyback at all.
Yeah, I mean, she's got her song, so maybe she can put a pause button on this, but then she's pretty easy to lock down and kill. Crystal Maiden just wandering around the back lines of the fight. Yeah, this is getting dangerous. I don't know if we pointed out that Bulba now has a gem of his own, so Ricky not going to be walking behind him and getting vision anymore, just going to be an easy dual target if he steps too close.
Yep, he actually has mind controls. They have two now, one on Monkey King and one on LC. Very, very crippling to lose your gem, especially when you're playing with a hero like Ricky, and in these kind of games, vision is so key for being able to do anything on the map. If they lose all their wards, then it's going to be very hard for Liquid to even push out safely at all.
Yep, net worth is just taking a quick 180, spiking back in favor of DC. Double damage rune now locked down, so Mason fishes his wish on that one, and they can keep pushing this. Liquid, they're back up with all their ults, but DC feeling stronger than ever. A next round of items coming in as well. Spectre going to be flying in the full butterfly now, so the missed chance on the Radiance as well as the butterfly making Mason really difficult to lock down.
Yep, and their lanes are in a good position. Ultimates are up. They're going to keep going right now. They have no reason to stop.
I mean, Naga Siren just sitting back in base. This is not the Naga we know and love that's pushing out 3 lanes at once and clearing jungle. Liquid have to play this really defensively till they get an opening to go in and take a smart fight.
Just so hard for them to find that opening, especially when DC are grouped up and they have all their spells like that. They're protecting each other. They have sentries in the back, so Ricky can't jump anyone.
I mean, Ricky, he's crawling around here, but again, we talked about Legion Commander having the gem. Monkey King is going to go ahead and drop it in base for now, so not getting too crazy with it. Picks up his Basher, though, so that next Wukong command is going to get real uncomfortable for Liquid.
Yep, it's still so hard for them to push into these illusions when everyone from Team Liquid are alive. They wanted to push the mid lane, but one illusion comes out, then the next, and they're just so tanky right now still.
Alright, so no doubt that DC has a lead, but how's Liquid's high ground? I mean, can they just kind of sit back and delay this and hold out for a long time until Macumba Man becomes this giant untouchable Naga, or is it just DC going to be slowly but surely taking the advantage more and more?
This game's definitely not over yet. High ground is still really hard. Kuroki actually has a ton of farm on this Ricky. He does a bunch of damage, but it's still the kind of game where Liquid are kind of playing to survive, it feels like, and DC are playing to kind of finish this one out and kind of close it, you know? If Liquid win one fight, the game keeps going on, but if DC win this next team fight in front of their base or something, it could really be a lot of buildings.
GH. Well, playing a dangerous game. Temporarily going to be dodging out some damage. The Radiance Haunt comes forward as they'd like to get the kill on Miracle. That mid Lina is obliterated. Bloodstone down to 2 charges here. Meanwhile, in the woods, Ricky going to be jumping onto the Monkey King. Does find a kill there. Demon chasing after him, and Abed able to jump forward. Bulba looking for that duel. Is going to get silenced. Nice smoke cloud popped out, and Kuroki may have just juked his way to freedom here. Searing Shades from Abed going to be off the mark, and now Macumba Man songing just to keep his buddies safe. Mason not able to crawl through it, so... Alright, Kuroki goes in, finds a quick pick, but losing the Lina there is pretty crippling.
Yep, Lina dies, but nothing is really being taken. Look at the bottom lane, Naga Siren cutting all these waves with her illusions. And DC pretty much won't be able to get an objective out of that unless they can take this mid, but I think mid might be too difficult to take, especially when Naga Siren just throws illusions down mid lane. Yep, they're just going to take the shrine instead and kind of hover around the Roche pit.
Roshan still 2 minutes till we see when it spawns. But either way, DC definitely looking like they can take this Roche pretty easily unless Liquid really get their act together and all move as a group and keep good eyes on DC the entire time.
Kuroki actually almost level 25 on his Ricky. He's still able to run out into the jungle and place these deep wards even against the gem. Just gotta be quite careful of where he walks. Dubu getting caught here by Kuroki here. It's dying so fast.
Once again, this is a Monkey King that could go down for a second time. Gonna get healed up by his teammates. Dubu getting the saves. Kuroki jumping around. Finally, Dubu loses his life to a rocket flare from the Clockwork, but, you know, good teamwork moment there. Mind Control jumps in, finds a target, but is it going to be too big to handle? Wow, they blow up that Warlock before he can get his ult off, and now there is going to be a duel rocking through that Song of the Siren. Remnant damage to help blow up. Abed now godlike. So, in the end, it's going to be a couple more kills going down. Yeah, they are able to go focus down Bulba. Mason is going to be running out of here along with Abed. Mason's going to be netted, has that Spectral Dagger down to the low ground, but is he going to get a chance to run? It looks like Mason might be killed off here. Okay. Liquid showing some serious signs of life, and they can go ahead and turn this into a tier 3 push so quickly. Naga Siren up. It cost her a buyback, but yeah, they're going to be able to take racks off this. There's a buyback on the Spectre, but that's really expensive at this point in the game.
Buyback from LC. They definitely do not want to buy back on the Spectre if possible, but...
TP back forward. Ooh, quick BKB from Abed. Matama Man just going to be running away with that Glimmer Cape, so... Yep, it's just going to be a quick hold there. Liquid, you know, you feel them getting that power spike, but then they're not able to convert it to racks, even with the Naga Siren, so... Only a quick dip for DC, back to the fountain. But
yep, this Ricky is causing some massive problems for DC. He does a ton of damage. That silence is very, very annoying, especially for Spectre when she's netted like that. But in the end, they get a Naga buyback for half a tier 3 tower. DC can't be too upset about that.
Yep, net worth chart starting to drop in favor of Liquid, but still in DC's hands for now. The top two on the board are that Spectre and the Ember Spirit, and both still have room to grow. Roshan, gonna be a long respawn this time, still about 3 minutes till that comes up. So for now, DC just gonna keep moving as a unit, looking for some little picks here. Kuroki getting real annoying on this Ricky. I mean, he's just been crawling around, even with the gem, still pretty much remaining evasive, going planting these really deep wards like you mentioned earlier, and it looks like a courier snipe. There was nothing on it, it was just flying out to the side shop, but still, good value there. Ricky slowing down next item progressions.
Yeah, Ball was looking for him with the gem, but he might not be able to find. They will spot this ward probably. Yep, they see the ward. And Naga Siren's actually building the BKB. Oh, just kidding. She had BKB in her quick buy, but now it looks like it's part.
Yeah, just making those illusions as tanky as possible. Bulba optimistically heading to the Roche pit, but yeah, it's definitely a longer spawn here.
Wow, they can actually kill Naga with like LC and pretty much any other hero just in the duel. Legion Commander has so much damage right now. That Blade Mail also helping a lot of this, a lot of these duels. Bulba might actually find Kuroki here.
Yep, does find Kuroki, goes for the Blade Mail, and yeah, they're going to be going Boundless Strike to start things off. They bring in the Spectre Haunt, taking no chances. Easy dual victory for Bulba. Now they're jumping around looking for more. They got Spectre, Illusion, revealing what's going down here. They can cancel Mind Control's TP in time. He pops onto the Crimson Guard, but that's optimistic at best. They're keeping him slowed down, they keep him shackled up, and that's going to be another kill for Mason. 2 heroes dead. They've got buyback on the Ricky, but instead they're just going to back off, reset. Again, another hop into the Roche pit for Dubu, but still a full minute till it's back.
It's just, what can Liquid do at this point? Like, they have the farm Naga Siren, they have the Lina. Ricky is very farmed at this stage of the game too, but once DC find the catch, you know, Haunt comes out, Crystal Maiden has to TP back to base every time Haunt comes out to avoid getting solo killed from it. It's just causing so many problems for them right now.
Definitely an uphill battle. I feel like the only way Liquid get back into this is getting a couple of little picks. Just, you know, picking off the Monkey King with the Ricky, picking off the Warlock before he's able to drop ult, just isolating the cores, making the cores a little bit uncomfortable, and then going in and pushing, because Naga pushes lanes stupid fast. Now TP in from the Spectre here. He's going to be trying to apply some pressure, force back this lane, and yeah, DC definitely playing in the buddy system, and it's making it a lot more difficult for Liquid to go for those picks. Really only finding good solo picks from the Ricky when he sneaks up behind someone.
But now Roshan's up. Oh boy.
Yeah. Is Aegis what DC need to crack high ground, or will they still need picks on top of that?
They'll still need to find some sort of team fight, but Aegis will make it a bit easier. Perhaps they can get Aegis on a hero like Legion Commander, and then get in there and look for some sort of key target to duel, follow up with the BKBs, kill whoever that is. But of course, at this stage of the game, a lot of these heroes are going to be saving for buybacks when they're defending the high ground. But DC looking for the kills instead and moving out the Shadow Bladed Legion Commander.
Bulba just getting in pretty deep here behind the tier 2 tower, just kind of flying solo. Means that maybe trying to zone, maybe trying to force some rotations in, but Newbie don't really want to deal with this. They're going to be taking the Riki. He's wrapping the long way around. He's got a gem of his own now again, taking Demon's gem from him, but still got that gem on the Legion Commander. So as long as Legion sticks with the team, should be able to make sure Riki doesn't get any quick ticks.
Is under attack.
Legion just waiting up here, looking for potentially a blink duel. Riki's going to be pinging here as Kuroki gets eyes onto Demon. Yep, they're going to be going in, but Bulba right behind him, going to be giving him a quick peel and going straight in for the duel. Got the BKB rolling as well. Mind Control moves forward, but that's just going to be two heroes sitting in that upheaval, in that chaotic offering. Matumba Man going to be songing, trying to delay this. Kuroki is so low, will take a positive earn. Now Light Strike Array comes in, the Monkey King is dead, but Mason, BKB'd, and Giant continues to chase after Matumba Man. Just trying to burn him down with Radiance. They bring Bulba forward, the Light Strike Array not going to be doing much as that's a long BKB. Matumba Man finally goes down. That's Naga dead for 100 seconds, no buyback. The fight's still going on as they do end up losing Demon here. Kuroki just charging down the mid lane, trying to run away from the rest of DC chasing after him. Mind Control goes in, cogs enough, TPing away. They won't be able to find any kills there, but well, Roche is now completely opened up if DC want to go for it, but they may just want to push out lanes.
Big fight there, Song of the Siren kind of resetting, but kind of not really. They have BKBs, they can kind of ignore it for now. And, you know, Riki was actually able to kill two heroes in the back lines there. He killed the Monkey King off, and now he's going on the Bulba here.
Yep, Bulba
So he's gotta be careful.
has the BKB. Could have BKB'd maybe a little bit earlier, and yeah, Riki gonna be hopping back in. Immediately killed off, dropping another gem on the deck. Legion Commander playing very, very scared. Doesn't even want to go back in to snap up the gem in case it's a bait, but yep, the rest of his teammates just going forward, pushing out, taking another tier 2 tower, the final tier 2 tower in the entire game, and looking for another set of racks with Naga still down for 40 seconds. It's now or never. Clockwork held in place by the chains. There's a buyback on the Naga. Forcing that out may just be enough for DC. They may want to back off now, but no, Mason, he's got that full Divide attitude. He wants to keep going in. Liquid, though, piling on the bodies into the fight, getting a little more difficult for DC to take this.
These illusions are pretty hard to push into for now. But they got what they came for. They forced the Naga Siren buyback. They may look towards Roshan. Roshan really isn't that important for them. Spectre has got 6 items. Ember Spirit also has 6 items, but it could help these support heroes survive the Riki in the backlines.
Let's see, it's melting down pretty quickly. Clockwork flares the pit. No surprise that it's being taken in Liquid. They'll just take this opportunity to finally push out their lanes to a safe distance. Gem dropped in the pit, snapped up by Demon. There's a BKB on Spectre. Just making sure no one goes in and gets too feisty, making sure Naga's not walking up and songing right behind them, preventing the Aegis, but no, they'll get it anyway. Spectre's still feeling good. Puts her BKB in her backpack, so yeah, just burning a charge so she can safely backpack it and let it restock as the Aegis sits in the slot.
Pressure now on the Spectre.
That's nice.
Yep, as if one hot wasn't enough already. I think we got two.
That is just absolutely destructive to Crystal Maiden. So DC.
I don't know what they can do when these haunts come out. They do have items like Glimmer Cape and BKB on CM to kind of survive through this. Riki is invis. Clockwork's tanky, but still, it's pretty tough.
Yep, DC just really laying in the pressure. You can see these Naga illusions cutting away pretty nicely, applying a lot of pressure, keeping the lanes pushed out past the river, but this wad of dangerous DC heroes, they're starting to creep in closer and closer to these tier 3s. There's already some damage done to the, you know, effigy taken out as the super creeps are pushing in bottom lane. Another lane of super creeps is going to be difficult for Liquid to handle. You're going to have Naga's full attention be on just making sure that creeps don't come into the base, not going to be going for any real aggressive moves of her own.
It's full base defense duty now, one illusion at a time, trying to kill as much of the wave off as possible. But these are the siege creeps.
Yep. Double siege creep wave going forward, and Mason leading the charge, just Spectral Dagger up, and starting to lay into this tower. Has that Mjolnir on him, Abed keeping his buddy nice and safe. Now Mason gets down to about half health, does still have the Aegis, remember, so this Spectre is going to be really tricky to kill. Abed dropping down a Remnant, TPing out, just filling up on that mana, drinking that bottle down, and he'll be back. Liquid, though, making a pretty nice hold as down bottom you got Kuroki split pushing. Ricky trying his best. Does have a TP to get back up to base when needed.
Yep, they've got a lot of heals between the Legion Commander and Warlock, just Spectre healthy, slow siege in the base. It's gonna go down eventually, but these illusions are making it really, really tough. Tons of damage here.
Again, all ults are up for DC, so they've got that Wukong's command. Haunt gonna be coming in. They're going immediately deep into this fight. There's gonna be a TP in from Kuroki getting back in, so that's gonna be the pause button in the team fight. Is it the reset they needed, though, as Boundless Strike holds the clockwork in? Bubu hanging on in a circle, just zoning out everyone from this area completely. The tier 3 tower taking some damage, but Liquid still wrapping around, trying to take this fight, trying to at least get something for it. Spectre Illusions take the tower down to half, but still rack standing, and seems like DC are not getting what they need to out of this fight. It's not happening quick enough. Are they just going to fully back and try somewhere else?
I think they'll regroup, reset, wait for Mason's Haunt to be up in 80 seconds, and then try again. They've got the tower down to below half HP now, so first Haunt came out to try to start something so we could finally break the base. Maybe he could find someone in the back lines to go on. Song reset, Ember Spirit's going back to do his own thing. Maybe that's a little bit of taunt actually. He does have the refresher, so he doesn't have to wait if he doesn't want to. But yeah, this is a very difficult base to break. You've got all the nonsense clockwork, drops to the clouds, prevents them from walking uphill. Lina outspams the wave with Naga just running through all the time.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how freaking annoying these illusions are. Two heroes occupied, just killing one off, and yeah, it's taking Mason's full attention, just running after it, trying to keep the wave safe, so. A little bit annoying, but DC still holding on to the lead. You look at the net worth chart, Spectre and Ember are surpassing the 6-slotted Naga. Definitely not an ideal spot for Naga, but she's still holding on, she's still doing her job.
Base defense is very tough to break here. You know, in the meantime, Kuroki, he has an MKB now. He's ready to fight.
He sure is. I mean, this rookie certainly has not been slacking. Here we go. Yule starting things off. Onto Abed. Dragon Slave getting Mason a little bit low, but again, still looking to use that Aegis to get full health, full mana. Remnant bouncing in and out from Abed. Got to be a little bit careful with his mana now. Getting a little bit low. Can just Remnant, TP back to base, fill up, and try again. There's a TP out from Mason. Looks like DC just want to fully reset. Don't want to get too crazy, just pushing out the lane. Meanwhile, Kuroki has been split pushing the entire time. You talked about his MKB, and yeah, you laughed at me when I said this rookie could be 6-slotted at 90 minutes. He's well on his way.
He is. He's really close, actually. I think DC realized it's pretty tough to run into this. They need to perhaps set up a gank on this Ricky, which Bulba is doing, and he might find him here at the boundary.
Yep, going in pretty deeply. There's going to be that tricks of the trade. Bulba just sitting there taking it, waiting for the immediate moment when Kuroki comes out. Smoke cloud coming forward, but man, this is going to be good. They require a Spectre Haunt. There is a dual victory for the Ricky. Gemma True Sight on the deck, but Mason's still able to secure that kill. Meanwhile, this is the fight they were waiting for. Abed finally gets a chance to go in on mind control. They will be able to drop the golem. The upheaval channeled, so GH can't run. Another Haunt comes forward. GH starting to melt. Glimmer Cape ain't going to save you now. Mind control goes down, buys back in. The tower under some serious siege. There is going to be the TP forward from the clockwork. That is a very bold TP. And he's going to start to get chunked by these Spectre illusions. But Tumbaban comes in and will start singing. No chance for Abed to BKB. It's still on cooldown for 7 more seconds. And they're going to be setting up here. This Ember Spirit looks like he is able to blink away immediately after Song. And, well, Liquid, they lose their tier 3 tower, but they're still holding their racks.
Yeah, and that was the refresh Haunt there. They are definitely hanging on, and this is still Naga Siren. Of course, anything can happen when this hero is in the game.
Yeah, I mean, looking at overall net worth, it's slowly wiggling its way up in favor of DC, but I mean, we see how quickly there's just one quick back from DC, and suddenly this Naga Illusions can push waves out all the way to past the river on every lane.
Yup, and heroes on Team Liquid are starting to get more items. Ricky, as we mentioned, is getting very, very farmed now. Lina close to picking up her next item. She's going for the Bloodthorn, it looks like. And that's what's really important, because Naga's already hit this kind of a wall where she isn't going to get much stronger. She does have the Hex in her queued up in the Quickbind, so perhaps she can surprise a hero with that. But it's going to be really up to these other heroes on Liquid to find the farm. If they can keep scaling, keep getting items, then perhaps they can actually add enough to their team fight to be able to take this. But they spot Miracle out here on this board. He's in a pretty dangerous spot.
Yep, looks like he's gonna be potentially in some trouble. TP in from Matumba Man. Naga Siren has that song again. Abed gonna be BKB'd up. A hook shot in. We've got 3 Dire Heroes in a very small vicinity. Man, this Ember Spirit starting to get a little bit low. He's rooted in place. Will be able to make it back up to the high ground, but now Kuroki laying in. There is gonna be a Wukong's command. Zoning Heroes and GH with that new BKB just going at it. Able to actually get down the Spectre. This is going to be huge. It's just Dubu versus the world here as he's sitting in the safety circle, but it's not going to keep him up. That's 2 heroes dead on DC, and Liquid starting to really show some signs of life, starting to show that they're still in this. They can still get picks, and they can still push off of those picks.
Spectre died in that fight to Frostbite on top of a smoke screen with Ricky hitting him. This Ricky does so much damage right now. He's got 300 damage with that MKB, he's level 2, and he also has the backstab multiplier talent. He probably does the most damage on Team Liquid right now.
Yeah, I mean, his net worth looks, you know, not the top of the charts, but just his team fight impact is ridiculous. He's crawling around. His position is really great. He's wrapping around and making sure those squishy supports in the back lines don't feel safe ever.
Yep, and Liquid are looking to try to force a buyback off this.
TP in from the Naga Siren, gonna be spraying out illusions here. Abed trying to move in, trying to keep things at bay. Man, Abed's gotta be so careful here. This could be huge. If he gets killed here, he's in some serious trouble. Instead, they're gonna be bringing in everything they've got. There will be a duel here as Crystal Maiden's finished off, but Sleep gonna be holding everyone else back. Kuroki trying to run for cover here. Is going to get hit by that Spectral Dagger, but Bulba continuing to blink forward. Both heroes getting very low. The root in place is going to be huge. Oh man, they're able to take out 3. All 3 do have buyback, but Liquid now still got to either spend that money or risk their racks going down.
They shall pay for this humiliation.
Naga Siren.
Naga Siren buyback.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Very back and forth game right now. It's, you know, DC continue to pick up a bit more net worth, but it's really down to these initiations. It's down to how many bodies are in the fight. If they can kill Abed another time here, that's going to be pretty enormous.
Yep, he actually didn't even go down in that fight. He still has his buyback available on top of 9,000 gold.
He's quite rich. Got that MKB queued up, and now he's going in. Will get rules out. Miracle trying to go and set up the fight. Does still have his BKB at the ready, although it's wearing thin. There is a hook shot in. Brief stun here onto Abed. He's ulting so low, bouncing around with that sleight of fist, and will be able to walk his way back to the low ground. But man, these illusions are really starting to be a huge test. And once again, Liquid drive back DC away from their racks.
Yep, 4,000 HP on these illusions are a complete nightmare for heroes like Warlock, Monkey King, even LC to deal with right now. And it was just the Naga Siren buyback.
Money to burn.
Yep, Roshan going to be up in 1 more minute, and it'll be great for DC to take, but is that going to make the difference between high grounding and mega creeps or not?
Well, they can slap it on the Spectre again in place of his BKB or Refresher, and then perhaps he can try to get in there and hit the base, but it's so hard. Every time he walks up, there are illusions running in the back line, Clockwork Cogs just across the ground, and if he gets caught in a smoke screen again like that without his Manta, he actually dies super fast to Ricky right now. He's only got 2,500 HP.
Yep. Naga Siren buys out another gem for her team. I mean, everyone's getting real rich right now. DC, I mean, they're postured. They would really like to end this. It's getting so annoying to deal with that Naga spam, but they've got to go. They've got to get pickoffs, and they've got to start getting structures. They've been pushing in this top lane for the last 20 minutes, and they managed to chip down a tier 3 tower, but both racks still up and healthy. Bed getting in there, but without breaking backdoor protection, it's pretty difficult to do damage to those structures.
Yep, Liquid know they've seen the ward placed on the high ground and everything, but now DC, they're in front of their base together.
Yep, moving in, mind control. I mean, he's getting tanky as a clock here. Gonna get focused down. There will be a duel coming out. Spectre Haunt could be focusing down Miracle in the back lines of the fight. Monkey King ult comes in, but really not gonna be zoning anyone. It's pretty far off to the side here. Naga Siren goes into that reset. Now Mason could be DK'd up. They're focusing down the Lina, even through the Crimson Guard. They are able to get her out. She immediately buys back. Mind control goes down at well. The Clockwork, no buyback on him either. It's a triple kill for Spectre. 2 gems on the deck, and now finally the racks start to melt. They're running away from Matumba Man as they know this fight could get turned around if DC overstay their welcome. Liquid, they finally get their base breached in this top lane. And it does cost them that Naga buyback, or rather that Lina buyback, and Clockwork's death. And Demon probably going to be going down here. He dropped a gem of his own. but he'll be back up in a minute and does have buyback if shit hits the fan.
Yeah, I feel like once Kuroki gets his BKB, which he's very, very far away from, but it'll be like a 10-second BKB. Really do a lot in these fights, but just doesn't have the space to farm right now, and pretty much DC, they're looking at the last of Team Liquid's buildings here. They have one melee rack standing left in their base. Well, actually, I lied, they've got mid lane as well. Rack's not so bad. They're actually going for Roshan now, too.
Yep, I mean, this is going to be a pretty nice Roshnik if they can get it. I think DC may know what's up, and they're going to be trying to defend this, but Liquid taking it fairly quickly, and this is Liquid. I mean, they're getting active. They're being the aggressors for the first time in a long time now. Dubu's got 5 seconds till that Wukong's command comes out. They are going to go ahead and sleep. Just trying to take out this Roche, and they will be able to secure the H's onto Kuroki. So Ricky now going to be even more pesty. Hard to lock down here, so jumping forward. All of Liquid going to be able to escape, at least for now. The Monkey King still wants to jump in. Has to wait for that smoke cloud to expire before he's able to go and jump to the next tree. DC stopping in their tracks, going to regroup and push up as a unit. Not going to try to chase too deep and get punished by Liquid.
Alright, Liquid make a nice play. They get the Roshan there out on their Ricky, and all of a sudden they're not in the worst spot anymore. There's a lot of buybacks that have been used in this game, and Spectre still needs to wait for her second Han. She's about 80 seconds off from having it.
Guess what we got in this game?
Alright, got the Rapier purchased on the Ember Spirit now. He put the Blink Dagger away and stashed, but that's a lot of damage.
Yep. I think Abed's just trying to YOLO this. He knows he's just got to rake up his damage, and you know, if he drops this Rapier and gives it to Naga Siren, if he gives it to even Ricky, who's going to be backstabbing you for a zillion, that is probably GG. DC, they're, you know, boom or bust right now.
Yep, they know they need something really big to be able to end this kind of a game. Now, they just have to deal with this Aegis Ricky. Ricky might have more room to just sit back and farm up towards his BKB, get his next item. They do see him out on the map, and of course with Haunt and some reveal on Spectre, they can't kill him. Yeah, this game does not look like it's ending anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one wacky fighter, one person out of position, let's say Abed dies without buyback and drops his Rapier, that's a quick end to the game, but yeah, this is definitely not going to be, you know, one push and done. Liquid could hold against Mega Creeps for a really long time. Same story with DC.
Yep, and we're about to have the Naga Siren buyback in about a minute from now. DC, they're smoked up as 4, but they just don't have any lanes out. They're looking for kills, perhaps inside of Liquid's base. They might be able to find Ricky walking up this cliff here. But it's just not going to happen. Liquid know that it's just, there are no lanes being pushed from DC.
Yep, I mean, you got Naga Illusions pushed it all the way out to this point, and see if Liquid are going to get active here. It looks like they're moving up. Mind Control going to be smoked, and they're ready to crawl up onto this high ground. They see Naga Illusions making their way in, and there we go. Rocket Flare revealing what's going down, and everyone now running for the hills here. DC in a very defensive spot.
So Naga Siren did go for the Hex. She has it in her she has it in her backpack now. Might be able to surprise some of these heroes. Ember Spirit, no Lincoln Sphere on him. Same thing with Spectre, no real way to deal with this unless they pop the BKB, which are both really low durations now, both at 5 seconds.
Very tense game now. 67 minutes. We are deep into the trenches of a Naga game, and I mean, what does Matumba Man have left to get? He's got 6,000 gold, 3,000 on top of buyback. Does he just, you know, buy moon shards for his team and make them all feel extra special?
He could definitely buy Ricky a moon shard, and that would help his damage output by quite a bit. But maybe he'll decide to switch out some of his items. Perhaps he'll go for more evasion. There are no MKBs once, you know, Abed starts to show out these rapiers.
Yep.
That's about it. There's not a whole lot for him to buy at this stage. Maybe he can go for refresher, but really almost nothing.
Yeah, very tense game here as Shrine's taken out. Liquid finding some space for themselves, taking over a little bit of map advantage, getting a little more control over that Roche pit. So we'll see. Again, still good time left on that Aegis. Ricky's still sitting on it, but no one's touching each other. This is the point in the game where it is down to one good or bad initiation, and that very well could be your seeding for the entire main event of a major. This is game 3 of a best of 3 between two pretty evenly matched teams.
Yep, DC definitely looking very strong in this game. Sure, they look like massive underdogs, but you wouldn't be able to tell it by this game.
Yeah, a lot of people, you know, poked their fun at Onyx for qualifying, but look what they're doing now. They're really taking some good games off of Tier 1 teams. Mason here on the Spectre, 6,000 gold for him. I mean, again, has the Moon Shard eaten up, could start feeding his teammates Moon Shards. Ember Spirit's already got one. Is there any way for Mason to keep growing? Has the refresher in his backpack, but...
Perhaps he can switch out some of his items, maybe build something that's a bit better for right now. Like a heart, for example. Very good if you just want them to sit there and hit buildings, but I don't think it makes any difference at all. He could go for like an Abyssal Blade, so he can just haunt onto like Lina or something and just kill him right away with the BKB. That'd be pretty good. But I don't know what he'd want to replace. He's got the full BKB, or he's got the full charge Diffusal Blade up, gives him a lot of damage. Manta, also essential for fights. And up top,
oh, going in. Yeah, his Aegis was just consumed. This sucks for the Riki. He goes down, he drops a gem, and he has no buyback for 120 seconds. That is 2 minutes where DC can actually get in there. That annoying threat of the Riki popping in, going for the tricks of the trade, the annoying smoke clouds to hold the Monkey King back to prevent him ulting. That's all done now. They can actually get in, and this might be DC's shot to end this game and actually close out a victory in the series.
Actually, his buyback's up in 10 seconds, but yeah, still a very big kill.
Alright, so not as big as I was making it seem.
It's still big. Forcing out buybacks on Riki, that's one step closer to actually winning the game because he does a ton of damage.
So Riki, timer done. He now can buy back in and probably is going to have to as Mason ready to go up and see. They got to deal with this round of Naga Illusions, which, you know, like you mentioned, 4,000 health on them. They are no small prize, but DC cleaned it up fairly quickly. And Abed looking forward to getting a chance to show off that beautiful new rapier. Mason's going to haunt really deep into this fight, gets hookshot in. All the nets coming out on him. He's able to refresh, has that second haunt ready to go, is going to be casting it out. There is a song. He's going to be TPing back in after spending his buyback, but these racks getting focused. Fortify going to be ending soon. The golem's dropped out. GH getting focused here. Just running for the hills and will be ulting, but will be killed off, dropping a gem as well. Bulba getting so low, this Legion Commander just running for her life, able to blink back down to the low ground, so 2 buybacks forced out on top of the initial Riki buyback, and no one from DC goes down. Huge win for DC there.
Yep, they get a ton of buybacks, lots of building damage as well. Now, Team Liquid only have 2 range racks, or sorry, 1 range racks and 1 melee to work with here. And that was the refresher from Mason there. He refreshed, haunted in, and then gave Bulba vision to find the duel off on Lina. Lina actually doesn't have buyback. He bought the full Bloodthorn in that team fight, but they don't know.
Yep, at this point you just expect all your cores, unless they've recently spent buyback, to have buyback. 71 minutes in, and again, not looking to end anytime soon unless DC can actually take a fantastic fight here or get megas, but again, megas don't mean too much when you've got like a 8-slotted Naga.
Yeah, they'll probably definitely try to still defend megas. It'll help a bit, but still, they can deal with him for now. Ember Spirit, the whole fight, he just sat there clicking the building. Spectre distracted them in the back lines with the Haunt, same with LC. And now there's no glyph for Team Liquid as well.
Yep. Going forward, Abed just putting that Mjolnir on a creep, because why not? Ultra late game territory right now. Who's got Moon Shards? We can't see buffs from this screen, so click around there. Abed, again, he's got his. Bulba still could buy up a Moon Shard for himself, has that 1,500 gold on top of buyback. Warlock, I mean, again, surprisingly poor for 72 minutes in the game. No Ags on the horizon, no refresher for him either, so could see a little bit of growth coming out of that Warlock. A second golem might mean a huge amount in these fights.
It's time to purchase that 73-minute Midas, get your gear on. He's sitting on 6,000 gold, but I don't feel like anything he buys is really going to do a whole lot. Maybe he can buy some items that help him survive. He could go for some cheap items like Blats or something like that, but besides that, he does have a Lotus Sword queued up. Lotus Sword good for removing the Hex of Nagasire if he does decide to use it. I actually don't think she uses it once this game.
Liquid, they're going to get aggressive here. They're leaving their base. They're going to be meeting up in the river. Radiant, they're going to be scanning here, and it looks like Mind Control will be tripping the smoke. They know that he's going towards that Invis rune, and this is going to be a great place for DC to jump, and it looks like Abed will lead the charge. Hookshot going to be off the mark, still on cooldown for another 40 seconds. DC, I mean, they're playing this patiently. They're waiting for all their heroes to get in place before they really try to take this, but Liquid will get a chance to retreat, and nothing comes of it.
Yeah, their smokes, they'll have to wait another 10 minutes for their next smoke if they don't have any instant.
Oh, Abed gonna get silenced here, hops to his BKB. He's now scared there is gonna be another haunt coming up, but Matumba Man with a song, collecting all her little chickens in her nest, and now they're gonna be trying to turn this back around. Legion Commander now focused down, gonna be silenced up. There will be the golem dropped. Golems are now magic immune as well. Bulba going in, trying to get the duel off onto the Riki. It's going to be a close one with Abed coming in. They will be able to kill off the Riki, and he doesn't have buyback. That's 2 heroes dead, no buyback. In the back lines, GH just desperately trying to TP back in, but DC, they're all up, they're all healthy, and they want to keep pushing here. 2 heroes down, there's only 3 left to defend. They have to cut through Naga and all her friends, but this is looking doable for DC right now.
Yeah, this is definitely their big moments. Abed's gonna heal up, he does have the rapiers, and there's no cliff or buybacks on Team Liquid at all.
10,000 gold to spend. Eats up a mango, just buying up some vitamin C, but now Monkey King gonna get blasted here. Takes that Laguna Blade. We do still have Ember Spirit jumping around. GH killed off once again. No buyback for the Crystal Maiden. Only 2 heroes left in this match for Liquid. The Mega Creeps are up. Matumba Man's locked down. It's looking like DC will finally do this. 75 minutes into the game. They're taking tier 4s. Naga buys back in it with one last hope, but Liquid is looking grim. DC, they finally get their act together, and they're going in, attacking that Ancient. Abed still sitting back with 1 rapier, shooing at these structures. Matumba Man goes forward, Bulba getting low, but with the Ancient half health, they're just delaying the inevitable. Abed is gonna get zoned down. Abed drops the rapier. Mason gonna be left to sleep. Miracle gonna be picking up the rapier, although Mason might be able to turn this back around. Boundless Strike comes in. The Ancient still taking a ton of damage. They're able to focus down the Legion Commander, and finally, 75 minutes in, the Ancient drops. It will be a DC victory up against Liquid. A very tight series going all 3 games, but my God, Brad.
10 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 5 seconds remaining. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Treant Protector.
EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
I speak for the trees.
EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve.
Invoker.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Ember Spirit.
EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Phantom Assassin. EG's turn to pick.
Slog.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
Yeah, luckily we're not North American bias, so Cinderin, without the EG bias, who do you think has a good draft?
I can't really pick a favorite based on draft, to be honest. I think it's pretty even. I get to say that when I'm not on the panel.
Yeah.
Then I don't have to choose.
Yeah.
What I will say, however, is that the two lineups have very different styles, and that is also why it gets a little bit tricky. You can't just say, you know, it depends a lot on the execution of the first 10 minutes and who gets to play their style in the game. EG's lineup is way more oriented around split push and just pressuring the lanes all the time, whereas IG have exceptionally good team fight with the Treant Phoenix combination. They have the catch of the Bat Rider. And of course, they have the damage to go with it through both Ember and the PA. Interesting for me, though, like it seems like IG have completely changed over the last few games. They were really dominant, started out 2-0, I think. They won their first 4 games. Then they hit a bit of a bump against Secret, and it looks like they're rethinking themselves a bit here. So what I'm wondering is, are they trying to learn something more here, or are they starting to doubt their other strategies? Because hero like Magnus was available in the first phase, they didn't go for that this time.
Yeah.
There was another hero that we noticed that I'm forgetting here that was available to them.
We're talking about the Juggernaut, was the other one.
There was a Juggernaut that they could have also gone for.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Because they banned out the spec instead, so they went for the... but without the Empower buff,
and they're playing
which
Bat Rider on XXS, which hasn't really been successful this tournament.
But they didn't really have another choice for him unless they went for the Magnus. Like, that was the only other choice that would be able to get around the Treants. Because, like, what else? Clockwork or question mark? What do you try and run there?
There's always options. But, yeah, it's definitely something different here. Very important for, I think, mainly IG, I would say, definitely want both their Ember and PA to get off to a good start here, because the problem is if EG get the better laning stage and start snowballing a bit,
well, this could be nice
the
for
split
mid.
push can become a problem really early.
OP's up a fair way now. Okay, Azai hasn't leveled anything up. I thought for a moment he might try and combo for a Shackle, but then you realize that Samel only just cracked level 2 and didn't have much to work with.
It's good harass. Oh, he missed the power shot on the flask. That would have been really nice for him. So OP is still full HP. Bottom lane. They're actually running the Treant in the safe lane as a support here, together with the Phoenix. This is obviously a great and very strong tri-lane. Phoenix and Treant together can do a lot of damage and have good slows. Treant's base stats are amazing as a lane zoning support. But Furion is one of those heroes that are annoying to deal with as Treant, on the other hand. He has 1 armor. He didn't go for a stout shield or anything of that sort, so it's kind of two-way bullying.
He went for the leech seed instead, so just tries to use the fists, and the first time he did that, he took more damage. The trees attacked him, and bo3 lost just as much as Universe did.
And Q went for Fire Spirits, so not opting for the repositioning slow in Icarus dive. That I do think they could maybe force this Nature's Prophet out of lane by just skilling all 3 of the slows and just going at him right away, pretending that the treants don't exist, but maybe they're worried that it's going to disrupt their lane equilibrium too much, and obviously want to focus on getting burning off to a good start. Nice pressure from Sumail in mid. I do think it was AUI who said on the panel that he really likes this matchup for Invoker. I think he said that at least. In my book, at least, this is definitely a good lane matchup for Invoker. Invoker
That's Sunstrike. Yes.
I don't think it's a kill.
No. It's just that feeling as you go over. Like OP knew the salve didn't. Sumail knew the salve didn't come out. It was just the boots on the Ember Spirit.
If you're a player like Sumail, we've obviously seen him come back from bad laning stages in the past. Very memorable in DAC a few years ago on the Storm Spirit. But regardless, the Invoker hero, just the hero itself, really has some bad matchups in lane sometimes, but Ember Spirit is one of those heroes that doesn't really pressure most mid heroes that much until it hits a couple of key levels. So that means Sumail should be getting a decent timing on his Midas, and that is arguably the key hero for Evil Geniuses in this lineup. If you're picking a core that early, if you're picking your mid laner as the second pick, you have a lot of faith in it and want to try to give it a good game.
Is that still going to be enough, though? Like, we talk about the Hand of Midas, but space has to be created by probably your other critical one, the Slark, going around and ganking. Is this really working when Crit's still leeching a lot of experience on this top lane?
I think so if they go for the, like I was saying, the split push approach has to be what EG are aiming at right now. When the supports on IG hit level 6, the team fights will get difficult for a while. But what EG can do is they can try to play this lane push style where maybe Arteezy goes for a fast Shadow Blade. At least it looks like he's not getting Midas. Starting out with the treads in his quick buy right now. Generally, if Slarks get Midas, they go brown boots into the Midas and get it as fast as possible, but this, to me, smells like treads into Aquila and then Shadow Blade. And then maybe he can create opportunities around the map. If he has the Shadow Blade and the Sunstrike, that's a kill on almost any hero on IG's lineup, those two heroes combined. Even through Living Armor, can just remove it with the Dark Pact like the panel mentioned. I think that's the right approach here. And Furion, similar, can join, can push out the lanes. Tools are definitely there. Sorry, I used to always call him Nature's Prophet. I don't know where this comes from again. His name is Tequoia.
Tequoia?
Tequoia, actually.
Where does Tequoia come from? You don't...
I don't know, but his name is Tequoia.
Is that in Dota 2 or in Warcraft?
At least it was in Dota 2.
Because
I can't find it on his abilities
He was Furin in Warcraft.
Yes. Where's his name?
Maybe it's just that weird Danish...
He is called... No, he is definitely called Tequoia, but...
Is it like we start calling Wind Ranger Lirale?
I don't think she has that name either, does she?
Yeah, she does.
She does have that name, Dota. Okay.
Well, actually... No, she did.
Yeah, she does.
She did
Lirale, it's right.
Yeah.
Focus Fire says it's Lirale. Yeah?
Yeah.
Getting the important stuff in place here. Oh, nice Tornado mid from Sumail, breaking the Flame Guard.
Like life a little harder for OP, but there's no one rotating onto him. Instead, it's the top lane where Zai's moved up to him. With the creep wave moving forward, Arteezy with treads starts cutting through the tree line, looking for XXS. And, well, Zai will find him into the level 1 shackle, but gotta be careful coming up so close. bo3 is making his rotation up, thanks to the Observer Ward that was already planted by by IG. They knew the Wind Ranger was up to this. EG actually have no vision on the Radiant side of the river. They only have that one defensive ward in the mid lane.
So this is fairly slow here in the start. Everyone is just farming. More or less, like a few attempts have been made, but nothing too successful when it comes to pressuring your opponent away. Ideally, I would say EG want to start trying to pressure towers before these supports hit level 6 on IG, so I think soon we're going to see when Universe hits level 6, it's likely that there will be a support rotation. Either he will come to their lane and try to get a kill on the whichever hero is in the top lane then pushing that tower, or they're going to go for a double support rotation to bottom with the Nature's Prophet joining in for that. I think just sitting back and keeping on farming, just playing this style, will give IG the spike that they're looking for in about 4 minutes on their supports. And EG could make the first good move here very soon.
Crit's looking for the Observer Ward, but it's A little bit more unusual for the early game. He's got it up on the hillside, so XXS just starts with a sticky napalm. OP. Now the Flame Wreck will pull him back in range of the steering chains, but Zai connects onto the shackle. Rubik, well, with a little bit of help, TPing in from Universe. XXS, he fireflies right out through the Roshan pit. For the first rotation in from the Nature's Prophet, you know, TP straight back down to bottom lane, doesn't miss out on much, but allows Burning and Q to push into the tier 1 tower and do some decent damage.
Great shackle shot there from Zai, definitely saves the Rubik. However, by virtue of IG making that aggressive move and forcing rotation, it is not EG making the move. And as you said, a lot of the tower bottom is now gone. Burning has brought this down to about a third together with Q.
TPs are coming in. The shackle!
Nice!
Zai, perfect tool X hits on with Phoenix, getting the Sunstrike follow-up and Burning. Oh, no real way to escape this unless evasion is his friend, which it is not. Zai and Samael get the kills.
That was a very, very nice shackle shot from Zai. I think if you're IG in that position, you're not really considering that assault angle at that point in time. So if you're thinking about, oh, there might be a shackle shot, they're probably thinking he could come from the front or maybe from the right. But Zai made a very good rotation coming in from the Shrine side. Caught them off guard there. And 2 kills out of that. I thought they were only going to get the Phoenix, but they actually got both. The kill on Burning is especially big, in addition to defending their tower. So this
Crit went for a quick movement straight after. Like, they smoked up, he drew a line in towards the mid. They want to move and shift the pressure from bottom lane into mid. Have Invictus Gaming rotating for them with Nature's Prophet TPing out. You do actually have the Icarus dive. Cold Snap's making it difficult. Down he goes, and Q the power shot and the attack. It reaches. And the Phoenix will fall. OP's moving over under the cover of Invis and Flame Guard up. EG will back up, be happy with the 1 kill.
it's very important for IG at this point that this doesn't turn into a significant tower push. Of course, they do have the Treant, who can heal their towers up again. He doesn't have Living Armor skilled, however, so this is that sweet spot for EG to get that done. But I wonder when we're going to see, or rather what we're going to see from this. But actually, Batrider does have the Blink Dagger on Quickbuy, and he's only 700 away. So this move from XXS that will really start their lineup off. We haven't talked too much about them in terms of starting fights. That we said they want to do team fights, which they definitely do, but they need to set up the conditions for a team fight in the first place. Batrider Blink Dagger is a great way of doing it. Speaking of him, he's going to get jumped here by the Slark.
The Sunstrike's going to be off target, however, and Arteezy can't keep him controlled. XXS tries to make the most out of it. Firefly farm while he can.
Still closing in on that. So the Blink Dagger on Batrider is important. Levels on Ember into this Veil, also very important. Something to note about the changes to Phoenix. I can't remember which patch it was, if it was actually 7.0. But you might remember Sunray used to be pure damage. It is magical. So it deals more damage now than before if you do have a Veil, which OP will be picking up mainly for himself, but of course all this amplification adds up. Great for the Batrider Firefly as well. So I like it. We've seen a bit of a change in the way people play Ember. A lot of Embers rush the Boots of Travel. But in this game, very clear what IG want to do. Yeah. They want to look for these fights.
Oh, you said it yourself, like, EG is going to come to you. You don't want to let them, like, force down the towers. And you can see that through the building from the Nature's Prophet, building into that early drums. So he understands he needs to give the aura, not just go straight for a Hand of Midas or anything like that, the greed farm-style build.
Now, we generally see this build from Universe, I think, in his Nature's Prophet games. This has been his go-to, going for the drums and then Midas, so that you hit that very quick early power spike compared to other heroes in the game, and then you want to utilize this. It plays very well into the idea of pushing towers, having this drum for your Treants and for the other heroes that group up with you naturally when you go for kills. For now, it's just using it to farm, though, and the question is how EG set up a fight. Their catch is still limited. Slark doesn't have the Shadow Blade yet. Wind Ranger's level 4. Obviously, Rubik doesn't have a Blink, so they might just be waiting for this Arteezy Shadow Blade, which is coming in at about 500.
The pressure they're applying on bottom lane, however, may just be enough to force EG to fight down here. You have Prophet as well as Wind Ranger, but the Observer and Sentry's behind, so EG know exactly what they're up against if this does happen. And yeah, Universe is out. He's going to join Arteezy. Tier 1 for Tier 1 tower. Trigger a drum charge even for these Treants. And that will be enough to bring down the tower. So a 1-for-1 trade-off. Burning and Arteezy getting the last hits. Such an even matchup between them all. The only person who has the advantage is Arteezy on the net worth, sitting just shy of 6k.
He has a fairly big advantage, actually. This is what happens when Slark gets a completely free lane. This is very, very early. Having 11-minute Shadowblade, Treads, Aquila, and Magic Wand is exceptional. He has 100 CS min 11. So Arteezy is ready to go, and I think that is the play for EG now. Like, get him activated, let the Nature's Prophet and the Invoker farm the jungle and the lanes, see if you can get a couple picks here and there. And especially, you're looking at Burning, and they've of course checked him out. They know he's going for this Battle Fury. He showed the Ring of Health and the Broadsword in his inventory. This hero is food right now. He has like absolutely no health. If he gets jumped by the Slark and a Sunstrike, he's dead.
Oh, crit.
This
He was
guy
just
can also
walking
die.
up, he saw the Spirit, but with both Burning as well as OP there, they have the damage. Burning's trying to TP out. The Sunstrike, OP was almost tanking it as well to try and save Burning. Wasn't enough. bo3, now he's the man who has to fight up against Arteezy. The Sun Rays turned on, the Spirit Jump, OP blocking up Arteezy even inside the Shadow Dance. Arteezy just has to leg it away. But a 1-for-1 trade-off, you're very happy with that if you're EG.
Yeah, it's a great trade. They lose their Rubik. Arguably, maybe Crit didn't even need to be there before Arteezy got in and scouted for him, but at the end of the day, he kind of just baited IG into a bad position, and they got that key kill. And you just saw it there. I don't even know if... I think Crit dealt 0 damage to the PA. She was full health, gets jumped by Slark and Sunstrike, and he dies. And that Sunstrike was even split with the Ember.
Yep.
So they have way overkill on him right now, and there's nothing in sight for Burning.
X-Sword. He's already done it.
This is looking very, very good for EG this early into the game.
But now it's IG's turn to fight. They smoke up and invade into the Dire jungle. They got that Blink Dagger of XXS they really want to be using. So they... Actually, it's the Dire who scan a little bit closer towards their own Ancients on the south side.
Oh, it just expired when they were about to get in there. XXS will avoid it.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
They're still waiting for someone from EG to defend. OP and bo3 just pushing it, the power shot's looking for something else, and okay, IG are really uncertain about this. And understandably so. They need to play underneath the sentry ward. Arteezy's just on the edge of the detection of the ward. Now he'll walk into it.
There's a couple of problems for IG right now that they have to play around. Their Treant isn't level 6. It's 13.5 minutes in. He's still got 2/3 of a level to go, so bo3 having a pretty bad game by his standards in terms of levels. And when Burning is going for this farming build on PA, he's not combat ready. So this fight in mid was effectively a 4-on-5 where he wasn't even there. And that's what I was talking about earlier. I don't know if IG are a little bit out of their comfort zone in some of these games, but this doesn't look as sharp as they did on the first day. Especially in terms of the synchronization between their lineup. This seems a bit out of place, that they want to try to team fight, and then their PA builds a split pushing build. Whereas when they played OG, for example, and they went for the anti-mage with the ultra farming build, they were dodging like no tomorrow in that game, playing full split push themselves. But this is like 2 directions, and it makes me wonder, is the only playstyle they play Burning on just like farm, 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 farm?
Maybe.
Because that won't work every game necessarily.
bo3 found a friend, started with the Leech Seed, then went in for the Punch. Universe TPing out, but the damage should be more than enough. Burning will find the kill.
It's big for him. That's his Battle Fury almost. Gonna get it now. Unless OP steals his 2 last hits with the illusions. Your B God isn't pleased with that. Is he gonna sell something? No, he's gonna wait a little.
He's got it.
I'll have it in a second. So Arteezy's gonna be pushing out this top lane. I think what he's thinking about here is if he shoves in this lane, he can place a good lane ward. And then maybe make a rotation to another lane.
Oh,
But he needs to be
XXS.
careful, he didn't get the Dark Pack off.
Blink Lasso, have they got enough damage with the Sun Ray? Arteezy gonna go inside the Shadow Dance, but all you gotta do is follow the puff of smoke and keep the sticky napalms up. But Arteezy, it'll wear off, and now they try and turn it around, and with the Sunstrike, Samael gets a rebuttal!
Just on the edge there. The max level Exort. It's so much damage right now. 475 pure damage on that Sunstrike. That's half of Phoenix's health.
And I was expecting like another TP to come in from Invictus Gaming before they attempted that, but XXS really believed he had that. But without any kind of dust, like he's carrying at the moment double infused raindrops on this Batrider and not having any dust to speak of.
So what are IG gonna do now? I'm very curious about their plan, since the Battle Fury is now online for Burning, and they now have their level 6 on Treant. So this is where options open up that they didn't have before. In my opinion, their lineup just got like twice as strong by having Overgrowth, because now they can protect their egg. The only hero that can realistically really get hits off would be the Slark Dark Pacting off the Overgrowth and then attacking. Everyone else will more than likely get hit or not want to really run into this Ember right now and the Batrider. There's going to be a lot of fire everywhere. They have to get through. Like Burning is working toward Deso now.
The seas are fought.
A bit
Full
of both
combat?
Bit of both worlds here with the farming item of the Battle Fury and then the combat item in Deso. In a way, Deso is more or less mandatory on PA right now, the way the hero is played. But this Battlefield I haven't seen for a long time. This is very unusual.
What happens when
Last time I doubted Burning, he ruined my predictions. Let's just say this is good.
Hey, this time he doesn't actually have the Battle Fury plus the Empower. That Sunstrike's on the Mark Q. Down to 110. He was just standing still, however, so it was a fairly easy Sunstrike.
It's still important for IG that even if they take this harassment and get pressured a little bit, EG are not knocking down towers. bo3 has a point in living armor, so this mid tower is slowly getting healed up. The game is relatively quiet right now, and that allows for Burning to play the way he wants, at the very least. Question is if this PA realistically will win this game with her farm and together with the Ember. If that core matchup is good enough, once the Slark obviously is... He's closing in on a Silver Edge, which we know is an exceptional counter to the Phantom Assassin. We might see Nature's Prophet get a secondary one later on. And a lot of pro players consider Invoker to be the absolutely... Like, if you could just pick any hero and have it in the ultra late game with full items and everything and have the right player on it, a lot of people say Invoker is like the best hero in the game. Late game, this hero just does so much when BKBs are low and you have like this massive array of spells.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's troublesome for IG to deal with that, I feel.
I'll see how IG deal with EG's aggression. They 3-man smoked underneath their Southern Shrine, and now IG will actually smoke as well. They're pushing up to maybe wrap around. Sumail is the primary target, and XXS blink in, lasso on back. They keep him in the Sunray, and Max Spirit committal, so Sumail will fall. Rubik reveals himself by actually stealing an ability from down inside the Radiant jungle, but with the death of Sumail, EG will not take the fight, and they will also not defend their tier 1 tower.
It's always a big moment and one of the most annoying moments when you're playing if both teams are looking to make an aggressive play at the same time and one guy is semi-baiting, but the bait isn't ready. Sumail got jumped 10 seconds too early there. His team wasn't there. So not only do they get that key kill, but EG's move also becomes obvious because they're not showing elsewhere on the map. So they effectively like made 2 plays at once. They avoided a play and made their own play here. And EG, like you said, didn't really get much out of this.
bo3. He was on the edge of that dust. Makes a break for the tree line. He stole the bounty rune and will TP out. Slippery... I say little tree, but he's really not that little.
By the way, if you remember 10 minutes ago in this game, the supports of IG were clearly behind in terms of experience. But just this 1 kill on Invoker is worth a lot for them. The Phoenix is now level 9 and almost a half. Will be getting his Hand of Midas within a reasonable timing, I would imagine. I'm guessing that is what they go for. Treant is also going for a Midas.
Delay this game
to
up.
Be the... I think we talked about it earlier that it seems like if you go 4 Midases or more, I think the teams with a lot of Midases, like that many, have a pretty bad win rate. 3 is like the soft spot.
EG's timing on this one. The Flame Break is going to push both Arteezy and Universe outside of Roshan. They were hoping just to snipe it out, but it won't happen. OP's pushing in the mid lane. The bottom lane was already being pressured as well, so Prophet's going out to defend that. So EG missed their opportunity, leaving Roshan a little injured.
Good read from IG, and I think if they were in a slightly better position and they're a bit earlier, they might have just been able to try to force a team fight in the area. They have all their abilities ready, but more than likely they're happy to just take it easy, wait for Burning to have the Deso, because then maybe they can snipe the Roche themselves. They know that this will be a very quick kill for them if they just have any sort of key information around the map. However, the warding for IG is only centered around their own jungle. They don't really have much information to go by as far as EG's movements are concerned right
EG at least had that one observer ward to scatter the PA rotating in. So they do understand what's going on, and Burning started it before the Desolator has arrived. So Arteezy, Sentry Ward is down, so if he wants to Silver Edge himself into the pit, it's going to be visible, and there it is. They actually see him running in. He'll get hit up by the Sunray, dropping down low. Searing Chains doesn't work. Now with a jump away with Dark Pact. And Roshan now sits at around 50% of his HP. But EG's not fully committing to this. Like, they let Wrath of Nature go from Universe, but he continues to farm up on the bottom lane underneath the Observer Ward, which now actually sees a lot more because he broke down the tree line, and pressuring to the tier 2 tower on bottom lane, which is already down at 1/3 life.
IG can't go and gank him though, because then they're losing Roche, and they know that.
Yep.
So...
Sunstrike.
Oh, nice kill. That might actually be the Roche here, or force a buyback if EG think they're fast enough. There is a gem on the Slark, so they will find the Sentry Ward now and get rid of that. And have a pretty good feeling about this probably, but...
With the
Nature's Prophet is actually getting ganked right now, but it's a 2-man gank squad bottom. They will get the kill.
Alright, where's your TPs? You got BTs up, in fact, yeah, they're all going to TP over to the Shrine. Phoenix can buy back if he wants to, but instead it's initiation jump over on Burning. Takes so much damage early on. Roshan outside the pit, wondering what the commotion is on his front doorstep. And really it's just Burning dying.
That's just the weakness of his build right now. He's so
The
glass
shackle,
cannon.
perfect. The Sunstrike, OP's got no defensive shields. Oh, Arteezy has a double kill, and you want a ticket to go Roshan, both Ember and PA down. That's your ticket.
I still think Batrider might try to be cheeky here and try to steal it. Realistically, this is not going to be successful.
They
but
don't have an
we
observer to see him. They don't see around that side of the pit.
boy,
So
if he gets
Roshan's
this.
low. XXS has Flamebreak available. He's got to do it now. Phoenix jumps in the pick up. Telekinesis ground him. Arteezy pick up the Aegis Immortal. Will go into the Supernova. The damage, where is it? The Root's actually not letting them get the last hit off to the Nova. It gets killed off before it can trigger. You still have the Aegis Immortal going out. So the respawn up for Arteezy, but EG don't really lose much beyond the Aegis.
They will be very satisfied with that. They're also going to get the mid-tier 1 tower. Ideally, they don't even lose the Aegis there, but IG went for a pretty good play with the Supernova and Overgrowth, but Slark just barely got enough hits off to break the egg. If that egg gets off, that could have gone really, really interesting for IG with their cores respawning shortly after. But EG cleaned it up in a good position right now. The question is, where do they go from here? I still think we're into the split push kind of game. I have a hard time seeing EG just going down the lane as 5-man and just try to push a tower. Slark is still not at that point yet where the hero just isn't comfortable with that playstyle yet. So they can just chill, control the map. And IG have to be worried right now about this Slark because they can't send their heroes out alone. They will get solo picked with a Sunstrike and a Wrath of Nature still. I think none of their heroes survives. Maybe the Ember if he has a Remnant out, obviously, but anyone else is a pick.
Yeah, that BKB needs to be done on Burning before he'll feel more comfortable. And Living Armor's being used primarily just to bring the towers back up to full life. Don't really have that to work with either. And Sumail, like, he Sunstrikes down this kill, keeps getting more. He's 4-1-5 on this Invoker, has the highest net worth on the field, and is now building himself towards a Lincoln Sphere. So Batrider initiation onto the Invoker is going to become more and more difficult.
Bat is still keeping up a pretty good pace on his farm overall. It's not ideal, but you can obviously deal with the Lincolns by using your Force Staff aggressively, and generally when we start seeing that being effective is when Batrider also has a BKB, because you can't use your Force to get out then, and then you have to be able to sustain a little bit. So when that BKB comes off, that might be a play, but absolutely, I still think it's the right choice here from Sumail to get a Lincoln since there's not much else that can break it. I guess Leech Seed, and also Stifling Dagger and Phantom Strike, actually. But Burning doesn't really want to commit in on that Invoker. I think he's going to be in an awkward position unless the supports get in the first place. And more importantly, it's just about the split push, right? Like, Sumail is not going to expect to get ganked by the PA when he's out split pushing. It's more than likely going to be Bat plus a BOTing Ember.
IG's trying to prepare themselves for a fight. OP was just nudging out the bottom lane. He can still jump up to the Spirit he has near the tier 2 tower. But even the fact that Invictus Gaming, EG were all the way down at the bottom rune, and they still did not want to push up to that tier 2 tower.
Yeah, they're not feeling comfortable right now, and they shouldn't. This is a very big lead for EG, as a matter of fact, right now. They're closing in on 10,000 on the goal and 7,500 on the XP. And I think just if this playstyle goes on, it will favor EG more and more over time in terms of the graph ramping up. I don't think IG's heroes will farm as effectively, and I'm saying that even with a Battle Fury PA. It's just that their side of the map is way scarier to play than vice versa.
Yeah.
Because all of the really good pickoff potential, apart from Batrider, is on EG's side.
Not to mention, so you want to go out into your own jungle, Universe continues to farm it up.
And that.
So
oh, wait, where did the gem go?
Gem of True side?
Did he put it back on the courier, Arteezy? Where is it? Oh, they put it in base again. So they wanted to just have that gem for the Roshan fight, and now that they don't have an Aegis, they're not feeling comfortable in bringing out the gem. We might see them pick it up if they try to make a 5-man move a bit later, or a 4-man rotation with Furion pushing a lane. But for now, not going to be the case.
Best not to risk it. These ward positionings from IG in the laning.
Oh, bottom lane.
Yeah, Sumail BT'd in. He wants Bobrika. Bobrika doesn't really have enough life to survive it, however. Combination too good and too easy for Sumail. And while he does that with no Treant up, the other 4 of EG forcing in through the top lane, looking for that tier 2 tower. There's only 2 remaining out of towers now for IG. And every time they lose this, they're slowly Getting throttled back into their own base.
Burning wants some of this juicy gold. Got a couple. No crits, though. And now he's going to go for BKB.
Yeah.
So, when these BKBs come out, EG will hit... Invoker loses a lot of effectiveness when the BKBs are high duration. And that might be what IG are trying to wait for here. Get the BKB on Bat Rider, get the BKB on PA, and then look to fight. You still need to be a bit careful with... Just even the right clicks of EG are actually fairly substantial still. Because Slark is as rich as he is. And of course Invoker, even without a spells, you know, you got Alacrity. It's a... Slark with Alacrity can kill a PA. If he Silver Edges him first.
So how does IG actually approach the fight then? Or do they still approach the fight? Like, you have the BKB, it's fantastic. But do you just use that as like insurance so you can continue to farm up? Is OP really ready to engage before he has his Lincoln Sphere up? Like, yeah, Burning should be ready, but is that when you look at a 3-man gang squad? Like, you actually take the Bat Rider with the Phoenix and the PA and try and find an opening.
Yeah, it's a bit tough right now to see how IG set it up, just because their lanes are always an issue. Of course, having these travels on Ember is great, but he won't dare to push this out that far unless he has some key vision out. If he gets Shackle shot and Slark is there, he dies. The Orchid now coming out of Nature's Prophet is also going to be a problem for him when he's split pushing. And even when he has the Lincolns, he can still be in trouble against the Sprout. So, IG just look like they might want to make a move now. They're at least grouping up here. The Smoke of Deceit is ready on Q. I guess they will smoke here. Burning will get the BKB. So this is the timing window they were looking for. They're going to smoke here, I would imagine.
Yeah, but they have the Observer Ward, which is going to get de-warded. Arteezy was losing his ulti. So they understood it.
This is still a very good timing now for IG. At least, given how far behind they are, this is the best chance they've had in the last 5 minutes to take a good fight. That's how much this BKB matters.
But you just got the Lincoln Sphere over on the Invoker. Like, it just got completed before this push.
Are they going to be too late here? Is there a glyph? There is a glyph.
Well, they can delay it. Arteezy's actually got the Lincoln Sphere effect on him,
and
so they're protecting the Slark. But look at XXS all the way around the back. He'll jump in, but crit! He'll get the telekinesis lift, not to mention the double stun on PA and Bovica. They were never in the fight. Supernova is down. Zai's trying to get rid of it, but it'll be Arteezy to finish the job. A 1-for-1 trade-off. Burning still looking for a fight. They find crit at least. And then maybe a Shrine trigger time. The tier 2 tower remains alive on 28 HP.
He's going to heal it up. So that was a 2-for-1 trade-off where PA used her BKB. I would say overall this is fairly even, to be honest. Getting this PA BKB down is really crucial to EG. And I think the play to highlight here is Universe with a very, very clutch Orchid onto the Treant. Treant was super close to getting Overgrowth off, got Orchid, didn't use it in the fight, and the Supernova got destroyed. Very, very important for EG. Also, that fight could have gone very, very bad.
The jump up. He has Lasso, but he was hesitant, worried about the Dark Pact.
Bat Rider against Slark is always a mind game. It's like, do you think he has reacted? Who's really baiting who?
At that time, he actually hadn't. If he went for the instant Lasso, Dark Pact wasn't triggered.
He still needs to Force Staff first as well. And then if you get the Lasso, can you realistically pull him to your teammates when you don't have the Force Staff to bring him down? It's one thing to catch him with the Lasso, but the follow-up needs to be there. If they don't burst him in the Lasso, he's just going to ulti and run away. So, tricky. Oh, that ward did not work out. Oh, did it?
Oh, crit, the pickup, the throw down, Sunstrike, a little bit off the mark, but the Shackle will be on the mark, on top of Burning, holding him in the tree line, not to mention the trees of Universe controlling the Phoenix. So 2 heroes down, Bobica's on the run, Tornado will pick him up. The power shot won't connect, but he does take some fall damage, and with a gem on Arteezy, nowhere to hide for the Treant Protector.
Sometimes getting de-warded is a good ward. It was right under a sentry, it baited in Burning just to quell it, and they saw the opening on him. 2 IG heroes were dead, arguably a pretty aggressive positioning from them, given that they were 3 on 5.
Burning's going to have to buy back.
And EG just pounced on it right away. This does not look good for IG. This game has been very underwhelming for them. EG, on the other hand, are playing a very solid game. That's going to be the tier 3. Arteezy has a...
Nice Tornado. It actually caught the Bat Rider. That's the Bat Rider who's the man holding that fresh gem. Crit will hold him even harder with a telekinesis grab. And buyback is out from Burning. Spirit jump forward from OP, gets Searing Chains crit in the tree line. He's still holding himself. Spirits jump in, looking for his damage onto the Ember Spirit. Won't happen when Burning is BKB'd up. But Zai, 20 HP. He's on the run. Burning has no vision of him. And IG have to worry about their home. The tier 3 tower's lost in the mid, tier 3 tower lost on the bottom.
That's such a big win for EG again. Like, even this fight, it looked like they could have been good for IG when they got that supernova in the middle of the whole fight, but EG managed to disengage. Their heroes are pretty mobile right now. Windrunner has Windrun, Slar can pounce away, Invoker can blink or Ghost Walk. The Nature's Prophet also has a Shadow Blade. And at the end of the day, it's only Rubik that dies. And that Rubik traded his life for a Bat Rider and a PA buyback and a tier 3, so huge win for them. And EG's advantage at this point is reaching a level that I just don't really see IG's lineup being able to pull this back unless they get like this perfect combo with the like a 3 or 4 man overgrowth at least with Supernova on top and some sort of control on the Slark.
Man, you're kind of hoping that IG stole Ramsey's cake and then made the wish on it. Like, this is the only way this is going to really happen for them. Even the Treants are killing off a Shrine, which OP can't get rid of. Like, he doesn't have clearing, so Burning will have to do it.
Shows up with a 1600 crit, that'll do.
It's like living armor, get it back up again. Roshan is up and EG staring him down. But again, they don't want to really make any kind of risky kind of play, which allows Invictus Gaming a window back in.
I think if IG don't contest this Roche, they're going to lose a lane of Rax as a minimum.
They're not contesting, they're back, and they just walked underneath the dire Observer Ward. So EG know IG are not fighting this.
I think IG want to go, but it's too late. They have the smoke on Treant. It's not happening.
Yep. With the Bloodthorn as well from Universe, Roshan doesn't survive long. So do they come out and fight outside the base? Is it the last roll of the dice, understanding they're in a bad position, they need a good pick off?
I think so. I think if you sit in your base and wait, this fight is going to be too difficult to take.
But Arteezy's the frontliner. He's the only one at risk, and he's the man who's got the second life.
I'm not saying it's easy.
It's just Arteezy.
I just don't really see.
Well, there's an easier pick off. You've got Rubik to the right. They don't see him. Arteezy comes in close. Bobrika gets a vision on him, but of course Arteezy knows that when his Shadow Dance wears off.
Just gonna back out, wait for his team to regroup. Of course, they can just send Nature's Prophet top. He's gonna start some momentum up here. Getting some very nice levels, by the way, on this Nature's Prophet. He's level 20, Invoker is 23.
How do you even start up a gank? You can't keep vision. Every time Slark walks underneath the Observer Ward, and because Arteezy is rotating so much, they can't keep the obs up. That one Observer Ward, which is sitting looking over the Radiant jungle, has already been pinged. And as far as out of vision go, it's the tier 2 tower up on top and creep waves. It's the only thing that's really giving them vision outside of their own base.
I actually just don't really see the play for IG if they don't have a smoke. Are they out of smokes? No, there is one on the PA in her backpack. As I said before, honestly, I think it's the only play. Like, you gotta go try for something here before EG make the move on you. If EG gets the jump, this is about as over as it can be. They're almost maxed out on the Invoker already, minute 34. He's got a really great inventory going here. Just the Midas needs to be replaced for another item. They have the Aegis to play around with, as you already mentioned. And Nature's Prophet is only getting bigger. He's got an item coming out here. What's that? He's gonna have the full Silver Edge. So they have 2 of them against the PA. What do we have coming out on the IG side in response? The BKB on Bat Rider is still not there because he bought back to try and defend bottom. Phoenix never got his Midas 35 minutes in. Trent got his Midas, which has so far rewarded him a Staff of Wizardry. There's just nothing. There's nothing of value here. The Ember doesn't really deal good damage because his Veil efficiency is falling off. And apart from that, he has a mobility item and a defensive item.
Arteezy, he feels confident, but the Blink Lancer, remember, this is on an Aegis target with a Tornado from Sumail. It hits perfectly. 3 heroes into the Deafening Blast. Burning will be protected by the BKB. Trying to kill Sumail. Got 1 crit, but it still wasn't enough. Even with OP jumping in, his Linkens will also trigger. So it's not safe to be on the front lines. And Q, he bought back. So there goes Phoenix's money down the drain.
Oh, a nice Sunray Steal from Crit. It's going to heal up Sumail very nicely here.
That bottom rank is gone.
They can't really go in without their Bat Rider, and he's dead once again.
So this should be mid-racks as well then if EG just moves.
Absolutely. They lost nothing there. They're going to have all of their stuff ready again. No BKB on Burning. He can't go in. He's going to die.
It seems optimistic for Invictus Gaming to even defend this one. If they just have to let it go for a better opportunity. Arteezy pounces himself away, wants to just regenerate up quickly. Thanks to nighttime, vision is low and he can actually do that. He's still got the Aegis the Immortal. We're only just over 3 minutes into that Aegis duration. they move up, tier 2 tower, and this will open up the third lane of racks. Batrider is up, but okay, Lasso is up in 2 seconds.
Safe and solid here from EG. I think they could have gone mid as well, but why not? Just claim the free tower, build your advantage even further. Now you can either keep IG inside their base for the next while and wait for another Aegis if you want. I think that's not necessary. Might as well try to use the one they currently have
the
for a bit.
shackle, Zai connected. XXS, he also tried to go for the lasso. It won't work. Wrath of Nature killing up the Phoenix. Batrider's gone too. And Arteezy gets the bash onto OP, who has to spirit himself away to safety. Burning, he's going in the BKB up. Gets the crit on Universe. Finally something going his way. Burning almost got 1,000 gold. That just shows you how far behind Invictus Gaming are. And Burning, he wants to go in again. Will he have enough? Maybe with the rooting. Arteezy on the front lines. Still with Aegis Immortal in hand. Buyback comes in from Prophet. The Sunstrike right in the money. Goodbye Burning. No buyback available. This should be the game. GG is the call. Evil Genius in control.
Yep. They look very excited about that win.
Thrilling!
Arteezy is just saying a nice push.
Yeah, so another day at the office, so just
Very good game from EG. At the same time, IG honestly just falling apart a little bit. I'm a bit disappointed.
EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Radiant team pick. Tens.
Behold the horn of Magnet. Juggernaut.
EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Spirit Breaker.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Crystal Maiden.
EG's turn to pick.
Invoker.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Monkey King.
EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Clinks.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Beastmaster.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Templar Assassin.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
That NA bias panel now Juggernaut Magnus.
It's because you called them out.
Yeah, it's definitely that. Like it's overcompensation.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Terrible, guys. They're probably going to be right, though. This draft looks so much more stable for Invictus Gaming. The lineup's good. We saw what the Templar Assassin was able to do up against Anna's Invoker. And he's done the same thing again with the early Sideblade build-up on OP. So it looks like the laning phase should be a hell of a lot better for Invictus Gaming this time around.
Yeah, this is kind of back to the roots. Best way of explaining it. bo3 is on a roaming hero that this time, we talked about it post-game. Obviously, the viewers didn't hear that, but when it comes to Treant, I think one of the hero's weaknesses is his inability to pressure mid. And bo3 might feel a bit limited in the game with what he can really do. Monkey King is, I would say, has more play potential in the mid lane than Treant does. Obviously, they both kind of need trees, but Monkey King has a better jumping range just by utilizing the trees. He has an actual range stun, so he can combine with his other support way better. In addition to that, they got their Magnus again.
Watch the monkey.
Yep.
He's jumping in. They're trying to contest the rune. Q's moving up. He's got Frostbite available, so they're going to keep him off the rune. Burning will snake it. Now, do they want to stick around and try and fight this Frostbite? Im to spin. This is almost classic Scorne style with Frostbite and spin.
This is actually interesting that they're going for this dodge. So I don't know this Magnus versus Beastmaster matchup that well in terms of who's the favorite here.
I suppose if the Shockwave's able to kill off the boars, then you've got a better chance. But if not,
really be enough on every. I think on every level of boar, they have enough health to match the corresponding Shockwave. They easily do. So it's not that simple for Mag. However, he can. I think that's going to be pretty even overall. So it's more. Whenever I see an aggro trial lane versus a safe lane trial lane, this is the lane to watch. Like there's so much at stake in this lane because of how many heroes are affected by what happens. I do want to quickly mention before we really get into this game as well that EG are opting for a similar style to what we talked about in Game 1. It's way more split push oriented, it's way more pick off oriented rather than this hardcore team fight. And IG again are settling for the team fight this time. This time they have the Magnus as their team fighter instead of the Treant Phoenix. And they have the Monkey King who is the support with exceptional team fight capabilities. So, gonna be interesting to see.
I love watching this positional battle between OP and Samael. They're both kind of going ham at each other, and OP, like he's only now just really got his refraction to play against Samael. But, okay, Crit frostbitten up on the top lane. Maybe this is now worth it for Crit to start tethering through the tree lines and getting rid of it. Because bo3's having himself a good time, and the sentry ward that was planted down is just out of range of the obs ward on the top lane.
That ward is very important. When you play aggro tri-lanes like this, any sort of information in the jungle lets you know what you can get away with. If you can go for an aggressive play, if you can get a pull-off, if you can contest a rune, or if you can even rotate away entirely. Monkey King, if he knows that the supports are stuck top, especially if they don't have TPs, he can go and look for a play mid with a smoke of deceit, or he can even TP to safe lane if he sees a play there. But overall, for now, I think the safe lane of EG is going very well.
If he hit that second side blade, I would have been a little bit more questioning of Invoker's life. And you're seeing bo3 move right over the top of a dire observer ward. He's doing it. But we were begging for this in between Game 1, Game 2. bo3, the ability to move around, harass, and actually have an influence on the mid lane.
Double damage could get interesting here. I don't think Crit has any idea what's happening right now. He's going for a pull, and sure, there's no Jingu Mastery or Boundless right now, but he hits really hard right now.
He cut the tree line. The tether will have to come in from Crit to try and protect up Zai, who's going to stay on the cliff side, but it's Crit who takes the damage.
Nice
the charge forward from Zai will create space, but Crystal Nova, most powerful ability in the game, will help get the first blood. Zai's dropping down low too, but burning the damage from the creep wave, not to mention Arteezy sitting on the back lines, is able to bring him down, so Burning will lose his life for two of the supports of EG.
I think it caught EG off guard, this Crystal Nova, because of how unusual it is nowadays to skill CM like this. He went 1-1-0 build, saw the opportunity to go for the kill, and you definitely, in this situation, you skill the Crystal Nova and get that first blood. He will need to retreat to the shrine or even the base now. Looks like he's going to shrine with bo3. and find his level 3 in the jungle more than likely. They want this aura available to contest this lane. So they get a couple key kills, and they know they're doing well in the mid and their safe lane. But this top lane, it seems to me that most aggressive tri lanes right now get out-farmed a bit. It just seems difficult to put the necessary pressure, and it's because EG have access to the easy pull, mainly.
Well, top lane, the pressure's coming in. Q still got the Frostbite available. Arteezy's trying to get back to the tower. The tether will come in. So will the charge from Zai, but Arteezy's already down, so the fight not really worth it for EG. Now they've lost their core.
You see the intention of IG with their skill build. Burning going for
OP.
the... Oh.
He doesn't miss uphill. One more attack will do it.
This is... I gotta say, this is pretty damn rare, I think, that Sumail gets solo killed. It doesn't seem to happen very often anymore in general in mid, but especially Sumail, to me, almost always seems to be on the other end of that exchange.
I think a lot of the
That
credit
is
also
really
has to go
big.
to OP's positioning.
It is a TA favored matchup, so it's difficult for Invoker, and both of these players
Top
are
lane.
exceptionally good. So,
Sunstride's going to connect on Q with the Searing Arrows from Arteezy. He has the damage, starts his spin to get back to the tower. bo3 creates just a little bit of space with that Boundless Strike, and Burning, no point up in healing ward. He'll have to salve up to get back to the front line.
I was going to point that out. The aggression of IG, that what they want to accomplish with this lane, is really showing in Juggernaut's skill build. Almost every time we see Juggernaut, he will skill that value point in healing ward for the sustain. But they want the extra damage to try to go for the kills in the lane. He realizes how much that crit can change the fight for him. But, as we were mentioning before, they're falling behind in this lane. Burning's level 3.5 and Arteezy level 4.5. And when Arteezy hits level 6, this lane to me is over. I don't think IG can kill him anymore. The Death Pact is going to do way too much, both in terms of damage and health.
But it's the trade-off the fact that XXS is still getting a lot of space on bottom lane. Like, he found the solution to that lane, just never back up from a Beastmaster ball. Stand your ground, let the Empower do the work. It may only be level 1, so the push isn't too much, but he's able to get on top of this and force Universe to start just farming on the side lane. So you can move to the top lane, give the Empower, and Burning starts to play catch-up.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. I'm a bit surprised. I didn't think this matchup was this one-sided. Perhaps Universe made a mistake, or XXS played it very well. Magnus generally does well against melee heroes, like you said, because of the Empower, but I thought Beastmaster had the sustain and the abilities to deal with it. He didn't even Shrine yet until now, so he is back in the lane, but looking very good for XXS, of course.
XXS tries to battle the regen wall with him by picking up the bottle early on. Charge top lane. Oh, Monkey King. The bash is there from Zai with the spin. Arteezy's not a healthy man. Running down. He's just got enough distance. 42 HP. Burning. Zai gets another bash. Burning into the tree line. He can't cut. The Frostbite will do the damage. So Q will get that kill, but they lose their entire tri lane to do this. Not when bo3 comes back to the front line looking for a kill on Crypt, but don't worry. Zai's got bashes for days.
He's going to get his boots now. That's a really big change for Spirit Breaker, getting that first movement speed item up. More damage.
While
easier
that
to stay on
happens,
target.
we were actually praising XXS. He died on the bottom lane. Universe to bring him down, so...
Probably was the Sunstrike involved in that kill, I would imagine. And that basically means that the CS advantage of Magnus doesn't really do anything anymore. Universe is overtaking this lane. He has the highest net worth in the game now. He's level 7.5. Mag sitting at 6.5, so this one kill just turned around the lane completely. EG, I would say, are in a pretty good position. The only lane they've lost at this point is the mid lane for Invoker. And they can probably catch up with that, especially when Arteezy starts moving around, and just the kill threat is going to be scary for IG to deal with. And Juggernaut is so far back. He really needs to get some levels here.
Q and bo3 trying to create a little bit more space up on top lane. OP is able to dodge the charge in, and that does reveal the fact that Arteezy should be alone. With the Observer and Sentry, IG know exactly where they want to attack, but they need the Frostbite from Q to really connect. Without that, they don't hold Arteezy in position.
That's a good word. And it even lets them charge Q here. Probably going to be cancelled, yep. Well. And I imagine things will be a little bit quiet now from the IG side. They need to secure their levels at this point. This top lane aggression is kind of over at this point. Clinks will find his level 6 soon. bo3 will look to go and find his 6. They will need this Wukong's command at some point at least. And now that OP is level 7 on the Templar Assassin, it opens up for this mid lane to be farmed by someone else. Just overall increase the efficiency of your lineup. Let her jungle, farm some Ancients.
Charge comes forward. Zai making the most out of that Observer ward. Q is in the neighborhood. And he's just trying to get to crit, but crit's too far away.
Actually, Burning has caught up with the Clinks in levels.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A moment ago, it felt like Arteezy was far ahead. Well, there is a big wave coming into him, so he will get level 6 here if they let him solo. Looks like that is indeed the plan for EG. And more than likely, we're going to see him run into his own jungle, death pact a big creep, and then either look to TP bottom and kill the mag together with a roar, or he'll return to top to farm or get a pick here. They realize there's a ward now. Q is going to remove that very nicely. But still fairly quiet overall for IG in this lane. I don't think this is what they expected. I think they were hoping for better results in this lane than what they ended up getting.
Yeah, I agree. Because if they had that, then Bobica could have started his rotation a little bit faster, moved and actually influenced the mid lane. Again, now we see this little bit of a battle with Sumail. Sumail's not in the same timing as before, just because he has to expend more money, getting things like the wand. So we're not going to see that 9-minute Hand of Midas he had in game 1.
XXS is pretty dead if he doesn't TP. I think they can just dive him in the
unless he's good enough with the RP. As you charge 4-3 heroes together, the Sunstrike's right in the money. Magnus copping a lot of damage. Oh, he tried to go for the RP. The stun from Bobica doesn't do enough work, but Burning is able to get the spin kill off, and this will actually strand Zai. He's got charge off cooldown now, but it's not fast enough. OPL hit the meld strike.
That could have been even worse for EG. If the RP goes off, they get the 3rd kill as well. Beastmaster will definitely die to the Juggernaut there, as well as the rotating TA. So EG kind of got away with murder. It was very clear they were going to get that kill, but IG were ready for it, pounced on it, and effectively by doing this, they've now put Burning in the safe lane. So you'll get some catch-up time. Probably going to empower him fairly soon and let him farm his own jungle. Obviously, that is more or less a bit reserved for TA. And I guess that's the good news for IG in terms of their lineup. They don't need a super farmed Juggernaut to make this work. If Magnus is this rich, he can kind of become a semi-carry himself, or even a hard carry if he gets rich enough, and they have a TA. And TA is doing well.
Yeah, and it's a much needed space for the supports. Everyone's going to get their level 6s pretty quickly, even Q's just taking the side camps.
I really like these wards from EG in the top area. It clearly shows what their next move is. They have warded for the occasion. They want to push this top tier 1 tower with the Clinks with Death Pact. They want to have as much information as possible.
Crit's going to tether over as well. Sunstrike, perfect positioning. Once again, we expected nothing else from Sumail. XXS, there's going to be the jump forward. He can RP, but he'll only grab Zai, but Zai will be enough for him. With OP's TP in, gives enough damage to help Magnus get the kill.
Very happy with that if you're EG, I think. Trade support for support. You force a rotation TP with RP. Gives more safety around the map. And this safe lane for Burning is not easy. I want to point out, he's level 7 Juggernaut against a level 11 Beastmaster, who has Vladimir. So this is not an easy lane. He can actually bully him so hard that he's going to need help, just by running these 2 boars in, and the threat of the Roar. He can kill Burning alone here with a Sunstrike, probably. He's going to go for it. The charge is also coming. Pretty far away. Oh, he's low.
The boar does the damage.
This is not fair. Most matchups are not fair when one guy is 4 levels above the other at 11 minutes. Now he's 5 levels above him, by the way.
Friends are coming down. Smoke maneuver from Q and OP. They're going to try and find their target. They'll probably notice that creep camp is gone. In fact, it's coming back down the hill, so it got pulled up. Bobica up on the trees, jumping down. Universe trying to fight him up. The stun will connect on the Beastmaster. In comes OP. Bobica's probably going to die for this one. They line themselves up. The freezing field from Q makes it impossible for EG just to walk away. So Q and OP will find the kills. Actually, Q who got the big one on Universe. And there was nothing that Crit could really do to help him.
Nice rotation from IG. They managed to protect their tower. I thought that one was gone for sure with Universe and Zai being down there. Beastmaster pushes fast, so you don't have much time to make these decisions. So it needs to go very swift, and IG confidently manages to get down there. It does, however, cost them the top tower. So EG's game plan of keeping the pressure up on all lanes is definitely working out right now. Getting that safe lane tower. Sure, it gets denied, but still great for them. Sumail is farming and pushing out mid. He's top leader, top CSer right now. This bottom tower, it will fall pretty soon. They just need one good gank bottom in this time.
Yeah, and it looks like IG is moving away from him. Like they're grouping up around their Ancients. Because that's right next to the Dire Observe Ward. Arteezy will move up. He sees Burning. Q. Sentry Ward is there, and he throws one down. Caught a glimpse of Arteezy. But Sakuria sitting on the hillside, which is revealing the Observer Ward. Someone messed with it, but they do bring down the Obs. So EG are going in deeper. They put a fresh Obs on top of the Radiant Shrine inside the Radiant Jungle. And then keep going. They want to kill, and they're going to find OP. Dust is up. He's trying to hide inside the meld. That won't work. And no refraction charges because he went for the meld. Now refraction is up. A little bit of extra life. The charge forward pushing back to Magnus, so he couldn't get the quick RP off. That would have caught 3. Instead, now he'll catch 1. Just the IO. Again, the freezing field from Q will push EG further into the Radiant Jungle.
Crucial. that he gets knocked back there for EG.
Radiant structures.
Io will, however, die again, so still no relocate online, but it won't be long before he has that. And at the same time, Bobica is also level 5. Do want to point out this Crystal Maiden went for an Urn. I love this item choice. I think in general it's good on Maiden, but in addition to that, they're playing against an Io, and you just want to, if possible, have damage over time effects on Io all the time so it can't bottle heal the teammates.
Arteezy.
Well, Urn doesn't help against that.
They lose both Q
the
as
tower.
well as Bobica.
This could even be a Roshan attempt for EG if they feel confident enough. They're 5 on 3 for a little bit. It is not the biggest window, but they know Bobica's level 5.
Yeah, there may
Instead,
not be,
they're going to go for bottom tower.
there may not be enough mana on Arteezy to really do it. It's
Zai scouted. Yep, Roshan is alive. I don't know what he was doing in there. It just ran in and got tanked it a little bit.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
just a friendly neighborhood greeting.
Suppose so.
But again, EG, like their warding has changed up. Like we talked about the warding getting dewarded around Roshan. Now because that observed ward near the shrine, it allows Zai just to charge himself forward. The relocate's on the way in as well. It brings Samal with it, but OP, you gotta love Refraction. He's able to just blink himself away to safety.
Speaking of OP,
It's balance, man.
Refraction is pretty crazy sometimes.
Tower is under attack. Radiant structures.
Easy.
Actually, how doesn't... Wait, how did he get his blink off?
Refraction was up when Zai charged in.
Zai has an Orb of Venom, so he didn't get an attack off in between his charge and the ult, I think. Because the Orb of Venom should cancel his blink. It deals so little damage that it doesn't break Refraction, so it actually pierces it. So if he gets an attack off, I don't think OP can blink there. And that's a really big difference. That ended up costing them a kill on a tower, actually. If that was the case. I believe it was.
You can check the replay and report on it back later.
Radiant's bottom tower
Write a report on it.
Yeah. Get Officer Malini.
Good
Burning's
bottom
coming
from
down to bottom lane just to try and
Arteezy.
defend this push. And
So now we do have the Wukong's command online for Bobica. That is a game changer, of course. A lot more teamfight potential. And at the end of the day, right now it more comes down to the Magnus than anything else. And EG have been able to do a pretty good job avoiding big RPs. And they have to do it. It's not just that the RP is good, but I really like the synergy between Magnus and Crystal Maiden for the reason that it allows Crystal Maiden to cast the freezing field in a really safe position. You stand far behind the fight and start it, and they get skewered into the field. We've seen that played in multiple games with great effect. And that means they actually have kill potential even without one of their cores or without the Monkey King there. That combination deals so ridiculously much damage that you can win fights where you're outnumbered.
they're actually forcing it quickly. So you've got all these things up. You want EG to come and fight you. EG are taking the moment to kill off Roshan. He's down to 1/3 of his life. TP support's coming over for now. And, well, they've got to move quickly. Roshan's almost gone. Zai gets hit by the meld, so he'll end up falling. Roshan still is in the hands of EG. But what's the cost? Zai! He charged away just as XXS was trying to skewer him back into the Invictus Gaming lineup, but they might find the bigger one. The Invoker, Samael Tornado will buy a little bit of space, but his Aegis Immortal will still trigger. Arteezy's waiting. There's a Sentry Ward nearby, but Bobica, he puts up the Wukong command, combining it up with Omni Slash. Samael will die twice. So Roshan was nice to have, but the advantage is only golden experience now, and even that gets offset by the win of IG.
I'm not completely sure who really benefits the most from this. I mean, the kills go their way. They trade it off for Roshan. But I think it's important for EG that this Aegis doesn't go the way of IG, who could have definitely contested it themselves with this Templar Assassin almost having the Desolator. And they end up trading, what was it, Io and the Invoker only for it. And Io is not that big of a
Invoker's hand a minus off cooldown.
Yeah, all right.
That's it.
Big win for IG.
Yep.
But yeah, this fight just shows that EG can't deal with the team fights right now. Like they tried to go for the Roche hoping they could sneak it because of the push bottom from IG. They weren't fast enough. The moment this Monkey King Wukong command comes out, the fight is just over. They can't get into it with their heroes.
It's funny that's
RP
the big
wasn't even
thing.
used.
It wasn't used because Zai was never able to tether down. Like when he tethered, he got caught on top of the cliffside, and that just allowed that TA just to go ham on him. So you didn't have that extra sustain.
bottom tower is under attack.
But you do have this. Like Arteezy's just taking the tier 2 tower, and there is no effect of IG down here. So
they're gonna trade.
Arteezy is fine.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
This gets a bit dangerous now for EG, I think, because IG have reached a point now where they can start grouping up and just take these towers, and I don't know if EG can deal with it. So they need to play the fairly difficult split push game right now where no fight breaks out whatsoever. If they get a key pick, they buy themselves 2 minutes, basically. But if they don't find any picks, They could lose the remaining tier 2 towers. And IG are finding some key items now. The Mantis Doll is coming out on the Juggernaut. Gonna be very nice at just confusing the Clinks, dealing with Invoker spells, such as removing Cold Snap or getting out of Ice Wall. If you're good, evading EMP. I don't know if that's even anything special anymore. Spell dodging with Mantis seems like something you see every day nowadays.
I don't worry, I'll still get number 1 on Reddit. Gotta get that good karma.
Only gets number 1 on Reddit if it's Arteezy doing it. You need to keep that in mind. It has to be him.
That's why the only Magnus plays that ever appear is a Rise.
Oh, someone else?
It's like, where's all the highlight clips of XXS? Obviously not. It's only ever a Rise that plays a Magnus.
Oh, they don't look as flashy, to be fair.
There's no one called S with a 4.
Yep. It's, Arise gets the style points, though.
He does.
Makes them unnecessarily complicated sometimes. Looks cool. Maybe it wasn't necessary to go for that, like, Blink Force
the
skewer
ability to
into
get
RP when you could just RP.
Ability to get a 5-man RP with the Do-Si-Do.
Yep.
Alright, so fight time. Invictus Gaming want to force it. EG will smoke up and just move in from the west. Observe Ward down for Q. So they will see from the side, but they don't have that vision unless someone stays close enough and they smoke themselves. They were right on top of the EG vision, so they know. EG are fully aware, but this may just end up being 2 teams walking into each other.
IO is not visible. It is under smoke. It's a bit hard to see sometimes, and he's also invisible. So he's like very invisible.
Don't worry, the Arcana will make this very visible in the future, right?
Absolutely. This is a very important moment. If EG lose a team fight on their side of the map right now, they lose a lane of racks. If they don't have buybacks. And, well, it looks like Invoker may have one, so at least he has some pretty good defensive tools, but nobody else on EG. And they're going to play it safe. Might just flat out concede this tower. I don't really know if it's possible to fight
They're still in a
for.
flanking position, but...
this is dangerous.
Okay, Crit's right underneath the Observe Ward. Q knows exactly where he is with the sentry down. They Nova, so Q reveals the fact they have vision on the high ground, but all the way around the back, Arteezy, he wants a creep, but there's nothing here for him to munch on.
It's a lane creep. He's not going to reveal his position, though.
He'll have to go in very deep to the Radiant jungle.
They actually defended with this move. That was very nice. They ended up defending their tower by just...
by Arteezy not finding what he wanted.
By just wrapping around them. IG got uncomfortable with the whole position because they don't have the vision in that area.
They're coming in again.
And they're worried they're going to get backstabbed. They don't have any sentries left, I think. Only a dust, but they don't have their scan.
Yep.
So, well...
Arteezy reveals in the mid, and they're fully aware now that they have the advantage here.
They got uncomfortable for 10 seconds. It's a win.
They have their own fortification too, so they can slow down this push from Arteezy.
No, they're letting him strafe it down, actually.
Yep.
They're just... That's a really late glyph. They could have saved this tower way better than that. But
Well, Burning starting his TP. Chris still here. And that TP's not even going to complete before the tower is dead. OP, he arrived, but that ends up just being a straight 2-for-2 trade-off, as in the tier towers.
it's a little bit of a mistake there. It's the same as when you're against Lashrak and you let his Edict go for almost the entire duration. And you're like, oh, our tower's being pushed. Let's glyph. And then the Edict is over. It's like, oh, you know, could have maybe saved another 500 health on that. So I think EG in this position are pretty happy with that trade, to be honest. They do identify what threats there are. Very cautious with taking the fight, knowing that realistically, the longer this game goes, the higher their playstyle has a chance of succeeding. Because the waves are going to be pushing harder, they're going to get these key items that allow them to eventually team fight, or even better, split push so fast that the team fights can't break out.
It's funny to hear that when you're still going up against a Magnus.
Yeah.
Okay? Going high ground is going to be wonderful with the damage that Clinks will be able to provide, but you still have to be so cautious about the team fights.
Absolutely. If EG gets to choose what way this game gets played, I think they don't team fight at all the rest of the game. I don't think they want to. They want to find one key pick into split push, where Arteezy might be on the opposite side of the map pushing the other tower, and IG have to split their forces, and then all of a sudden this RP play doesn't look as threatening anymore. In addition to that, they have really good vision, as was pointed out on the panel. Like, the Clinks can scout, the Roar,
it's on the Juggernaut. The spin's still there, but the damage RP has to be committed here by XXS. They drag Arteezy underneath the tier 3 tower. The Wukong command, he's on the run. The damage output with the earn tick. He's down to 11, down to 9, and now 0. So a 1-for-1 trade-off. Make it 2, because Crystal Maiden is currently dying under a meatball. And they retreat.
Carry for carry, no tower damage. And a bit of a bonus there for OG on the killing CM. It's a slight advantage, but they can't really turn it into anything yet. Roshan hasn't spawned. As far as towers go, there's only the top tier 2 that they can even really deal damage to at this point. The wave isn't close enough. but it effectively just converts into some farming time here. I think Universe's job at this point in the game is this kill on Juggernaut was really swift and clean. If they get into slightly less of an ideal situation, he's probably going to be looking for the Magnus, and if he can blink Roar the Mag, even if he doesn't kill him, if he just takes him out of the fight, like imagine they just isolate each other and force the fight away from them, I think EG's chances of winning the fight are a lot higher. Just because if it gets split up, that's the kind of fight Klinks wants to play. It's the kind of fight Invoker wants to play, unless he has a really good teamfight setup, which just doesn't exist for them. And it's probably also the kind of fight that Spirit Breaker wants to play.
Boba's hunting around.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if he noticed that Zai planted the Observer Ward down.
He's going to get spotted by Hawk here. Ping him out. Beastmaster knows exactly where he is right now. He's going to ward. That will be removed immediately. By immediately, I mean
when a sentry ward is
when
able to come to the location.
Ward, they haven't bought one.
There's only the Obs on crit.
Did they not notice? Might not have noticed. Looked like they bought any sentry or gem yet.
Well, would they have actually seen it when he pounced up? Because he was down pretty quickly after.
If they checked his inventory, but they might only have seen him on the minimap and not clicked him to see if he had a ward. If they get away with this, that's a really, really good ward to have right now for IG, overseeing two of the big creep camps that RTZ might be interested in playing around, and giving them the Roshan vision that they need. They know this Rosh will be spawning within a timely manner. OP.
He really wants to just clean up this wave nice and quick. He's got a double damage rune, so confidence is brewing.
Yeah, that was nice and quick.
Yep. While burning waits on the bottom lane.
Notice, by the way, this TA went for a build that I feel like we don't see as much right now as we did just a few months ago, or even weeks. He went for the Hurricane Pike after the Blink Deso. I think more often we see just the BKB or Dragonlance, or actually sometimes no Dragonlance at all even. But he wants the Pike, and I think the reason is he can get into trouble against these boars where he's immobile, and he needs to have a way to move around the fight, and especially if he can isolate the Klinks. If Klinks is dusted up or whatever, and he can blink on him and then pike him, he gets the range advantage that RTZ can't fight back in, and isolate him. Similar, if he jumps on the Wisp and pikes him and there's vision in the air, Wisp will die from full health. And taking out that hero early on is a really, really big deal for IG. So I like it. Like the pike here. He's transitioning into a Linken's. Both Linken's and BKB have their merits here. Unfortunately, BKB is actually not that good against Beastmaster or Spirit Breaker, but it's really good against Invoker, whereas Linken's is a lot more underwhelming there. That's a nice thing about EG's lineup. It's very good when the enemy cores feel like they need that extra item that they just can't afford. It always sucks feeling like, Linken's and BKB, but I can't really have both item slots, and if I can, it's like, oh, so much gold I need to farm up. So OP has made his choice, and he's countering out primarily the Beastmaster, and of course the charge of Zai. You get some nice information that Linken's. Crimson Guard. Nice. I was asking this yesterday, how that interacts with Monkey King Ultimate, and it just works fully. It just blocks them as if they're a hero. I think this item is really good in this game against the Monkey King ult, against Omni Slash. At the same time, though, this TA hits for 350. Good old 350. I'm probably going to kill him. Never mind. I just heard a charge. I got excited.
I think he was looking towards
that range creeps.
I think he was looking towards Boba because they were hunting the Hawk of the Beastmaster. But now with a 4-man smoke up, there is a Forge Spirit battling Roshan. You can wait for this Forge Spirit to die. And then they attacked too early.
They didn't wait long enough.
Yeah, the Forge Spirit vision remained, but OP slides in. He actually uses Hurricane Pine to close the distance quickly. But they'll be done.
Too fast.
Like the Sunstrike's coming in, but EG are well out of position.
Really nice play by IG here. I think they knew. I'm pretty sure we were past max respawn time. So they just identified they have this good ward that they placed earlier with Monkey King that never got countered. Have a good read on where EG probably are inside their own jungle with the defensive ward they have as well as their own shrine. See an opportunity to smoke and get a quick snipe here, even though that wasn't perfect.
So now that IG has the Aegis Immortal, doesn't give EG a free ticket to push high ground.
No, this
actually means EG have to delay up the game even more.
Possibly. It really depends if they can just catch IG off guard. The problem that EG's lineup has that we haven't talked about too much is that they want to play this split push pick-off game, but they actually don't have the best wave clear. It's mainly Invoker that will be pushing out waves. Beastmaster is decent, but the problem is for him to push the waves fast, the boars are not really enough. You need to be there with your hero to do it really effectively with the wild axes. And then you're revealing the position of your ganking hero, apart from obviously Spirit Breaker, but the Linken's are coming out. And that means that finding this, forcing IG to split up is very difficult if you can't get these waves pushed
Burning
out.
the jump with Diffusal Blade.
Yeah, Zai.
Zai's gone for 45 seconds.
Yep, they don't know he doesn't have buyback, but they might just go for this. They have Healing Ward, they have an Aegis, they have the better team fight.
You got a double damage on an Aegis the Immortal Juggernaut.
This is actually really scary.
You're going to start pushing this. Now, Burning's taking a hell of a lot of the tower, but thanks to the Healing Ward that's also down, Sentry's in position, there's no way for the Clinks to slip in behind. In fact, Arteezy's just trying to creep skip at the moment. So the Sunstrike will be able to connect. Burning's not too healthy. He's got a quick little bit of a burst heal, but bo3 actually dropped off the tree line. Universe going to cut those trees down. So bo3 can't play with it, but the damage is being done. The tier 3 tower has gone. One death on a Spirit Breaker. And there's the RP! He only got one skewer, but it may not matter. The relocate! Sumail gets pulled out just in time. He was isolated. Me and the Omni Slash was fully connecting on him. Almost a dream situation where they only wanted the one, but IG still take the melee racks.
That was actually such a sick defensive play by EG, but the damage is already done, like you said. And IG, good choice there. You know, other teams might be like, you know, all right, we didn't get that kill. They relocated out. They're coming back, but we still have Aegis. We still have a lot of other abilities. They just realized, okay, you know what? It's good enough. Let's not take the risk. Wait for our abilities to be ready again. We will have at least another RP still with our Aegis in hand. And if they can force another situation like this in the bottom lane, I see similar problems for EG. Arteezy did snipe the courier, by the way. Not sure if we pointed that out. There was a Linken's on it. So TA will have to wait another 2 minutes for that sphere. That's kind of the duration of the Aegis, I think, that remains. So once that Linken's is up, the Aegis on the Juggernaut is gone. Could play a role. We'll see.
Potentially. But you do also now have the Basher over a Monkey King, so Wukong's command just got upgraded.
Yeah.
So good luck avoiding that.
It's
actually
that
grouping
item
up
on
to fight even without having the Lincolns.
That item on Monkey King is so filthy. I kind of feel like this should work in a different way.
He's not a dirty monkey, all right?
Why does that work? Well, why? Why do they bash?
It doesn't make any sense. Zai just lost his boar and actually put down an observe. What? He was still under the cover of smoke, so Q would not have seen that unless he fears something else is there. Yeah, they're worried about it. Okay, no, they see it because the Gem of True Sight's on the Magnus.
EG are at least managing to push in the waves nicely here. They got a good push on the top wave now with Clinks and Io. They got the Invoker here. Of course, that's one of the benefits of Io. Even if your heroes don't have the best wave clear, like a hero like Clinks can still go for it, knowing that he can join the fight because of the relocate. But it's still not ideal. But EG have managed to kind of control 2/3 of the map right now while being Rex down. Now the question is, can they set up a fight the moment this Aegis expires? It's about to run out in, what's this, 1 minute? I think, yep.
Yes.
1 minute to go. Yeah, you don't want to fight into this Aegis if you have this.
Yeah, trap makes it fun to see.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward.
Sumail. Issues after you lose any kind of build like the tier 3 or even now your racks, you're going to lose the shrine. That's a big one too. That's the contesting shrine for Roshan that EG will no longer be able to use.
Yep. And OP has a lot of influx of value right now. He has a full Chrysalis and the rest of his Lincolns coming in. So if you thought he was scary before, he just bumped himself up like a good 4,000 net worth with the courier coming in right now. And he is dangerous. I think EG, even if they get a good jump at this point on, for example, the Magnus, the TA is so powerful that if Invoker doesn't get to control her, she can kill 2 or 3 heroes.
But isn't that when you look to something else? You look to the Beastmaster. Level 3 Necrobook just got finished up on Universe. Burn off the mana.
It might not be a choice anymore. Maybe he has to control the TA instead of going on the Mag. It just makes... You know, the fights are pretty hard. It's not easy for their lineup to play against Mag. Clinks is a hero who kind of has to really telegraph his positioning to deal damage. He doesn't have that long range. He has to, especially because he didn't go Dragonlance in this game, he has to stand and deliver. And that just buys time for Magnus to see, oops, there's a Clinks. I think if he RPs the Clinks and they kill him, it's good enough. So very, very difficult times for EG ahead of them right now. At least they waited out the Aegis.
It is funny, right? Because you're right. Like if you initiate with the Necrobooks, you burn off Magnus's mana, so he's incapable of actually lending the RP or any kind of crowd control. And then the only other crowd control you have is bo3's Monkey King, which has
But that's
Bash.
pretty damn good.
That is pretty damn good. I'm not going to deny that one. So, like, still, where do you start your target? But then again, you said before, like, you don't fight, right? Like, you look for the pickoff. But Invictus Gaming at the moment is walking around as 5. And the only other way you can counter that is by having Crit and Arteezy hold hands until the ends of time and be dragged in through tether and relocate if an engagement does break out for EG.
I think it's entirely possible that this game just goes quiet for another like few minutes. IG try to keep control of the Roshan area. They want the next Aegis, and then they're going to try to force a high ground fight. EG, on the other hand, they might play into that for a bit, but if they want to have a chance at this Roche fight, they have to find a pick-off before the Roche begins. I don't think they win the fight in the pit. There's just too many factors going against them. TA traps can see them moving in there. Monkey King can be in any tree in the area. Sure, they can have that hard...
Oh, RP.
Yep.
It is going to be IG who find the pick-off, and it's a big one. It's Arteezy.
70 seconds.
You've still got another 70 seconds before Roshan's even going to spawn up.
I think they're pushing bottom. Maybe. Not.
Okay, the pink line is drawn from IO. I don't know if that's meant to be a we keep the creep wave at this line to
That
the
is
left.
exactly what it's meant to be. Push in the lanes and corner them if you can. That has to be what he means.
Well, Samael's doing it on top lane. He's actually pretty close to completing up that Octarine core. And if he gets the tier 2 tower as well, which he actually does, he could add pressure to the tier 3 tower. This is when IG have to question it.
This is actually scary for IG.
Because if Klink spy's back and you can relocate him in, you can actually turn this into a trade-off. Fortification's already been burnt. The blink away from Samael, he's still sticking around. BTs are available for him right now, so he can come back if he wants to, but we're in a trade-off position. Fortification from EG comes out, but it's Samael who takes the first tier 3 tower out of at least this trade-off.
He's currently being faster than the full IG team. Now they overtook him a little bit.
Yeah, now
and it's just flat out a
gone.
trade.
Are you happy with this? I suppose you're getting closer towards Megas if you're Invictus Gaming. That's your advantage.
You know who's also getting
don't
closer?
have great ways to deal with that.
EG are also getting closer to Megas, Toby. They also got a barracks.
Really?
Yeah, they did. You didn't see it? They got it. Gone. It's a trade-off. All right, given the circumstances for EG, that is pretty much the best thing that could have happened. They didn't have to buy back their core. They traded barracks against a team that has better team fight and had a 5-on-4. I don't think that could have gone any better. What you could have maybe considered even relocating top just to make the push faster, like bringing Beastmaster and trying to go for a collateral and getting 2 lanes. And that would have more than likely forced IG back, but they might have been scared that they would get caught in the enemy base, and then all of a sudden they could lose more than just their own barracks. Maybe because, well, more than just that lane, rather. Roshan has to be in the back of their minds as well. It won't be long. It's about a minute to go. IG looking for the exact same place before.
Yep.
It's not up, though.
There goes your Sunstrike. Yeah, they have to wait a little bit longer, but the positioning Universe walks straight into it. XXS, he gets roared up, but the Omni Slash is bouncing back down, but it's all but soaked up by the entire EG lineup. But the Wukong command Bovrika's position is absolutely perfect, combining it up with Q, protected by his Ghost Scepter. Finally, Arteezy can kill him off, not to mention Arteezy attacking Burning. He dodges that attack with the Manta style, so Arteezy, OP can focus on him. Finally, the Wukong command will wear off. Wisp will be coming back, and he'll bring Samael along with him. A quick Tornado, Juggernaut's up and towards the air, Spirit Breaker will die, but Samael is the primary target for Invictus Gaming. But Arteezy, the RP through the rear, IO as well as Klinks trapped in, but the damage isn't enough. Crit let the one charges go. He might just have enough life with the Sunstrike connecting. OP's not a healthy man. Bovrika wants to keep fighting with the charge from Zai. Back into the front lines. Crit, make a break for the tree line. OP's defensive up. He actually has refraction charge to protect him, but XXS, he's just basically skewering oxygen at the moment. OP continues on the run. Only the illusion's caught out. Samael will realize that now. The real OP is moving with the blinkers off cooldown for Samael. But does he want to do Roshan? Does he want to fight the TA? He'll actually go in for Roshan. The trap went down. They see it. They're trying to kill off Roshan. IG, do you want to defend this? OP's just farming at the moment.
I don't think they can. They're 3-on-4 and they don't have their ultis right now.
They'll let it go.
That was pretty big for EG. That was a buyback coming out of Zai and XXS, but so 1-for-1 buyback trade-off, but it was on a core from IG. They still get the Roshan here, and I want to say that I've watched a lot of Dota. I think this might be the biggest value I've ever seen out of a Solar Crest defensively. Arteezy dodged like 4 TA attacks in a row, stayed alive, came back in the fight, dodged attacks again, and that Crest kind of just won the fight. If you're OP right now, you're pissed off, and you're just, there's the Bloodthorn, you know? Like, get out of my game. It's just like, that's just too much. And the key thing here is that EG get the jump. Like, Magnus dying immediately, we said it might not be enough, and it looked bad. as well. Like they got this Magnus kill right away, no RP used, but a great Wukong command and freezing field. Made the fight close, and I actually think IG win that if they get just a little bit more lucky on TA. Not gonna say you're gonna blame it on luck here, but it obviously is a factor when you have this evasion, and EG just played that fight pretty much to the limit. And Sumail, exceptional spell usage. When he came back from the relocate, the deafening blast on the TA and I think it was Juggernaut and TA.
It was the save we were waiting for from Crit.
Yeah.
Like not even having to have a offensive relocate in the fact he actually has the repositioning. And that control. So Invictus Gaming is 19-19. That advantage they have, about 4k gold, gets almost nulled. EG do actually lose out in the experience. And actually starts to move back up in favor of Invictus Gaming. We've got ourselves a close game. You're still both mid and bottom, not full racks, but racks up for IG. So they are still the ones in control, sort of. As close as you can get. Sumail, RP, there it goes from XXS. Dragon back in, and Invoker for all his great positioning. We'll lose the Aegis, the Immortal.
Oh, there could be a Monkey King.
Universe is here, he can blink Raw. Do they have enough time? Here comes the Wukong command. Invoker's down, Crit can't get him out. In fact, he loses his life. Q just lets it go, and the isolation is Arteezy. Both of the big damage cores from EG are gone, and Beastmaster will join him, or Spirit Breaker will join him in the afterlife. Universe is on the run out of here. This is not what they wanted.
That is confidence from XXS. He went on the guy with the Aegis, got an immediate skewer before EG could respond. He just felt like he had a chance there, jumps on it immediately, and what a reward. They got 4 kills plus the Aegis, so actually 5 kills, and they only lost their Monkey King.
They can force buyback. They get it out of Sumail.
There's going to be an Arteezy buyback as well, I think. This, I don't know, maybe not. Maybe IG are a bit hesitant here.
Without your RP and Omni Slash, do you really want to go again? Even Wukong's command is down for the moment.
It's actually true. The only rewards they can reap here are like ranged barracks. The bottom one's really low, but they're not going to go for it. Going to get some map control out rather and set themselves up for a better fight soon.
They're preparing for the next items. Lincoln Sphere is the build coming in from XXX. How are we looking for the Templar Assassin? Like, she finished the Bloodborne, but now actually has enough money for buyback. Some decent cash from the Juggernaut, and he's building a Monkey King bar. No evasion on this front.
Well, he's still, at least Clanks is still going to have the evasion against the TA when he's in BKB, because then he can't get Bloodthorn. But the Juggernaut can solo kill him with a slash, more or less, when he has MKB. So, difficult times ahead here for EG. Still feel like IG are just, after that fight, I was going to say EG are in a pretty good position, you know? Like, the racks are fairly even, they have the Aegis, they're in the opponent jungle. One misstep from Sumail, out of position for a moment, gets punished. The entire advantage is just gone within 10 seconds there.
EG have to be able to get control of it back. Wait the timeout. Victus Gaming. They're very happy with this. This is more time for their critical items. Universe, like even his next item, like he's looking at a Shadow Blade.
Yeah.
At least it lets him initiate and play around the fight a little bit harder.
He has to find heroes. It's like the only way they can play the Beastmaster now is find key hero and go. He has the Shadow Blade, he has the potential of finding a different angle. Maybe he can sneak past the Monkey King as well. Even if he's in a tree, he might be able to get a jump out of that.
If you're looking for that opportunity though, like if it's all about EG getting the pick off, what do you think about Arteezy going in for this Assault Cuirass? Like it kind of makes sense for a push, but isn't it better just to ramp up the damage output on this Clinks?
I think it's a good choice because he's in this awkward position where, you know, if you're Clinks, you like going full glass cannon, but he's just too weak defensively.
Monkey King, Universe, Blink, Raw, all the Force Staff, not enough to save him. There's still more than enough damage. It was Q that was trying to help him with the Force Staff. Tornado was able to catch out Templar Assassin, but quick refraction up. Not wanting to use the Blink in case they want to be aggressive. And it won't happen. Relocate was also burnt from Crit.
So what you often see Clinks get here is a Monkey King bar. The problem with that is, yes, he can do even more damage. I think there's no evasion at all on the raid.
There's a Solar Crest.
There's a Crest on Monkey King, okay. So he would be countering that, but the problem is he's too weak defensively. Now that the Monkey King bar is coming out and Juggernaut and Tia has this Bloodthorn, Arteezy's actually just dying too fast. And armor is the name of the game against this lineup of IG. They're so physically oriented in their damage type. The only hero really doing magic damage is actually
XXS. They see him. There's your RP solo with the Frostbite and the Crit.
That's why he needs an easy. That was without Juggernaut, by the way. That was 3 heroes.
He was still Bloodthorn and Melt Strikes. Like, you want to say, get out of my game, that is exactly it.
Yeah, well, that was without Juggernaut, though. The AC is going to allow him to survive an Omni Slash or a TA jump. And I think it's naive for Arteezy to expect not to get targeted at all in a fight. He kind of has to have options, so I like this AC choice a lot. Concerning thing for him is he might actually not be able to complete it before IG look to push again. If he wants that buyback, that is. There's still quite a ways to go for Arteezy to have buyback and the full AC complete. Whereas Burning on the MKB could buy it now, then he won't have buyback, so I think he's going to save. This is a critical moment in the game to have buyback on especially your cores.
Especially if you're looking for an engagement.
Yeah.
Like, if you were happy just to keep this game going for a little bit longer
They saw
and wait for
XXS
Roshan.
there.
Oh, Blink Skewer. Zai. Ever see a cow move like that?
20 seconds. This is pretty bold from IG. They don't have RP.
Oh, Universe, Blink, Raw, Sunstrike, Juggernaut. Chris actually buffing up the Necro melee warrior at the moment. Trying to get it back into the fight, battling against Burning, protected by that Lincoln Sphere. The tier 3 tower is dropping.
The Necro warrior lost Toby.
That's a brutal battle. Obviously, he wasn't naughty as Max.
Kurt didn't support it well enough. Didn't use
He
mech.
was not Gladiator.
He didn't mech and cheese. Mech and cheese?
Mech and cheese?
Sounds nice.
This isn't the American major.
Well, that's it. They are going to back out. They almost got the tower. Roshan Control is, again, probably going to be the name of the game for IG. They did find these wards now. Going to get rid of that. Does OG actually... Or OG, EG. Does EG have any vision on the map? I think that was the last ward. I can't see any right. So...
Well, they look pretty blind.
This is difficult. At least they have a Hawk to scout with, but Arteezy can't scout. It's way too dangerous right now for him to go in front. All right, Arteezy doesn't care. Oh, he cares. He's not going to go down those stairs. So they only really have the summons to scout with. They are going to find this ward of IGs, so that is at least somewhat helpful. And they did manage to sneak out a ward in mid. This is important. Like, if you just get a little bit of a safe zone somewhere around Rosh, so you have any information to go by. This ward in mid might not look like the greatest Roshan ward, but it's the only one they feel like they can realistically place that doesn't get countered immediately. And if it sees any pick for the Beastmaster, that could eventually lead to a Roshan freak.
Here comes your 5-man smoke gank. IG. Arteezy was the bait. Still is the bait. In fact, EG will now smoke up themselves. There was no Radiant Vision in the tree line, so IG are pouncing themselves up. If that middle lane pushes in, it's that little bit harder. Actually, it won't. The bottom lane is also a little bit too far out as well. Still, Evil Geniuses, they got a small wave with them. The Radiant scanned the wrong area. They managed to do a complete loop-de-loop.
This is good for EG, I think.
Well, they waited that time for Roshan. He's up in 25 seconds.
IG are on the wrong side of the map right now, and they got a ward out that isn't really yielding any benefit just now. They know that it's going to be around Roshan right now, and if EG stay here, and now IG are going to run through the aggressive ward that EG placed in their jungle. They see the TA. This could be a Rosh snipe if they stayed in the area, but they really need a Hawk in the pit right now, I feel. Or
it's moving to the
just
shrine.
Anything in the pit for EG right now would give them some very valuable information.
They're still wondering where, like Invictus Gaming going to be setting up. That's why this Hawk has to come in so
This is a really
deep.
big pick if they get it. OP.
There's your jump. Universe, Blink, Raw, Templar, Assassin down. 99 seconds on the sideline. Does have buyback available.
That is huge. If
they're actually taking the shrine out. They don't want IG to have that front line position where you can just TP in the TA after she buys back.
This is dangerous for IG now. If they buy back the TA and she dies, the game's pretty much over. If they don't buy her back, they lose the Rosh. So this is pretty much the perfect kill that EG could find.
So you wait then. IG just have to wait.
Yeah, you can see this Rosh. Let EG ferment some more cheese. Arteezy's sitting on the old one. Doesn't get better over time though in this game. He's actually going to drop it to crit. Going to take another cheese.
Crit was the original carrier.
Wait, so he just dropped the cheese to pick up a cheese.
Yeah, so Arteezy has cheese, Crit
so he
has
could have
cheese.
also just let Crit take the cheese.
It's the Arise strat, man. It's overly complicated. And then Samael.
But they didn't
has
use
the
Force Staff for the cheese. Maybe they'll do that next time. Alright, pushing time for EG. This is big. They can probably
42 seconds.
Okay, so if they can still force this TA buyback, this was a big mistake for IG. If they end up having to buy back anyway, they could have bought back and maybe contested the Roshan
They
area.
have great high ground defense.
Oh,
Like
this Hawk is good right now. It's really good. Universe.
They see a lot, but they need the opening. If the mid lane can keep being pushed out, then Arteezy can't do exactly what he's doing. In fact, they just skewer him in under the T4 towers, but the relocate pulls him out. Mag RP was committed plus the Nova.
They have to do this, actually, IG. I think it's a good play. Even though it looks pretty bad for them that they don't get to kill the RP.
They're waiting for the IO.
They save a buyback,
They
basically.
can kill the IO. They actually bring RTZ back in with it. So quick Omni Slash bounces actually out to RTZ and away from Crit, leaving Burning stranded outside. Maybe with the charge, Zai, he's able to get a short range charge only, but Crit so low, in comes XXS, goes from the skewer, but then none of them in the Wukong command. EG get out, Crit remains alive with 110 HP. Meanwhile, up on the north, Universe takes out the end of the top racks, BTing in for this and having IG looking behind themselves. But IG didn't have to commit the buyback on OP. So they hold their tier 3 towers, they hold their mid and their bottom racks, and all they lost technically was the range.
Yes, and EG
It wasn't even a kill.
EG did... Wait, didn't they lose the Aegis? Oh, they still have it on Sumail.
Yeah, no, they lost. They even commit cheese.
No.
They used the cheese on RTZ.
Nope.
Oh no, you're right, because Io is currently becoming the Cheesecake Factory.
Cheesy.
Cheesy.
Oh dear, what are we doing? He wants the Hyperstone, so that's the full AC, I believe. And buyback. Not available, actually. RTZ should have maybe stayed in school a bit longer and finished that math course that he didn't, because if he dies now, that's actually a pretty big problem.
I'm sorry, cheesemakers aren't allowed A-grade math skills.
Okay, explain this to me. So when you're Monkey King sitting in a tree, why can you turn yourself into a tree? And there's a tree on top of a tree.
Yeah, he should become a butterfly.
I mean, something
That
else.
would be better camouflage. Or a branch. Like this really odd-looking wonky branch.
I don't know. Imagine you're the other team and you scout him with a hawk. You're like, I wonder which one is Monkey King. Is it the tree on top of another one that are literally not connected, or is it one of the ones surrounding it?
The natural growth. RTZ initiated, but again, it's the relocate save, but at least it's only Burning having to commit his Abyssal Blade in order to get that jump, and it's not the RP.
It gave them
on XXS.
It gave them a mid tower, but this is probably going to cost them. I don't think EG can save them.
They actually
brought
bring in
RTZ
as well.
Are you
the
crazy?
RP will catch two. In for the spin. You've got your refresher orb up, so there's a secondary RP available, but RTZ's down for 95 seconds, and there's no IO for 50 with no buyback for him.
I think Crit just mistimed it.
He meant to sever.
He wanted to instant tether after relocate ended, and he cast it too early. So he brought RTZ back with him and just threw him to the hounds. That's actually a pretty big misplay at this point. This is going to open up the map for IG, and they can more than likely force this Klink's buyback. That's 60 seconds about, so when they reach the base, more like 50, I guess.
And all they got to do is push up through the mid, because then they can just rotate towards the top and get the Megas. If they lose the bottom racks, you're still okay with that. Megas versus 2 lanes of just like super creeps.
It's still,
you're fine with that.
This is still dangerous. They could end up trading fully.
But OP's down here.
1 lane Rex for 2. Yeah, OP is
he
here.
can actually like. Okay, he almost 2 shots down the
He has
entire
boots of
way.
travel, but does he have anything to travel on? He's actually just going to get gone on by Universe.
Is there enough? Zai's going to charge into the top lane, still being attacked by Burning while all this is going on. So your Templar Assassin will die. Buyback is available. Burning is still chipping away on the top. He's got Q and Bobica sitting behind him, and they relocate in. RTZ, he's going for the tier 4 towers. Are they really trying to do this? Bobica has actually TP'd himself back in again. The top lane's gone down, and now it's defense time. Burning almost dead, but not dead just yet. Bobica is holding Universe in position. They skewer him back in. Sumail, can he do the damage? No, he can't. OP will trigger the Aegis to the Immortal. They want more. Now back to the world of the living. Will he be sent back to where he belongs? Sumail, BKBs with the tornado. Well, space is created. He'll blink, he'll ghost walk, and he's on the run. But you still lost almost your entire rack. The range rack is alive, so they don't actually have the Megas here in Victus Gaming.
The only buyback there was the TA, right?
Klinks also bought back.
He did?
So you had a buyback on Klinks and TA.
Right. There's a lot that happened in this log. Actually, can't even see that. That's a lot of things happening within a minute. So, well, there's 1 mid lane of racks left for IG, and there's 1 ranged racks left for EG. And more than likely, if one team fully commits to get a racks, it will be a trade, and it's Megas against Megas. And I think if we get to that stage, that will favor EG more than IG, just because the dynamic of the map just changes with all these hard creeps pushing just a little bit of momentum.
The bad position for him. He's being charged down. The push, it'll actually drag him back into the Sunstrike. Buyback is available. But he's also going to be careful. Bobica spent all of his money to buy the Assault Cuirass. So you don't have buyback on your Monkey King. You still don't have RP for 42 seconds.
That's actually really bold. I'm surprised he didn't keep buyback instead of that.
Maybe it's just the confidence, the double RP. They still have to wait. Like when RP's back off cooldown, so was the refresher orb.
Yep.
And he's actually going in now for the Octarine as the second one.
EG definitely want to force this buyback, and I think they can. But there's a lot of pressure on XXS right now. I think at least one of the RPs has to catch 2 heroes, or they need to double RP the cores. Because buybacks for EG plus relocate can get really, really nasty when they're inside the enemy base. And if OP dies, he doesn't have buyback. So there's a lot of things stacked up against IG right now. Good vision being planted here by EG. The gem will spot it, but I don't think Q dares to go for it.
No, it's too far away. Like, and no one's got a quick quelling blade, so that you actually have to walk up and hit the damn thing.
They don't have any Manta style.
XXS?
He might not have seen it, actually. They're not dealing with it at all.
XXS is staring down Sumail. He wants it, but Sumail's got a refresher orb, so that's double the BKB, double the Shivas, and double the abilities.
If he gets RP'd, that refresher does very little. If he gets BKB off, though, he won't get skewered.
Okay.
Oh, RTZ's gone for it.
There's your RP. XXS going to drag it back under the T4 tower to relocate. It's so quick from Crit. RTZ will survive,
Oh, they bought
and
back
they
Jugger.
got the buyback on the Juggernaut, so EG get a victory on that front.
All right, let's see if Crit kills Artur again. Nope. Just himself this time.
Yep.
Good choice.
We support your death.
I think this was what EG were hoping to happen. They got out an RP, they got the Jugger buyback, and all they paid was a Wisp, who will still be alive for the Roshan spawn.
XXS still wants to go again. Like, he instantly triggered that refresher orb to look for a secondary RP.
EG are using their tools very, very well right now. They, like we've talked about a lot, their team fight is inferior, but if they get these like really quick jump picks and catch IG off guard, the fights are playable. So this is very difficult for EG, but they managed to get the little advantages they can, and now Universe could actually buy a refresher and have buyback. And a double roar is scary stuff for IG to deal with. He gets one on the mag.
He's going back for it now.
Oh, really, any 2 roars. Whatever he can get. If he can get both roars off, that's a very good start to the fight. Even if he catches, like, the Crystal Maiden and Monkey King, for example. That's still probably good enough. Just getting some control out on some key heroes that lock them down. All of the heroes for IG right now are kind of key, actually. The Crystal Maiden even has an Ethereal Blade, which there is actually no answer for at all on EG's side.
No one bought Diffusal Blade.
That's a really big deal. He could save the Roar target. The only damage that really goes through the Roar, or through the E-Blade rather, is Sumail, who's going to be loving the fact that they're ethereal, but apart from that, Beastmaster can't really deal any damage, Clinks can't, Spirit Breaker limited, IO Spirits, it's like, probably not enough. So Burning should more or less be invulnerable, actually, if the Crystal Maiden is in a good position.
They're looking to fight here.
They want to try to jump. They're baiting him super hard here. Nice
Burning.
Manta.
Oh no! XXS, he blew it! Oh no! Bail, 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 bail. This is not the fight you wanted, but Sumail did burn his first BKB, at least.
EG know refreshers on cooldown if they paid attention, so they have a minute here with no RP. They could actually just go in for this, so they know there's no glyph, because they forced that the last time, and they have buybacks on which heroes?
Buybacks are available for Mag, CM, Invoker, Beastmaster, and SB.
But EG actually have only one. Oh, they have Invoker and Beast, so if they...
Invoker, Beast, SB, yep.
If they commit in and they force the enemy team to go on, for example, the Beastmaster, both of these heroes have Boots of Travel. Invoker should actually just buy Travels too, I think. He could buy back and travel in on a hero to make sure it completes. If they like bait him to get racks, it's worth it. If they could somehow set up that fight, but they're really cautious here. This is such a
They're still waiting for Roshan as well. Like, they actually got so unlucky with the Roshan one time, but Forced off.
Very quick.
He actually used it himself when that roar was kicking in.
Very, very quick there from Q.
Yep.
He actually didn't even have any vision.
EG will have to wait until the RP is back up before they can actually get into Roshan. And then you beg the question, how does IG approach this? Do they, again, let EG get another Roshan? They're still holding onto the cheese on Crit.
I still really like the idea of sending in the Juggernaut and just trusting in the counterplay of their own players. If the Juggernaut gets jumped by the Beastmaster, first of all, he can try to Manta dodge like he did the last time. The Roar is actually not that difficult to Manta dodge. It's one of the more telegraphed abilities that the enemy team has. And if he fails to do so, there's still the Ethereal Blade, in which case they need to all in with Invoker on getting the kill. And if they fail, the counterplay is just really strong. So that's one opportunity. Alternatively, you do it with TA. Buyback on cooldown for 30 seconds only. Juggernauts is for 3 minutes.
They smoked. OP is the only one not caught inside of this. As far as Dire Vision goes, however, the Hawk coming in that was it. Like, they have one Observer Ward inside the Radiant jungle, but they don't see anything around Roshan. So bo3, he'll look to jump in. The RP catches 2 into the Wukong command, trying to split it up. No, bo3 now. No, he actually tried to release it twice. It doesn't work. They already killed off Sumail, who does have buyback available, but Roshan is already so low that it looks like EG will have to concede it. IG will actually grab it. Crit comes back. He tried to save it, but it actually gets pulled back. But yep, mid lane, Universe jumped in. OP's nearby. He'll actually say the get out of my game card. And will it be enough to actually kill off Beastmaster running through the north? It will definitely will be. Beastmaster is down. Io's the only one from EG that doesn't have a buyback. And you didn't even have to, like, okay, Refresher Orb was committed, so the RP is back up again.
I think this was probably the last nail in the coffin here. IG are in such a good position. Now, both buybacks for EG will have to be burnt, no doubt about it.
Yep.
And even then, the fact that they don't have IO for 30 seconds means the relocate's on the sideline, so this is a guaranteed kill with the RP.
You will have
any
the double
core
roll.
they find should be a kill.
You should still have the double roll. Like, Beastmaster buys back, he has his Refresher Orb off cooldown. They're letting the range racks go, and it's all about the tier 4 towers, but look at where Arteezy's
They're going to try to base race, I think. It's at least an option they have.
You need the second level BTs on the Beastmaster to make that work.
Arteezy didn't get the wave in. Bottom wave is not pushed in yet.
Nope.
So there's actually no opening for EG. They just flat out got mega'd. And the way I'm saying that with my intonation sounds like Arteezy made a mistake, but I actually don't think he could have made it in time.
Nope. Well, if he started attacking it, IG would have known about it. They would have still taken the Megas, and then they would have backed out. And like the whole idea of your base racing is EG get close enough, they cancel the TPs back.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only way that base race sort of works.
It's very difficult for EG to set up a base race now.
Yeah.
Sure, they have this still pretty good split push, and it's still a very big disadvantage now with the Megas. It is a winnable game, however. I think we've seen EG pull a miraculous comeback like this not too long ago. Against which team was that? I can't. They had like this absurd defense in a game. I think
you'll have to rely on your memory.
I feel like I remember Universe playing Axe in that game, and they had a super fat.
Oh, Zai, you don't want to be there.
Dagon
you
guy.
really don't want to be there. Blink Skewer. Oh. He didn't want to commit the RP. Zai even stopped a Lotus Orb on the run out.
He wanted to be there. Then he didn't anymore and ran away. Uh-oh.
It's like an instant regrettal. TZ, there's a gem of true side on bo3, so he understands that they're both staring each other down at the moment. And there's your jump forward. They find Zai, so yeah, he didn't want to be there, but he went back in there to be there, and now he's not there.
He's actually going to buy back. He has a respawn talent. That was a very fast respawn. All right, guys.
I want levels.
I need to learn why I died. Time to immediately read 3 books.
Nice meteorite onto Burning, but then again he gets the spin-off. So
that's a
damages the back line. The raw stun over on the Magnus. Will it be enough with the split damage? Omnisat's been soaked up by the Necro Book, so Burning very ineffective with that one. Now allowing Arteezy to do some damage. Again, another tornado from Sumail, connecting onto the Juggernaut, keeping him out of this fight. But this is a clusterbuck at the moment. Everyone's jumping everywhere. And Zai, maybe he can't jump fast enough. The tether coming in from Crit with the extra heal, but the RP, XXS, he gets hexed up, and nobody with the skewer. They can actually hold him there. The cheese triggered from Crit. He gives the life back again. EG holding in, but now it's Wukong command time. The balance is on the field. The stun on Zai. He can't run away. The Bash Lord actually still alive at 133 HP. Back through the mid. He'll finally go down. The buyback is here from Crit, so he's here to stand his ground. RP is up for XXX, even though his mana pull is absolutely shite at the moment.
That was actually such a crazy fight. I don't even know if we have time to talk about it, but the cheese usage from both bo3 and Crit in that fight, more or less perfect. Looks like it's still go time though.
Yeah, Arteezy, he's trying to bring down Burning. No extra life for Burning. OP wants to jump in. There goes your RP. It's able to catch out Arteezy. Crit holding him there, trying to save. Not enough. Sumail will have to do the work. Universe back to the front line. Raw still not up, but the Necro Books burning out the mana, and they're pushing IG out of their home, especially when Arteezy buys back. They need some extra kills at the moment. bo3 up and jumping. Tornado flies through. It doesn't actually connect on the right tree. So he will survive. Arteezy finds the opening, and it's OP! A huge roar. He's still down for 2 minutes, however, but buyback is available. Not to mention that top racks did go down, so Megas are in favor. So, good luck, EG, on defense. Whew. So now you can talk about the fight sim.
Yeah, well...
So what was so great about the cheese?
Well, bo3 was down to like 5% and popped the cheese, and then both Crit and Zai were down to 5%, and then Io has this beautiful tether ability that just heals them both to full immediately. This is some really high class stuff, this fight. Very, very nice by both teams, and once again, I have to point out how well EG are playing around these teamfight abilities. It's impossible not to get RP'd. Like, let's be honest,
Yeah.
it's not going to happen.
Wait, you got 2 on the field and it's XXS?
Yeah, XXS has really only found either 1 core RPs or 2 supports. That's more or less what he's managed to do. And the 2 support RP there was beautiful. If the cheese doesn't go off, that's probably game. Like, they both die there. I think Wisp already expended buyback, and so did Zai. But they managed to stay alive.
Are they trying to fight while RP's down?
What they have.
Technically, it's a 30-second window with no RP from XXS. And if they can force the Megas out, we actually get Mega on Mega action. So Mail can BT in, so he's keeping the wave out for the moment.
We might see something similar to last time
XXS,
where...
Blink, Skewer, he got Arteezy. Do they have the control? Omni Slash is there, a quick relocate, but you actually end up losing Universe. Templar Assassin is still down. She is not committing the buyback yet. Burning the damage from Arteezy. The Monkey King bar is actually doing lifting at the moment. Burning will have to buy back. TA is still holding hers. But the bottom lane is pushing in onto EG's base. The timer is against them at this point.
Oh, Arteezy will kill these racks really, really fast. He has Alacrity.
Fortification, that'll do the work. Lotus Orb actually stunning over on
RP is
Q.
up.
They push him away and wait for that initiation. Watch that Magnus closely. RP, they find him. Crit, he can tether himself in, but he'll end up losing his own life if he does it. The range racks remains up in the mid. If they brought that down, it would have been Mega on Mega action.
No buyback, Arteezy. They know this. I think this is the end of the game, Toby.
And the RP is just coming off cooldown because Refresher Orb just came off cooldown. So they've got it back again for Invictus Gaming. This whole series could end up taking 4 hours, maybe 5.
Shout out to Paul. Sorry, buddy.
Enjoy your late night.
Yep.
Enjoy your fantastic Dota, however. This has been a terrific series already, and I'm happy to watch a 3rd game come out from it. As in comes IG. The real test
Space
moment.
race.
Oh, Surveil. Is he doing it?
Protection.
They're actually going to try and do it? Through the backdoor protection with the Necro books. There's fortification available here for EG, but you've already lost 1. The relocate pulling back Crit. So as SB was the only man trying to create more space, the Radiant Fortress is down to 2.8, but they realize Invictus Gaming, they have the power and they have the victory, forcing out a Game 3.
That was a really great game.
It was. I agree. I concur.
That was really, really nice because, you know, it kind of had everything that we were hoping for in terms of IG finding some really cool teamfight abilities, ability usage, EG playing this great split push and pick off game with the Beastmaster.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Riki.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Omni-Knight.
EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Rubik.
Radiant team ban. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Imba spirit.
EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds.
Warlock.
EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Juggernaut.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 5 seconds remaining. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Sven stands ready. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
Well, it seems in the overcompensating has now gone back to what it was.
Yeah.
So it's EG American flag all the way. But I don't know, man. IG, it's different. It's creative. It's strong in the lanes. The Sven pickup, the panel was a little bit odd about it. Like Wraith King, you were calling it yourself. Like was probably going to be a better pickup. Is Sven still going to be able to achieve enough for them?
I'm not so sure. I'm kind of following the panel on their switching back and forth on the predictions. I think in the second game, IG's draft was significantly better in game one, not only for them, but also against what EG had. And this time around, I just flat out like EG's draft better. I'm looking forward for IG to prove me wrong here, but after I saw their first 4 picks, I didn't see the obvious synergy between them. You know, Warlock and Omni Knight, they want to play like this. They want to 5-man go to push a tower and keep their carry safe, who is doing the building damage. Ember can't be the pushing hero. He's more of a mobile hero that gets around and sets up fights. And Ricky is the same story. Ricky doesn't really play too well into this 5-man style. So their last pick needed, for me at least, to solve a lot of problems. It needed to be a carry that can manage being doomed. It needed to be a carry that can deal damage to towers, and it needed to be a carry that can go in and set up this whole teamfight strategy that they want. I think Sven was a great choice, but I'm still skeptical. I don't know how good of a Sven game this really is. The hero is on paper really good against Juggernaut because you have the Warcry against Omnislash is very nice. It's been a classic counterpick in the past. But there's just a lot of things to deal with here. And as they rightfully pointed out, Rubik against Omni Knight. Maybe it's going to be Omni Knight playing against a better Omni Knight. Rubik is faster cast time and he could just get doomed. Oh. Tricky game. I favor EG clearly in this, but like you said, IG Their lanes could go very well. They have Baboka Ricky. We've seen it win.
Yep. And
let's see how much they can do.
Maybe that's also the play. Like, is Baboka causing issues? You are running that tiny in the mid. It's not the easiest thing to run away with. And OP's going to have a lot better lane than he did last time he played the Ember Spirit. And up on top, XXS is loving this top lane against Universe. Both go PMS, but already with 2 purifications, Universe is on the back foot of this lane. And then on bottom, yeah, Bunny's going to take damage, but you got Warlock. Fantastic hero zoning out the lane. Crit doesn't really do much in the early game. He can combine up with Arteezy, but that's only if they feel confident enough to really like actually be aggressive with Telekinesis grab.
I'm wondering why EG chose to go for this laning setup, because...
To actually dodge it and put Universe versus the Omni?
In my mind, Omni Knight wins this lane.
Stormbolt.
Fairly convincingly.
Bobrika, crit. Well, Sentry Ward or not, there's still a lot of damage coming up from Bobrika. He'll need one more attack. The orb is doing work, but it's not enough. Bobrika, he'll get the hit. So he will actually give up his life, but Bobrika will take first blood. Well worth it if you're that Ricky.
Well, especially Arteezy didn't get the last hit on the Ricky, so his gold gets split as well for them. Good start for IG here. Warlock wasn't even involved in that. He was out pulling at the same time. And this is what makes me wonder why EG are going for this laning setup. Do they think that with this aggressive dual lane and the Doom rotating in, that they can beat this safe lane so much that it's worth leaving a flat-out one-on-one mid, and this Omni Knight will get a lot? I think Omni Knight loses to very few melee heroes just because Purification is such an amazing... It's such an effective way to use mana that you heal yourself and damage the opponent. It's a great trade-off spell.
Oh,
and he has the Degen aura.
Zai is moving up, like he wants to go for a kill over on the Warlock, but Bobrika body blocking him out, so Zai knew he couldn't just walk down with a Shadow Word. The damage is decent, the Orb of Venom is allowing them to keep up as well, and now in comes the Rubik Fade Bolt, reducing the damage so Zai can continue his run. But that's the other thing about the bottom lane. Like, I suppose like when you've got both Crit as well as Arteezy down here, Bobrika's looking more to that lane than to try and stop the jungling Doombringer.
If you can counter the enemy's supposedly safe lane carry, as it could have been this game, and at the same time secure your own carry farm, and you have 2 other matchups that you're expecting are even or even favorable, this is the place to be as Ricky. There's no doubt about it. This is the best play for him on the map right now. Eventually, when the Ember gets more levels, there will be kill potential on mid. I would like to see a Bobrika rotate maybe at level 5 into that mid lane to try to go for a kill. We might even see the Ember go like a 3-0-2 build to have that extra damage on change, since the Tiny can break Flame Guard pretty well.
Oh, Arteezy going to spin on bottom lane. A quick telekinesis. Oh, I say quick. It's a little bit delayed telekinesis grab. The hilarious thing is, though, that ward that was de-warded on the bottom lane, it was timing out in 5 seconds before it actually got consumed. So Crit's next sentry ward, they know exactly where that sentry is down, so they can just battle for the vision.
With the sentry, it paid for itself and you got a bit of XP, so it's alright. Oh, Dust from Zai. I don't really know if he can kill this guy. Oh, Crit might actually be able to connect because of this creep hurl boulder. Yeah, very short duration.
This is also insanely slow Bobrika with no boots and being slowed down by the dust, but he stuck around. So Crit comes in closer. The Dire Observer Ward knows there's no one else up on top of that hill, and Zai, with the Scorched Earth, thought he could keep pressuring it, but can't even get the rune.
And now EG have expended the one advantage that they would have over this IG safe lane. They have used the Shrine, and all they managed to get out of it was a trade in which there was a 1-for-1 kill that favored IG. Burning is out-farming Arteezy, and they're pulling, and they're winning top lane.
Yeah,
and Magnus is getting Magnus is getting trashed, actually, and it's not Universe playing particularly bad. This lane is just really, really hard. Omni Knight is so good at this type of lane. 25 for 14 against 10-0. It's not just that he's out farming him; he's out leveling him super hard. 15 denies.
Bobrika, the steering chains from OP is going to be able to connect and skewer down. Universe has to create space, but Bobrika jumps up. Samel will have to trigger the shrine, but no, he'll get done by the Ricky.
He's actually channeling his inner Monkey King. That was like a 400 range melee attack right there.
It's the longer range dagger.
I actually can't believe he got that hit off.
It's a reacher, man. It's a reacher.
You know, daggers are not a long. It's not a long sword. It's a dagger. A dagger doesn't reach that far. Maybe it was a fishing pole.
Maybe he's learnt the art of the throw. Except he's doing it against EG.
Actually, it'd be pretty cool if Ricky had like a dagger throw. Kind of what PA has. That's very unoriginal. Great idea, Sim.
You make it.
It was actually your idea. Bad idea, Toby.
Oh no, we could slacks this.
Yeah.
We could definitely slacks this. The dagger actually throws, allowing you then to Phantom Strike to a target.
Let's keep our eyes on top, actually. This could get scary for Universe. Ricky is one-on-one build, so there is the smoke screen now available. They can always just put an Omni heal on top of him. Oh, he's gonna go bottom. There's trouble in bottom
Paradise. Q's
dead.
Yeah, he gets spun out, but Burning's moving over. He actually doesn't have... he's got the stick charges, so there is mana if he wants to go for the Storm Bolt. Lets it go on the Juggernaut. Bobrica puts down the smoke screen as well. Juggernaut, the damage is going to be enough, even with the quick little blink strike from Bobrica. Arteezy had the assistance from Crit to get the kill.
Oh,
the Crit
but
went
it's set
moving in
up
at OP. He's just looking at Rubik before he ended up searing, chaining him up. But the damage, the burn, it should be enough from the Flame Guard to get the kill on Crit. But no more follow-up, and you did rotate the Ember away from Samael to do this. But it brings Ember Spirit very close to that level 6. And in fact, now he has it after picking up the Bounty Rune. So now there's kill potential in the mid lane against Samael. Even though Samael is level 6 and does actually have the 3-2 combination, you always have to respect that Ember's damage.
I wonder what EG are gonna do with Arteezy. So what has happened now is that Mag has rotated into the jungle because he got destroyed too hard in lane. He knows this isn't worth it for him. So they're gonna put Crits Rubik in top lane to soak that experience and get whatever last hits he can. As a result, Arteezy is solo off lane on Juggernaut right now. And this is not a safe place for him to be with Ricky off the map. So his farm should also get limited. And I'm looking towards the mail to start getting something done with this haste rune. I think finding a key pick, or at least keeping on farming at this rate so he gets a fast blink. They're gonna need this play potential, because this Doom has not really accomplished way too much just yet.
Universe can accomplish anything. Like, Bobrica just reminded him that he's a Ricky.
Yep.
And he's watching it. This is the standard wards we saw coming out from IG every time they played these roamers, be it Monkey, be it the Ricky. Always looking for the opening, and always making sure the jungle is in a place where the Magnus can disappear to farm.
Crit can die here. This Ricky just got his Ring of Aquila. He can blink strike in, get Omni healed and smokescreen.
This is number 1.
Yep.
There's another 2 where that came from.
There may be more to come. I think he wants phase boots first. Oh, this is big if he gets it right now.
You see him positioning it in the open area where he can run a straight line. So one attack, he'll need 2 to do it. So Curry is down.
2/3 of a level for Ricky. Or 2/3 of a level. And a good 1,000 gold first team.
Decent. How about more money? Omni Knight gets an 8-minute Hand of Midas on this off lane. He actually bypassed finishing up his Arcane Boots in order to pick up the Hand of Midas.
XXS is absurdly farmed on Omni Knight right now.
He's at 3.8k compared to the highest on EG, who's 2.8k, and that's the mid-tiny.
And this is without a kill, even. Like, he actually doesn't have any kill or assist gold. It's just flat-out farm in lane.
The Finger of Death has arrived, aka Ricky combining it with Purification.
Yep.
And Arteezy has to be careful about it, because he's not going to see it coming.
They can kill him.
If they smoke screen up...
I think they got him.
Alright, there's Purification, smoke screen,
I was wrong.
And he'll be okay. But this already
Fairly
forces
close.
him back and triggers the healing ward. And it's a level 1 healing ward. That's not enough life to go back into the lane.
I thought Omni Knight was going to be able to close the gap a bit more in Arteezy with the level 2 degen and just get in melee range and that they could like club him during the smoke screen, because that wasn't far off. There was 150 health on Arteezy there.
They found another target. Hi, Crit! Bye, Crit.
Oh, he's going to live.
Oh, Purification doesn't work, but he does get the telekinetic grab at the jump up. Bobrica now Omni Slash. Bobrica needs to go back into invisibility, able to do so on 25 HP.
He always does.
He always. Now you're a Sith. You're dealing in absolutes.
It's gonna be so annoying to play against. Like, it feels like this guy always gets away with no health. Probably he assessed the threats there. Like, he more than likely checked Juggernaut's mana and his number of stick charges and knew, okay, Arteezy will have Omni Slash, but not the spin. With a spin there, that's a kill 100%. And got away. So effectively forced an Omni Slash, forced Crit back to base, and all he paid with was his own rotation back to base. So ulti wasted.
And because this movement's coming out from EG, I was wondering if IG would have enough confidence to do what they're doing, where Burning is now able to have like ancient stacks prepped. Like, yeah, you got a Magnus on the field, the Empower's not going to come up anytime soon, same with the Aghanim sipping from the Tiny. But these type of stacks is just opportunities for EG to try and contest, but Burning's just so damn strong, already having that Morbid Mask picked up, and he is going to complete it into a Mask of Madness with the death of these Ancients.
IG are winning this game really, really hard right now, in my opinion.
The only thing they're missing to be completely in control is the Warlock level 6.
Yeah, it's just
And Samael is going to take that life away from him.
not going to happen right now.
That was a 3-4 combination. Now he's up to 4-4. Bobrika's watching him, but you're not going to fight. God's Strength was already triggered to do the Ancients.
It's important, I think, for IG that they're building this kind of advantage, because I still think their lineup falls a little bit flat in some aspects later on. But if they can build this big of an advantage, they can probably compensate for the problems that they would have. EG might still be feeling all right. They know the Tiny Blink is coming soon. Magnus knows he's behind, but he's working on it. Doom, however, in my opinion, really low level right now. Zai's level 4. Closing in on 5. They gave the tome to Rubik so he could get Spell Steal and steal his Purification level 4. And I would really like to see them make use of this for a play. They will!
Try. Universe pulls them in, but Bobrika jumped himself down. Q still ended up taking a fall.
Very nice execution, though. They RP'd. Crit came in at the exact right time with the level 4 Purification. They skewered, they got a kill, but it was only on the support Warlock.
Yep.
So RP is down.
And he still managed to hit his level 6. So in 7 seconds time, he can TP down to the bottom lane and potentially fight this if he has more friends.
They may have forgotten about Bobrika. This is actually really scary.
Bobrika? Okay.
Alright, apparently not.
He jumps in. XSS was here.
Oh, Ember couldn't connect. I thought Ember might have had a TP, because that could have been really dangerous. If Ember TP's in behind the tower there, and just jumps in.
They had the TP on Burning. It was actually triggering Shrine, so potentially he could have come back to be the man.
But instead, it's going to be Omni Knight joining. It doesn't really accomplish anything.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just going to farm. IG still sitting comfortably with top 3 net worth.
Reason why Burning doesn't go, so he can pick up the double bounty. It's been sitting there for almost 2 minutes.
The issue that IG will run into is this double blink dagger that's about to come out for EG. Well, the first one is coming out now for Smell.
Bobrika, again, another courier. He's got the haste rune.
Oh,
Back in
dear.
Invis, he'll get the courier, and then into the tricks of trade.
Oh, he's even gonna kill
He
it!
gets kill
No!
Zai as well on the edge. He gets courier and Doom. Oh, this man, there's a reason why you first face ban. Well, you can't ban him. It's not possible. Even if you take the Riki out. Bobrika's arsenal is just so brutal. And Samael now, blink dagger up, jumps himself in. Q, does he want to drop the rock? You bet your Nelly he does. With the Fatal Bonds connecting Samael and Crit together, the jump forward from OP, Purification. It's Crit trying to keep them alive. Able to do so and also just push IG away, but with that Golem up and running. It's Invictus Gaming that want to do damage to the tier 1 tower. God's Strength committed by Burning as well. Samael doesn't really have a combination. Universe doesn't have his RP. But with the toss damage, Invictus Gaming, they back up for the moment. But Bobrika, you know what he wants. 1 is an Aquila, and 2 is Crit scalp on his wall.
Oh, Crit just healed himself. He can't kill him now. He needs some assistance here.
Yeah.
Bobrika is doing so much work this game. It's like he's effectively just dominated the map for this amount of time. If you get 2 courier kills, set up 3 kills including First Blood, or actually 4 kills, and you're countering the Doom's jungling at the same time, like he's managed to do all of these 3 things, you're playing a really good game. This is very impressive stuff from him.
I say Bobrika would be scared. Hello, Avalanche toss middle lane, OP, just Spirit jumps away, and now Bobrika jumps in. He knows the combination from Samael is not there. The question is, can they get in range for the Purification? Tricks of the trade, it is just enough. The whole Tiny in with the Sleight of Fist searing change. You steal Purification again, but it's too late to help his Tiny out. And now this mid push does happen with Catapult in tow.
I'm not sure they can get it though. There's no Golem. Fatebolt is annoying. Like, this was the problem I was mentioning about IG's lineup. Like, they're not that good at hitting towers. It's only really
Sven gets bigger.
Sven needs to get bigger or have his ultimate ready. It's now off cooldown, but it's a bit too late here. So tower is defended. And Arteezy, we haven't talked so much about him lately. He's just been farming the top lane. He's trying to catch up the best he can.
The other hero to look at too is Universe.
Right.
He got a lot of space on bottom, got the last hit on the tower, and now actually has a blink dagger.
He's actually dealing really big damage here. Arteezy's going to be forced to TP out. Bobrika? Okay. Just tanking Late Fury for fun?
Yeah, it's just his thing.
Yep. Arteezy actually didn't TP back to base. He TP'd to his own tier 2, so now he's really low.
Well, he's just trying to farm.
Yeah.
At least knows there's no Riki.
He's leaving the wolf for Zai, and then he's going to go use. Alright.
Radiant's middle tower.
Omni Knight is building Pipe as his first item, it looks like. And he's already queued up Pipe and Greaves, so very clear game plan from him as far as items are concerned.
Does he actually finish the pipe? Because it makes sense that he gets the hood.
Or actually,
the rest of his
you're right, yeah. You're right, he's only keeping the hood,
Yeah.
actually. Yep.
So at least he can tank through that initial magical damage of EG.
I think Pipe is still really good this game. He might
He can
consider
get it
getting it after the Greaves. It's just, you're playing against Scorched Earth, you're playing against Tiny's combo, just being able to protect your teammates and having that resistance aura is very, very useful. Even against Blade Fury, it helps. So,
EG
it would
are
be
coming
a very
north.
nice item. They have the Mag Blink now, right?
They're looking for some kind of fight.
Yeah, they want to use their Blink Daggers. I think they're feeling the pressure right now that IG are getting a lot out of the map.
And IG, they sense something coming. They scan to the east of their tier 1 tower on the top lane.
This could get
And because everyone's
really
missing.
dangerous.
Like, everyone's off the map at the moment.
This can get really, really dangerous because Warlock will have a good position here. EG don't have the best heroes to catch him off guard in the trees.
Here
they don't have a Vision hero this time. And if they get a good Golem drop and Ember follows through on top of it, this can be a complete disaster for EG. This Doom is not tanky.
Here comes Burning. He's looking for the denial on the tower. Can't get it. Arteezy will actually claim it.
They were too late.
Yep.
EG got away with it.
They did. And they're already starting to TP out. Samel's going to head to bottom lane.
Crit sticking around with Arteezy now.
Just going for a straight trade-off.
Guess so.
Like, they'll see Samel defending the mid lane, which is what OP was pushing in before.
Yep.
So now that you don't actually have the Tiny there, you do have the option where Magnus is able to go for the RP, but there's no Empower buff up on the Juggernaut at the moment. He kind of needs that from Universe.
Important steal there. They get Purification again. When you're running a triple melee lineup like this, Purification is really powerful for EG to sit on all the time. It gives that extra little burst on the Tiny combo that could push it over the edge against a hero like Ember. Great with RP, obviously. Any RP gets that extra 300 damage nuke.
We haven't seen Sven really a hell of a lot lately. What do you think about him doing this build? Like the Mask of Madness, now he's going to go into an SMY. The Yasha's coming on the Courier at the moment.
This seems to be the build he does almost every single time. I like the Mask of Madness just by nature of how the hero works. He has this 80-second cooldown ultimate, and his other active abilities.
Okay, Berberka, that was
not this time.
Yeah, he jumps in to get the last hit, and Samel is very happy to put him down.
But the idea of the Mask of Madness is that Sven has an ability that boosts his armor, so the punishment for using Mask of Madness is less severe, and all of his cooldowns are longer than Mask of Madness, and you pop all your abilities when you go in anyway. So there's like nothing you need to cast. Helps ramp up your farm. SNY solves some mobility problems.
Okay.
That's good.
Drive the creep wave down, get away from the tower. Fortification's going to stop Samel's toss from doing enough damage to kill off the tower straight away. And Burning, you know what he wants. Again, he's looking for another denial. They're only tossing a catapult in, but Sven does get that deny out.
IG seem a bit hesitant. I'm wondering if that fight isn't playable by Burning just popping all his stuff and going on Arteezy and seeing if they can set up a fight, but
they
probably...
might have also been worried because the mech only just got completed for IG.
Yeah, and Ricky was dead, but could have TP'd in if they kept the tower alive. They might have just felt like it wasn't worth the risk. The tower was already low, so even if they save it, it will probably fall shortly after.
Well, with these engagements, well, at least with the trade-offs, I should say, that EG's been taking, they are slowly starting to whittle this lead away. It was just over 4,000 gold going the way of IG. Is starting to dip down. The experience was the bigger one, 7,000 in favor of Invictus Gaming, and it's only just starting to dip now.
Coincidentally, when Doom starts getting levels in Devour and a Midas, that seems to happen.
Oh.
But Doom is the kind of hero who I feel like it's a bit deceptive on, because the hero is built in such a way that it needs to be really farmed. Like, items on the hero are not as effective as other heroes, so he needs to compensate by being ahead. Similar to Alchemist. So the fact that they're still behind with a Doom who's this far down on farm is not a healthy sign for EG, but like you said, they're working their way up. This tower, they're definitely not going to get this time.
Doom's in trouble. He's going to try and TP out this one with the Spirit Damage and Purification.
They just gave him hope for a moment there. They kill him on like 0.2 of the TP. And that is soon to be Guardian Greaves. Actually, they don't really counter anything. There's
Universe.
No roots or silences on EG for now, but obviously the armor is really nice. When you start getting low against Doom, the armor kicks in, so you can out-heal Doom.
You're asking for a Diffusal carry nice and early on. Arteezy has managed to complete that now. Coming out in the Courier. So he left it as the casual Yasha before going into the Manta.
Obviously you can only purge the Guardian Angel, but still a big deal. I have trouble seeing EG killing a guy who's repelled with Warcry on. I think Omnislash will not nearly get the job done. Tiny can't deal any damage. Doom can cast his Doom on him, which is nice, but the question is what the trade-off is. So for example, if they repel this Sven and he gets a Blink Dagger, which is exactly what he's doing now, I love this choice. They repel the Sven, he jumps in, he pops everything. I actually think they can't kill him. And if they want to, they have to commit really key abilities and group up, and then all of a sudden, guess what? There's a Warlock. So the lineup for IG is starting to come together now, as long as they can enforce fights breaking out in the first place. Similar to game number 1 and 2. EG will probably try to avoid that happening.
Oh, similar to game number 1 and game number 2, we've got another 50 minutes to go.
Was game number 1 that long?
No, game 1 wasn't that long.
Oh,
Hello,
here we
mid
go.
lane. There's your jump forward.
Secret.
And reveal with the repel up. That's one very dead Rubik.
That's a dead tower as well.
And now, with no Fade Bolt, with no ability to pull him off the lane, they can fortify and buy some time, but that's only because they already had it. But the Skewer, bo3 gets pulled back in range of the tier 2 tower.
Very
the
nice
dire
sentry.
sentry ward on the hill is what scattered him out.
Takes the bullet there. I don't think they could have really killed the Sven, so essentially probably a bit of a wasted death. And importantly for EG, he did not get his Observer ward out. I think bo3 was there to get a deep ward toward the right side or close to the tier 2 mid to get some better information about what plays they can get away with, especially... That was the first tier 1 they got, by the way. 21 minutes in, IG got that first tower, so definitely highlighting the issues that the lineup has with that compared to EG's taking all the tier 1s.
Yeah.
But this is when it starts kicking in. Sven is fat enough now that he can just go for it.
Yeah, he doesn't care the tier 1 towers are down. He can either force down the buildings or feel comfortable enough to farm inside of his own jungle.
Yeah.
But you're taking the tier 1 towers, but Sven's still number 1 on the board for net worth. We kind of expect that with Sven to be a couple of thousand ahead, but when the Omni Knight is still like...
Oh, they're eyeing
he's also in the 10K.
Zai is in trouble.
Nice
play.
He blinks! Dodges the Storm Bolt. And retreats back to his friend Crit in the bot lane.
I think they didn't realize, else bo3 would have definitely opened on him with just an attack to begin that. So Zai, quick reaction, gets out. And...
But the trade-off now is going to be that bottom tier 1 tower. Burning's
Yeah,
already
more than
pushing towards it.
I don't think EG are interested in this. They're going to try maybe for Roche, but lineup is not that fast yet.
And with the Shrine there, it's dangerous. But
Oh, they're
already
not
coming.
going to let them even try.
There's the Observe Ward on the hill, I think.
the
Yeah,
scan was
it's actually being de-warded now by Crit, so they know what's going on.
They might think they're in the pit because the scan... Oh, that's really nice by EG here. So the scan was red. And IG are going to assume, okay, they just saw multiple of our heroes in the bottom area. They're going to try to Roche while we push the tower. And they try to catch them off guard. But EG, one step ahead on that move. Oh,
Sabael.
that failed a bit. He has a Force Staff, though. Good item choice, by the way, I should mention. One of the best items against Riki. You have to get out of that damn smoke screen. It is an issue.
OP. Universe is looking for it. The RP will connect. You still have the shield up. And maybe they have enough control. Burning comes in. The stun's over on the Doom. Sleight of Fist. And they're out. The Rock will connect with a 4-man Fatal Bond. EG. They can't take the damage. Sabael actually has to turn this around and do some level of damage. As only bo3 manages to hit. OP goes back in again. Burning looking for the cleave. And he's actually doing it. Rubik's almost gone. But Arteezy with the spin. He's the man to stand his ground. They'll see bo3 over in the tree lines. Skewer in. Shockwave him down. And it looked like when the Rock dropped that IG had the advantage, but nope.
Omni being doomed is such a big deal. And Ember had to hard disengage as well. He got so low from the opening from Sabael that he couldn't find...
Sabael.
Oh, he's going to jump there.
He went on to XXS.
Oh, he's more than fine with his hood.
And he'll force staff down. He didn't actually get over the ravine.
This could become a problem if the heroes get to respawn in time. 10 seconds on the Riki. They're going to be fine. They can...
Yep. There's still no Rock up for Q now. So
that's still a really
problem.
big kill. They killed the biggest hero in the game. They got the kill on Sven. A lot of golden experience. I believe the last hit even went to Arteezy. It did. So that shifts the balance a lot, and he's catching up. It is this peculiar matchup, Juggernaut against Sven, where, you know, in theory, Sven is such a great counter, but more often than not in games, you get these situations where Juggernaut gets a chance to jump the Sven, use Diffusal on the Warcry, and then all of a sudden, Sven is actually not that tanky. If you get rid of Warcry, and he still has Mask of Madness running, Omnislash can take off a big chunk, unless Omni Knight can cast Guardian Angel. But guess what?
He was doomed.
He was kind of out of the fight for 2 eternities and a half.
Let's wait till the Aghanim Scepter's up.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see that.
Unlikely. The Doom is enough.
So here goes the tower. IG run back up there, taking advantage of EG's lineup having these long cooldowns. RP is a long cooldown. Doom is an even longer one. 145 seconds on all levels.
bo3's got a little bit of vision here.
Again.
He sees Zai. Oh, the Ember Spirit. It's a blind TP. Arteezy in 2 seconds. 1 second he let the ulti go, and Universe just blinks up an RPs. Let's Arteezy save the Omni Slash. And that was just Ember getting the information from bo3, but having no support, no vision of that TP.
That's going to cost them a tower. Very nice setup here by EG. Seemed like they were baiting Zai, actually. Sending him in and keeping the other 3 hoping for a TP on the shrine. That's what they got. Claiming this tier 2. And all of a sudden, this early lead that IG had has kind of trickled away. I don't even know if you should say they're leading anymore based on the graphs, because now it comes down to like how valuable is the gold. Omni Knight is not valuable if he gets doomed. I think he has to get this Linken's that he's working on, but that's quite the ways away. It's like 3,000 to go, a bit more actually.
And bo3 hasn't really been that frontliner to give the Omni Knight information of where he can position.
It's pretty difficult to play Riki at this point. If you don't feel safe anywhere, Tiny kills you instantly. That's the problem, is that if there's any sentry and Tiny's in the neighborhood, you die right away. And there's no reaction time. It's impossible. Blink toss is completely instant, and you just avalanche. bo3 can't really play to his full extent right now. You know, he delivered so much in the early. But it's fallen off a bit. He went 3-2-1 early. Since then, he has 3 deaths with only 2 assists and hasn't really seemed to find the fights that they were looking for.
IG just smoked on top of the EG ward. Arteezy knows about it. That's why he's sitting there. We'll send a couple of illusions down. Just one to looking towards Roshan, one to bait in the mid lane. It doesn't burn the smoke as IG go further up the mid.
Nice play from bo3. He moved up close and his smoke broke, so he knows where EG are.
He's looking for crit.
And he's placing a sentry to try to get an idea of whether they have a sentry, so he can... This is good stuff out of him, but they don't dare. It's too bad of a position. Even with RP down, they can lose this fight next to the shrine very easily.
So they back up, back to farming, back to keeping the lanes pressured out. Because they're both still needing the space to farm up the Linken Spheres.
Something I'm wondering if they're going to do... Does he actually have BKB? Not yet. Burning needs the hammer still, but I was wondering at this point if they're going to start repelling the Riki just so he can get in.
No, Burning got the whole thing.
Oh, you got it?
Recipe's coming out in the courier, and
he has the hammer on him. I didn't see it. Okay, so that's the BKB. So more than likely now they will be repelling Riki or Ember and moving them in as front line, because all they need to do is get on top of EG with a repelled hero that gets to cast his stuff. And then immediately after, bo3 can follow through and actually do a lot. Smokescreen is a really big ability in this game, just because of how clustered the fights are destined to be. It's so many melee heroes against each other that both RP and Smokescreen are like the big fight-deciding mechanisms here. And IG are starting to close in on actually multiple Linken's. OP will be getting Linken's. Then when he's repelled, he can't get doomed. That's going to be a problem, because then he will frontline for sure.
Yep.
And this gives me more hope for IG, actually, because their itemization feels like it will be a bit more impactful than what EG are getting right now. Especially Sumail, you know, his items are not scaling items right now. It's a lot about weaving in and out of fights. You have Blink, Force, and Echo Saber. But there isn't that like big farming mechanic item coming out from him just yet.
This also seems to be really difficult for EG to get eyes on the Omni Knight this time around.
Yeah.
Like, they've lost the vision and we hit nighttime. And they just don't know exactly where everything is. So Crit's going to be purchasing up a gem now. The vision increase will be there, and it is Sumail who's the man to carry it. And they instantly find that fresh Observer ward. But this also reveals the fact now that the gem is up.
It could have been a sentry. They haven't seen the Rubik, or whoever the gem carry was. They haven't seen it.
It's Sumail.
It was Sumail, okay. Didn't see him on the ward, I believe.
I saw him walk out, but it would have been pretty quick. Like,
now they might have seen him on that ward. That's actually... They walked past this ward in the middle without finding it with the gem. This is a lot of information that IG have to work with right now. If they're going to wait here on the high ground and try to see if they can get a catch to begin with, and Burning can just jump in. Oh, good ward by Crit.
Ember can also be... Oh, Universe! It wasn't the full committal. He pulled out the right moment.
He would have hit that, I think. It didn't look like Burning was ready to blink, but he hesitated, and probably a good idea overall there. That could have got scary.
Well, they still weren't ready to fight, because if they were forced into that engagement, and it's Invictus Gaming who had the high ground position, you'd have had to get the proper skewer out.
Oh, arguably, he could have made it. Might have been scared of getting slight chains.
Yeah.
Then that becomes a complete disaster if he doesn't get the skewer out. He'll just RP, die, and IG will run them down.
And then you lose Roshan.
That too.
Sumail's hovering around the pit, still inside that Shadow Blade of his. Thanks to the Observer and Sentry that's there from Invictus Gaming, they were watching his maneuvering. OP might be the one who's in a little bit more trouble. Sumail Did manage to find the Invis rune. Goodbye crit. And
Arteezy is
instantly burning goes
really
in.
farmed, by the way. He has a full Scotty and Empower.
Okay, looking powerful.
Yep, he hits for 300 with Cleave.
Burning still got a little bit left of that God Strength of his, but he still hasn't finished up Roshan, so Arteezy leaves the healing ward behind. They get a smoke screen off Arteezy, forced up, gets him out of it, goes into a spin, wants to get out of this pit and allow the Omni Slash to work, while Sumail on the backlines was looking for Q. He didn't hit the mark, but they did doom up the Omni Knight. That's why he didn't have everything else, but the Omni Slash, Roshan cops almost all of it. Now you hit him off, Magnus and Arteezy. The escapee jumps in and out of the Invis of the Roshan pit. It's still not enough, and XX says he survives. He got through the entire Doom with Zion Sumail hot on his tail, but he doesn't care about chasing him. He tanks the Doom, and this will allow Invictus Gaming to claim Roshan.
I think EG did the wrong split there. Zai, in my opinion, played this fight completely perfectly. He blinked on the Omni Knight, he doomed him, he forced the Warlock away, the Golem is very mediocre, but they didn't get to take the Sven out. Arteezy was kind of stranded alone, like you said, unlucky Omni Slash jumping as much on Roche as it did. Kind of sealed the deal for that fight. That actually looked, in my opinion, super good for EG the way they got in there. Guardian, as you were saying, God Strength was ending. He basically didn't have it for the majority of the fight, and they got the Doom on the correct target. That should result in a one fight, but a couple of misplays here and there. At least it really felt like that should have been their fight. But IG played with what they had, and now they got themselves a pretty significant advantage there.
Yeah, and now they get the items. It's the Lincoln Sphere up on OP. The Lincoln Sphere for Omni Knight is rapidly approaching as well. So that Doom, which has been so good from Zai, like Zai's found the positioning every single time, it's going to become more and more difficult. And the pressure is coming to the bottom tier 1 tower. Sumail already triggered off his shrine. Not sure if misclick or not, but he's ready to fight. Burning has God Strength off cooldown in just a second.
I'm wondering if this is a Daedalus game for Sven, or if he should go for the Bloodthorn. There seems to be a lot of good targets in this. If you can Bloodthorn the Mag before he RPs, or even better, Bloodthorn the Doom before he dooms.
He's got the Daedalus lined up.
He can give us Omni Knight a game, basically, by getting that on the Doom. At the same time, though, the Lincolns is coming up. So they know that. There goes the tower. And, well, what do IG want to do? They could continue here if they feel like it. Aegis on the Ember. It's still a fairly hard high ground to pull off, though.
Yeah. And they still probably want to get more damage on the Ember. It's great he's got all this defensive nature, but okay, there's your Maelstrom at least.
That's... Start.
How's the Warlock looking? You got 32 seconds until the Rock is up. And he's also building into the Solar Crest. Going to cause more issues for Juggernaut, who right now is looking to finish up a Mjolnir. So, no true hit from Arteezy.
Oh, they're actually smoking to find
they found XXS. The jump forward, bo3 gets a 3-man smoke screen off, plus the tricks of the trade. It's so much damage. Zai's going to drop. Universe creates a little bit of space with his RP. They were still caught inside the smoke screen, so Universe couldn't do anything. bo3 will come in and finish him off, and maybe there is enough damage. Crit's brought down. Arteezy stands his ground, but there is no more. With the spin, OP is low. The damage output, OP. The Aegis will burn, but it's still a triple kill for bo3. Zai wants to continue to fight, but OP is back. And he will be happy to man mode this Doombringer. Warlock will need to help out. He didn't even drop the rock. He has it up now. The Searing Chains hold him in position. OP with the Spirit jump forward. He'll have enough and he'll do it. Zai will end up falling. That was a dive back from him.
6 for 3 and a gem. That is a really, really big win for IG.
The swing kicks it around 3.7k in the gold.
bo3 is doing so much damage, man. This Ricky is a really big problem. Again, they get the Doom on the Omni Knight. They get what they thought would be a good jump. 3-hero smoke screen, pops his ultimate. I think Ricky did about the same damage in that fight as the Ember or the Sven. Like just his ulti until he died hit 3 heroes 4 or 5 times, and that is with a diffusal blade, by the way. So
well, we saw this early today, right? We saw it with Kuro.
Yep.
And the amount of damage he was able to do, where he became really the proper third core.
Absolutely. This is just very good timing for him to hit that spike that they kind of needed in that fight, actually. If bo3 doesn't have the diffusal, the outcome of that might be very different. At least for EG, they did manage to bring down the Sven in the end. It looked like they weren't going to manage, but they got him down. But now the big problems begin. I think this item pickup is one of the most important in the game. Omni getting this, Lincolns. If they are quick and want to, they can even drop Ember's Lincolns on Omni as well and have him double protected.
Well, what else does EG have that can trigger the Lincolns from far? Zai's going in for the Aghanim set to build. He actually is doing it as opposed to like even having a trigger item.
They have Spell Steal, Fade Bolt. Both of those spells have really good cast range. Telekinesis, a little bit worse, but still good. That's kind of about it. Omni Slash, but obviously it doesn't really do anything, but gets rid of it.
Samel's coming in for a kill on bottom. But
See ya.
It's an Ember Spirit. He just spirits up to the top lane. That's where the rest of IG is. They're getting ready to fight. They actually smoke through the mid lane, so they're wrapping around to the bottom. TZ's going to be pretty close by. bo3 might be able to reveal his position. In fact, yes, he will. He'll see him. A quick smoke screen, diffuser blade charge, and the perfect storm bolt. But you're watching Universe. He's wondering if he should actually help out here with the RP. TZ with a spin moves up. There goes your RP on 2. It's more space creation, and the Guardian Angel plus the Grease being triggered. Magnus trying to run out this one, but the upheaval is making it impossible to walk. Even Burning, jumping in, 2 hit or 3 hit. He'll get 4 onto crit to bring him down. Omni Slash now doing its work, but TZ has to keep the damage going with the spin. They look towards Burning. Maybe they can kill off the Fen. Yes, they can, but really, at what cost? You did manage to doom up the Omni Knight. You managed to get through the Lincolns, but he got everything off beforehand.
There's no creep wave, so they can't get any pushing done, but that was still a very great fight for them. First time we see Omni Knight cast a spell in 10 minutes.
Yay! Woo!
Wonderful. That must have been really fun. He got to play his hero.
Celebrate good spells. Come on.
Can you imagine being level 20? You had the greatest laning stage ever. You're level 20, and you've barely played your hero. Oh, that's gotta be so frustrating.
He was a sponge.
But getting this Guardian Angel off and just casting a couple of spells, really major impact. We did, however, see in that fight what I was talking about with Jugger against Sven. He catches him off guard. The BKB is running out. And then he purges off the immediate Warcry from the Sven, and he almost solo killed him with an Omni Slash. And this is a really farmed Sven, so the plays still exist for EG, especially if Arteezy gets his next item. That should push him over the edge where he can almost always solo kill the Sven if the Purge gets out. But we're not there just yet, and of course, it so much depends on whether they lock down the Omni or not. Great save by Universe, by the way. That was really huge that he got the skewer off.
Crit. He didn't feel comfortable running down the river just then. Threw down the sentry ward.
Oh, bo3 is Desolator.
Yeah. He does a lot of damage in 300 gold.
He's spotting
and
all
now
of
he
them.
sees 3 of them. The smoke screen. It catches 3. The 4-star get crit free. And Sumail blinks along with them.
Where's the gem on IG? Did they lose it again?
No one's holding on to it. It's in the base.
Okay, so they're
it's in
hiding
the Radiant
it.
base.
Okay, yeah. I think at this point you should pick it up and go for a little bit of a scout. Now that you know where EG are, and you are the way you're moving your heroes, it looks like you're pretty confident that your jungle is fairly safe. So you could go for a little bit of a scouting mission with Ricky, try to find a couple of wards, at least in their own jungle, just to get that information. Keeping it in the base forever is probably not a good idea. Oh, exactly. It's coming out now with the Deso. We'll be going for a little bit of a checkup here. Sumail is hunting, though. He has a dust. This Ricky deals absolutely insane damage now, by the way.
If Sumail, Sumail can't even find the opening, because he wants, even if he blink jumps, you're still going to have time to get the tricks of the trade-off.
I want to see a Ricky ultimate.
Just to see everyone from EG die?
I think he two-shots Rubik. Actually.
Well, to be honest, Crit doesn't really have a lot. He's I think, very happy to have over 1k HP.
It's a support Ricky two-shotting. That's what I think he's going to do
This isn't
anyway.
a support Ricky, man. This is the 4th position.
If you
There's
say
actually
so.
2.
Oh.
And now Roshan. bo3 should be attacking this. He does a lot of damage.
Oh. Look at that.
Yeah.
This is a lot of minus armor. It's Solar Crest. It's Desolator.
It's Roshan.
Yep. Aegis going on Ember again. Oh, he's level 25 with Octarine. This is when it gets really nasty. He actually took the cooldown reduction over the Searing Chains duration. That is... might be the first time I've ever seen that. So the hero got nerfed, if you remember. The talents were different, so you could get cooldown reduction in the 3rd row, and then you could get Searing Chains in the 4th row, and now you have to choose between them.
They found Arteezy.
He went from
the Observe Ward let them see it. Arteezy, he's able to get the spin off. The smoke screen came very late, but OP's on his way in. Side of his Searing Chain? No, he'll hold on to it. Oh, sorry, back to your explanation for everyone.
Yeah, I wonder what the reasoning is behind this. I could be wrong. Maybe this is the new way people play Ember, but I still feel like after this patch, I've mainly seen Embers going for the 2-second Siren Chains. So what does he really limit or reduce the cooldown on? He reduces the cooldown on his Linken's. That's really nice. Cooldown on his Blink Dagger. And of course, Sleight of Fist has a really low cooldown now as well. It's great, right? He has really low cooldown on everything. He has Octarine and this 20% CDR, so it is strong. Does it outweigh 2-second Siren Chains though in this game? I don't know. Are there any Lotus Orbs on the Dire even? Actually, there's nothing that counters Chains right now.
Nothing.
It's literally a 5-second route every time he casts it, but... Alright, gonna go for the 3-second one instead. And... It's a trade-off, right? I think the choice is way less obvious now for sure, just because of how much 20% is. It's really, really big. Mjolnir coming up, gonna be lower cooldown on that as well.
And meanwhile, IG like to keep the status quo. Keep the farm flooding in.
Arteezy is still farming so much.
Yeah, Arteezy's still #1 in net worth. He's only there by 800 gold, and he's going straight in for a butterfly as his next item.
He still needs to be careful. Even with evasion here, it gets tricky if he's close to anyone, because the Burning's cleave will destroy him.
Bobrika, solo kill. Universe, Diffuser Blade. Yes, your 4 stars. Jumps forward. Bobrika, he's attacking you from the front with the tricks and trade. You get the kill. He solos Universe. And maybe now he goes for more. Ember Spirit will come in. Another Diffuser Blade charge. Bobrika has himself a double kill. Jump up. Spirit away. You know Zai is hiding in the tree line, so OP jumps in. He didn't clear off the right trees. They don't know. Zai begins his TP, and he is out.
Count your lucky stars. That was really, really close. OP guessed wrong. He checked top, and Zai went slightly more on the left. So that could have been even worse for EG, but they salvage it a bit. The heroes will be respawning before IG's wave. Actually, they have a wave here top. Uh-oh. Sven hits hard right now. This is a very quick push.
Doesn't even have the full assault curiosity sitting in his quick buy. Bobrika, however, copy a little bit of damage. OP jumps in. He was looking for the Siren Chains and Arteezy, but the spin just lasted a little bit longer. He's got him back up again, and Juggernaut! Here goes your rocket! Caught Samael as well as Arteezy. The fight underneath the shrine, but even that regeneration is enough to save him. The gems on the deck. Crit is going to be able to regather that one, but first of all, he controls up OP, but OP's happy to fight. He gets another Searing Chain route over on Samael and Crit. OP, Lincoln Speed will trigger, but the damage onto Rubik. Crit can't even stay on the front lines. That's why Universe is forced to jump in, do the RP, skewering back Sven, but he's protected by the Lincoln Sphere. He one hits into a purification kill over on that poor Rubik. The Golem's doing the objective-based gaming, bringing down the fortress while burning. He will finally be brought down. The damage is there from Arteezy, but the life may not be. Another shrine having to be triggered. He looks towards OP. The trouble is Bobrika will drop IG. They're losing players quickly, but it may still be enough for them. Universe can't do enough. Even with this buyback, they have to bring back another one, and it will be Arteezy. To the front lines, defend the melee racks. He runs in, goes for the spin. The damage on OP is so high. Over 1,000 gold is 1052, higher than the GPEM of burning before. Arteezy will take the money off OP, and they will have enough damage to kill off this Omni Knight with the support of Universe. They'll get the kill. The Rax remains intact. It cost them heavily, however, with 3 buybacks coming out from EG.
Did I misread that fight, or did Arteezy actually kill Ember with an attack while he was spinning?
He did exactly that.
Because Ember was under Flame Guard, and I think the way it's coded with the Blade Fury is that if Blade Fury is not dealing damage to the target, you can hit them with regular attacks.
Correct.
So actually Arteezy got the kill off there because Flame Guard was off. That's a very, very weird interaction, if that's what's happened. At least that's what I saw.
Yeah,
I might have misread that.
I saw exactly the same.
Yeah, crazy fight, but
he did so much damage. Like, he did 10,300 damage in that one fight.
Arteezy played that fight pretty much perfectly, I think. He baited them in. Samael did end up dying, saving him with the Force Staff, but I think they have to do something like that, not to concede the racks for free. Afterwards, he gets the full Omni Slash off on the Sven, immediately purging Guardian Angel and Warcry with the same Diffusal, kills him off. Plays around in the base next to the shrine. Just overall really nice play, and still that fight was so hard because they had to commit the Doom on the Ember, but he had the Aegis. So when he comes back up, IG are basically playing a 6-on-5 without Doom, and that they're just not going to lose that fight.
Yep.
Eventually. That's going to be the inevitable outcome of that. And an inevitable, apparently, 25,000 gold lead and experience. Okay, that's a bit more than I thought it was.
It seems very heavy in favor of IG, but while you're still running the Magnus buff up, like it's still a little bit deceiving. Like, EG still have a lot to work with. They only lost their range rack, so the momentum in the lanes isn't really that heavy against them.
If they lose a fight now, it's over, though. Both the Jugger and the Mag bought back there. I think there was even a tertiary hero, was there?
You had
Tiny as well,
yeah.
all 3 cores.
Yep. You have the Doom
back.
and the Rubik who still have buybacks for EG.
On EG. And it's a 4-minute 30 cooldown. So this is pretty much an all-in. I really like this play from EG that they pose up aggressively, they take over the hill.
They wanted to pick. They wanted IG to come out and say, oh, well, EG's just going to get control of their lanes back again. Now Burning, he'll jump in. It's over on Sumail to force off out Burning. Actually, whoa! Oh boy! Sumail just got Game of Thrones decapitated. The rock will fall down as well with the Agnes buff up at Universe. Maybe with the RP into the Omni Slash. It won't do jack. GA is up. They don't have the damage. Now it's going to be the Juggernaut. Arteezy, man to dodge all you want. It's still going to be Burning having a double kill. It was all in. There is no Arteezy for 2 minutes, and that may have been the fight to win the game.
That fight ended up awful for them, but I think it's the right choice. Arguably, they maybe shouldn't have...
And they called it. They have actually called it. The Doom didn't even kill off Bobakar that he used to try to survive, but EG understand when this game is lost with no Arteezy to defend. That is Invictus Gaming taking the series 2-1.
I don't really... I think the choice of taking the fight there is the best choice they have. I'm not sure if putting Tiny in the lane like this is going to work out. You saw him kind of just die.
But what was the other bait? Like, if you put Arteezy in the same position, it would have ended even worse.
I'm not
No, I don't mind at all, man. I just love listening to your voice.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Well, they got the win against Liquid as their opening series 2-1. They dropped against TNC and then won against VGJ. So, you know, kind of a tough start. You know, going against Liquid and then TNC are coming out hot as fire, which people didn't expect. They got the noticeable win against VGJ, and now this is going to be one of their tougher matchups so far. So what do you think? Early expectations before the draft starts unfolding? How do you think this is going to go?
Well, so far I like the bans, and I think most people would agree with me. There's no Naga, there's no Terrorblade. I like how Misery is drafting, not just this game, but overall. Why? Well, I think I share the opinion with most people not liking Naga. We saw the Naga last game in Liquid playing it, so yeah, it's like 70 minutes game. Everybody
saw it because everybody's looking at like Can you hurry it up? We're waiting. All right, we're ready to go into some more Dota here. Every Dota channel that's going on right now was watching that game, and it was a nail biter down to the end. And you know, how surprising is the new DC/Onyx team doing? It's pretty crazy. So, I don't want to talk about other teams though. Our draft is now begun. First prized pickup here is going to be OG snagging up the Monkey King. And what do you think about this, Lacoste? Because they're opting for the Monkey King over just getting Jarek's Earth Spirit.
Monkey King, overall I feel like Earth Spirit kind of fell off because the hero needs that level 6 and the experience was nerfed. So right now the hero, you need to make a lot of action. If you die like few times, you're not gonna get that level 6. Even with Tome, you get it around like 12-13 minute mark. You gotta have like a splendid early game to make the hero work. On the other side, Monkey King, he has I think 28% win ratio at this tournament.
Yeah, not so good.
Yeah, kind of low. If you compare it to DAC, where the hero was just dominating, and I mean the hero was nerfed though, so
yeah, I think it's got to be a little bit of that, a little bit of nerf. And what do you think? It's also a bit of just we've seen the hero a lot now. People are understanding how it works and they learn and adapt. There's a little bit of that, I imagine.
And there's various types of players for Monkey King. The Boboka style, also the Lil style. I prefer the Lil style. We saw in the games yesterday what he's done. He was, I think, level 8 at the 12-minute mark. That's pretty impressive for a roaming support. Oh
goodness!
Let's talk. Yeah,
I was about to sneeze. So if you want to keep talking, I mean, hold. It's passed. Hold on. Okay, it's passed. Wow, I got hit with like a serious like punch in the face, like right in my sinuses. When that Arc Warden got picked, my body reacted terribly to it. So Arc Warden, Lacoste, isn't he like 0-3 in the group stage? I can't believe he's been picked 3 times, but he's 0-3.
Yeah, they OG picked it against SG Esports and they lost that game. I still don't know how to feel about Arc Warden, besides that he's trash, so...
and the funny thing, too, is that you would think, when you look at a team like OG and you look at Arc Warden, you're like, okay, this guy's got some micro, right? Because of his ult, it's going to be a no-tail kind of a hero. And I think when they first were playing it, I certainly recall one game at least where it was no-tail playing it, but if I'm not mistaken, Ana's been playing it recently. He played it in the mid lane, if I'm not mistaken, but that's just interesting. Yeah, I don't know much about the hero either. I haven't been too hands-on with them. OG have certainly a lot of faith in the hero here, or at least feel comfortable enough pulling him out in the opener. And it's against Thunderbirds, so even the opening game is pretty damn important.
Yeah, exactly. Beastmaster, first pick from Misery. After the Monkey King, I mean, they love to play Beastmaster in general, but the hero is good because it provides vision, especially against Monkey King hanging around on the tree. You can just cut the trees with wild axes, just stun him for that extra 4 seconds. And Rubik, second pick, you don't reveal too much with those 2 picks.
Yeah, he's just a nice little support to have. He's one that can make some plays happen in the early game, can make OG think about some possible future pickups, and OG's that kind of team that will pull out those big kind of ulti heroes, like Enigma, let's say, and Rubik could be something to kind of prevent options like that, and Nullfield, always a nice little cute thing to have on your team in case there is going to be some sort of heavy magical fire coming your way. Next phase of bans going to be coming out here, and what do we see? OG, get rid of the Ember Spirit, okay, a nod to the Weehaw Ember Spirit there, it looks like, while Thunderbirds get rid of the Shadow Shaman. I remember on our very first cast, you were praising a bit about the buffs that were happening to Shadow Shaman, or Rasta, if you will, and we haven't seen him yet played, but...
Yeah, we did, actually.
We did?
Yeah, OG played it, if I'm not mistaken, and...
we didn't see it.
Yeah,
it was played, though.
Yeah, we didn't see it, but the hero has been buffed since, like, 680-something, and every patch since 7.0, so, I mean, the hero is just a lane bully, and with the new he gets with his talents and how the meta is right now, the hero is just that good.
I would love to have the opportunity to be able to cast a game with him in it and see him flex that new base damage muscle. But here we go on as Thunderbirds get rid of the puck. OG deny the Vengeful Spirit pickup, something that could have been great to go with what is going to feel like a heavy tempo lineup from Thunderbirds here. I mean, you already got the Beastmaster, which pairs nicely with any sort of heavy aggressive push, and Rubik, who, you know, no field I'm not saying is like a big tell to heavy push, but it's a nice bonus to have, so more reason for Thunderbirds to kind of build on top of that. OG prevents one of the best options available in that Vengeful Spirit, so we'll see if Thunderbirds go with some other good options. Anything else you'd like to see Thunderbirds maybe pick up if they did want to enhance that?
Well, I think this game, there's going to be an Invoker if it's not banned, since both we and Anna play it really well, and it could fit both lineups, actually.
Lena.
Okay.
Oh, there it
there
is.
was the sneeze. There it was. That son of a bitch had been hanging in my nose ever since the Arc Warden pick, and it finally came out. Okay, I feel a lot better now. Sorry about that.
You know what I read lately? Like, people who get horny sometimes sneeze. Are you horny from the game?
No, not yet at least. Nothing here, no coddle picks, nothing that's getting me a bit riled up. Okay, I saw one little report. Looks like my in-game mic's good. Did you double check your settings today?
Yeah, everything's fine for me.
You're good, right?
I checked like triple,
right.
4, quadruple check.
Quadruple check. Good. You're such a professional. Yeah. Okay. Well, everything looks good on my end. You know, we can't go a day without something technically flubbing up here, but it looks all good on our end. So I did the best we can. Lena comes out now for the Thunderbirds. So I know you were thinking that the Invoker seemed like a pretty good option here. It could maybe still be a support Lena. What do you think about the pick? Do you think that this means that there won't be an Invoker, or what do you think, what kind of options the Thunderbirds have for this fiery lady?
Yeah, I don't think it's probably going to be a Lena mid. Lena mid also has, if I'm not mistaken, like 30% win at Kiev so far, which is pretty low. I mean, she was, besides Monkey King, the hero that dominated the DAC. But yeah, she was also nerfed, talents were swapped, and it's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that Lena plus Monkey King combo action, and I didn't feel like I saw a whole lot of Lena yesterday, and I was prepared to kind of bring that up as an antidote today, but then Lena started showing up today, and I'm like, okay, well, I guess Lena is still a thing. Fair enough. But also still very much a thing in the support department, mind you. We have the OG Warlock coming out, the Fly pickup, the man of meat and muscle. Probably the one guy in Dota I would never want to start a fight with, you know?
Yeah, maybe if you gang up on him, maybe that's the only way you can fight him. Yeah, smoke 4-man gank on Fly.
The man knows Krav Maga, and if you didn't know, that means that, you know, he knows how to kill people with his bare hands, so watch out. But here we see him on a tame old Warlock, man. And do you like that? Do you like seeing Fly on Warlock? Do you think that is a Fly kind of a hero?
Yeah, it's one of his best heroes, and they needed a save hero, something to counter the team fight with once Beastmaster engages, so they need something like Dazzle or Warlock, whatever, and it's a good heal, good for push. Dragon Knight picked up by OG. We talked yesterday a little bit about DK. He's been like slightly buffed over the past few versions, and I want to see how it works. I don't think he's been picked so far. Not sure, it's hard to check all the games because there's
just
a lot
so
of
much
games.
Dota, Lacoste. We forgive you, all right? Everyone should forgive us. There's just so much Dota. How do you expect but one man here to ingest it all at one point?
Yeah, exactly.
Ana, though. Ana DK, it's going to be like the new Ana. I know Ana has been on OG for quite a while, but for, you know, the first half of his run on OG, a lot of people were looking at him and really putting him under the gun for his play, and more recently it's been almost feeling like quite the opposite. He's been kind of the star of the show for this team, but I haven't seen him play a lot of DK since he's been really the star of the show, so I want to see an all-star kind of DK performance here.
Yeah, I gotta say something about Anna being bashed all the time whenever OG loses. It's either Anna or No Tail. I mean, people need to like stop it because.
Well, remember, you can't say anything about Fly because he's going to kill you.
Yeah,
or he
exactly.
could,
Like
you know, so he's off, and Jerix is just—he's got the hair, so you can't really say anything about that. So these people just fall in. And S4 is S4 head, so. You can't. The only thing that you have left is on a no-tail. Yeah. So I understand where they're coming from, but this team is not just one person. This is the definition of a team. But well, we got to talk about these last couple of picks here because it got spicy real fast. We got the Bounty Hunter, who we didn't acknowledge yet. Thunderbirds saying that we want to boost up the economy and really get all this accelerated farm for this guy now. Anti-Mage coming out for Thunderbirds. A nice, as Resolution would say.
And we've seen that, like the rise of the anti-mage against Arc Warden. Melee hero is good because of his bubble, so you can get in. But anti-mage into Dragon Knight, we'll see how that works. And Legion Commander as well. It's a lot of disable for AM.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It makes me feel like this is going to have to be a pretty damn elusive farming kind of AM. I don't know how much you want to get in those fisticuffs if you're going to be running into so much lockdown early on. So I don't know what that means for OG's tempo for this game. I don't know when you see this anti-mage that you think you're going to rev up the tempo and go fast. I don't even know how fast an Arc Warden can build up to be a relevant kind of a hero too. This is honestly, this could be my first time casting Arc Warden. I've seen the games, but to be hands-on and now actually casting one, I don't know. Might be my first time.
It's gonna be a lot of wows. It's either gonna be wow, this hero is so bad, or wow does this hero do? Huh?
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Well, the other thing was when I led into the first time when he was initially picked up, it was like, okay, they've been playing it with both Ana and No Tail, and now with the DK pickup, it's looking like it's gonna be the No Tail Arc Warden here. So Micro Lord, No Tail. And his crazy obsession with this hero.
We'll see if he can make it work this time. He's gonna be on safe lane, babysitted by Warlock and Monkey King just hanging around. So it's gonna be pretty strong lane. It's gonna be against the Beastmaster. Beastmaster shouldn't be able to be on that lane. Yeah, check the Beastmaster's item build. He wants to start in a forest. They will probably just put a bounty hunter there and just try to get some experience maybe, because Beastmaster will probably start in the jungle.
Yeah, you think he's just going to straight up sack the lane? I mean, that's something Moon is always very vocal about, as we know, if you're a Moon Meander follower on the Twitter's verse. He always talks about the offlane experience and, you know, the good old Iron Talon way, working in the jungle.
Yeah, well, he can't trade hits against Monkey King, who has Poor Man's Shield, and if he gets Jingu Mastery, he's just gonna keep him out of the lane, and plus there's a Warlock, so...
Nice for Jerix, because he didn't put the investment into the skill point quite yet. He first took the opportunity to go down and get that deep planted ward right over here, and he would be able to scout out exactly, maybe even what Moon Meander's holding, and then can decide on a skill after that. So he's holding it at least for now. And we'll also see Misery here going a bit deep. He does have a ward here, has not planted it yet, so I'm a bit curious. What he's doing.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay, we'll maybe see Courier Snipe.
Oh yeah, wouldn't he like that? I would imagine OG's been around the block, okay? They have had their share of Bounty Hunter games. This is something I'm sure they're going to be privy to. I mean, he just pays him a visit right now, stabbing him. Hits him with the Orb of Venom. Could have potentially slowed him down to prevent a bit of the block, but it does look like he does get a decent block off, but of course Weehaw's is going to be quite a bit better, so they'll get the high ground advantage on this one. The Courier has to kind of round the corner. I didn't even see where it head off to. I think Misery was going to try to get a hold of it, but it's disappeared. Oh.
Yeah, pretty smart move from OG. Fly placed the ward in the enemy jungle, and he saw that Beastmaster is going to be in jungle, so he was going to help the top lane, and the Arc Warden can just be at bottom alone, not contested.
No
It's going to be a wonderful time here for No Tail then. No competitor. A lane I don't even have to bother looking at, so I'm happy about that. More chances for me to not miss kills. So Misery in the mid lane is going to be poking and harassing Ana to the best of his capabilities here, but Ana, of course, is going to be having the benefits of that Dragon's Blood, so he can just kind of shrug off a lot of that damage, fight his way through it. But in the CS department, it's kind of expected, I'd imagine, that Lina is going to win this game. Where do we see this kind of mid lane evolving when we get closer to like the 7-8 minute mark?
Well, depends on the rotations. Ana doesn't have a sentry ward for mid. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, and Misery didn't have a sentry at the start, so it's not like he took it down. So maybe he just figured that Misery would take it down and didn't even bother buying one. I don't even know. But at the point, Misery has paid a visit to the top lane, already let it known he is here, and Thunderbirds have this interesting little lane ward, like deep on their side. So just kind of keeping it a bit unorthodox so it doesn't get easily taken down, but still provides vision if there's going to be anyone rotating by the tower, I guess. So a lot of attention towards this top lane is going to be necessary.
Yeah. Beastmaster, meanwhile, just farming the forest. Shrine is still... Okay, he already used the shrine, so he wants to lane at his tower, but Jarek's doing the pool.
Jarek's doing the pull, allows him some solo XP time here. He's now already gotten to his level 2, so he's got a little bit of the Jingu mastery and the tree dancing here. And obviously with the benefit of that ward, feels pretty dang comfortable going deep and scouting things out. Courier is there. Is he going to go for the jump? The little pumpkin guy could go down with one more swing. He gets it done. Jarex tries to avoid some extra aggro by shape-shifting a bit. But now it's the new mission. He's got to make it out with his life here. He has no TP, so he's going to hide through the trees. But what a solid pickoff by him.
Yeah, it's going to be good. They're trying to use the scan. Vika has haste in a bottle, so we can expect some lane domination to continue. 17 against 14. Ana doing actually a good job. Ana is that kind of a player that doesn't do really well in a laning phase, but he excels through the mid and in the late game.
Yeah, for sure. And if he's having a solid start, that's only going to make the ladder feel even a bit more stronger here. We have S4 now dancing around a bit. They've got a new sentry and quickly take out the T-Bird sentry, and now they have full vision on Misery if they want it. Misery's going to walk his way out from the vision, pings out the spot, and avoids the extra trouble. But now has to, put in the extra investment, play the sentry war kind of a game, and not really be able to be effective as a bounty hunter as you'd like to be.
This'll come in handy.
Well, bounty hunter just providing vision and just with the track gold, kind of a hero that also struggles to get to the level 6 because there's no action going on right now. There's 0 kills. Just leeching the XP from the top lane and some on the mid.
Looks like we're getting some lag spike action here on the player's end. Actually, I'm getting it too. There's a server something happening, a little bit of a hiccup and I
didn't feel it to have such a great...
Conspiracy theorists would say Monkey King is the problem. He is in this game. I'm going to blame him as well. But it looks like we're going to get back underway here. And a Midas build-up for No Tail. No surprise on that one.
It's a pretty classic build. 2 Midases. Get as much gold as you can. OG Ana on mid. Going for 2 in Breath of Fire, then 2 into Dragon Blood, then switches to Dragon Tail so he can get a kill once he gets a level 6.
Alright, we got a little bit of a tussle here. Misery is poking at Jarex a bit, and it looks like Weehaw has a haste rune. Is going to be able to chase him down. Jarex tries to go for a hide, but is not going to be going anywhere. He gets taken down. Misery is going to be picking up the first blood, and it is T-Birds who strike first.
Yeah, Misery should just stay on the bottom lane in Fog and just get as much XP as he can.
That would be a pretty good idea. It looks like he's going to fall by that right now. Got the benefit of the tomes as well, so getting to the track is not going to be too difficult for him here. I I would assume has to be a little bit cautious. There is an array of spells here. The Spark Wraith, I believe, in particular, that could do some serious damage. Deceptive amount of damage here. Certainly on someone like a Bounty Hunter if he finds himself caught without his creeps nearby.
Yeah, it's good for scouting and works well against invis units.
Alright, we got our first Dragon form of the game here. Lacoste in the mid lane. Ana decides to pop it almost as soon as he actually gets it here. And we'll start softening up the tower as much as possible. I know this isn't to be able to successfully take down the tower, or maybe it is. I mean, why do you think you just pop it as soon as you get it here? Is it just to get the most efficiency out of the cooldown?
Yeah, exactly. He wants to get as much damage as he can on that tower. Already 600 damage done to tier 1 tower, which is good. Fly used 3 Shadow Words just to keep him alive.
Bottom lane. We have a chase on for Moon Meander here. It looked like he was going to be fine getting away, but so much of that, what is it, Spark Wraith? No, Flux? Spark Wraith, Flux?
Spark Wraith.
Yeah, he just laid him out like little landmines there, and Moon was just walking through the battlefield and getting crushed. That plus the Monkey King made it certainly a lot easier. And they are going to get the offlane takedown, and OG get themselves on the board. Mid lane, Ana committing it with the stun, pops his Invis Rune. And they do force out a TP from T-Birds.
Yeah. Ana has his
Courier down. I got it.
Again. Alright.
Sorry.
Well, we didn't talk much about Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage on top of CS 42, paired up with Dragon Knight and Lina. Actually doing a really good job, considering who was he laning against. At some point... okay, we missed a kill.
Yeah, I missed that one too. That's my bad right there. I got so excited about the anti-mage, thinking about how he's pretty much doing his job, flying under the radar, pretty much hold this game. And then the second I go to pay attention to the anti-mage, that's when troubles are brewing here. It looks like they got redemption. Ana's going to be going down here. Nice little extra setup. Misery now close to level 5 at this point. Being able to tack on the extra money for these pickoffs will be all the sweeter here for Thunderbirds. And now rotations to the bottom lane here from the side of OG. Ana now steps in. He's got Dragon Form good to go. And he was going in like he was ready to beat some ass, but it looks like a tier 1 could be in store for him. Now they're committing. Get the catch with the Monkey King. And now just unload all the damage they got. Moon is going to eat it all. At the same time, Resolution gets his own pickoff as he's going to be able to get the takedown of S4 up in this top lane.
Yeah, but...
And then mid lane, also another kill. This is just ridiculous.
We need a third guy just for the camera.
Well, we need one for each lane, pretty much.
Good rotations by Ana there. He just TP'd bottom, got a kill, and with Dragon Form they will be able to take down the tower and maybe even kill Moon Meander one more time.
They are, because I'm watching another fight where S4 is about to go down, so I don't know where to keep my freaking camera at this point. It does look like S4 is going to be fine. He shrugs off a bit of damage, gets some extra heal power in here. It was a matter of both sides kind of trying to punish the offlaners here. That's crazy.
Yeah, look at that, committing to that tower. They're gonna get the deny. Oh yeah.
Fly got it. Flexes that deny muscle. And we'll be able to get the takedown. Thunderbirds could take their business elsewhere. Resolution's been able to build up quite a bit in this lane. And OG are nearly all hands on deck here, so...
Hand of Midas is finished on Arc Warden, so double Midas.
'Tis mine.
Ah. So what happens if he touched himself?
He has a golden penis, I guess.
Oh, I didn't say that. I didn't.
Which is hard all the time.
Hey, there it is.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Soon to be enriching more gold will be the Thunderbirds here with the acquisition or acquirement of track. I tried to segue from that as best as I could, but I couldn't do it. I'm sorry. The Midas thing, you know, we tried, but now Dragon Form is up. Ana pokes at the tier 1 as much as possible. And the call's going to be made here. Move in. It's the Laguna from behind. Weeha strikes from the back door and instantly punishes the Warlock. Now, he wasn't level 6, so he didn't even have Rock ready to go, but Not having the access to the Fatal Bonds and the extra bit of support could be rough here for OG because T-Birds are around and they look like they're ready to fight. Moon's here now. He has the ulti ready to go, and OG are looking to push on forward and take this tower. They want it.
It's so annoying to play like from minute 10 to minute 15 to 20 against Arc Warden because of the spark rate, especially when sieging. You just can't get close.
That is quite ridiculous and something to consider. Can't just carelessly run in for a fight and next thing you know you lose like a chunk of your life, half of your life. And looks like Thunderbird's gonna have to let that one go, but who flies through this mid lane. We'll have Laguna back up in about 10 seconds time. Both teams have been very good about working through their cooldowns. My god, they jump in through and get a hold of Jarex here in the bottom lane.
Yeah,
ferociously clicking around trying to catch all the action. Mid lane, we're already back on this one. Weehawk gets hit pretty damn hard. They have the Fatal Bonds. They'll punish the creeps as much as possible, but it does look like he'll be able to make it away. And we'll be forced to head on over towards the shrine to hit the showers for the extra bit of heal. Down and below, a little harassment onto No Tail, but nothing going to be hardly committed here.
Misery just hit his level 6 and they got the first track kill. First roar was used.
Ooh. Jarex has to pop out the ulti here. Runs and crosses paths with Saksa. Fly also inbound. One more poke should do it. Is that going to kill him? Yes, it will.
So mana boots on Arc Warden.
What is that? Why the You don't like it? You're not a fan?
Well, I think the hero needs boots of travel, but alright, he can disassemble it, but what's he gonna do with it? Well, he can make Lotus Orb. It's good against Bounty Hunter.
That's true.
Maybe that's the plan. Against Beastmaster, Lina.
Remove multiple tracks here. Multiple ways for your Dragon Knight to freely siege into the base. If you have double Lotus Orb, or double, Lotus Orb, that'd be pretty crazy. We'll see what OG's ultimate game plan is going to be on this one. For now, the plan seems to be top lane tier 1. Ooh, pops out the dust. Trying to get a hold of the pesky Bounty Hunter, but does miss the mark. This will turn into an easy tower takedown, it looks like, with the Dragon form. But I say that, Misery is just behind it. Looking to go for a cheeky deny. Can he do it?
No!
Nope. Does look like Ana's going to be able to get this one. As he shows himself suddenly hit with a whirlwind of damage. My god. Does manage to... Okay. Alright, well. Okay, I see why Arc Warden could get picked up sometimes. He could do some damage. That's crazy.
Check the net worth. He's still behind Lina, but those Midases are gonna kick in pretty soon. It's only 5 minutes while he's using it. So,
Radiant's middle tower is under
well, with mana boots he can actually spam those spark rate and use it twice once he gets the Tempest double up.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. He's been finding a lot of mileage out of using his mana in these fights and setting down all those spark wraiths, as we see over here. So that's going to boost things up. I think it's a worthy investment on that front here. Misery we catch, looking to scout things out through this mid lane. It is track time after all. And he's looking to bring in some extra bit of intel for the team. Drops down a deep ward. Right behind the vision here of Ana. Now Ana, looks like an armlet is on the docket for him. And a very big stack for him to be able to kind of rush through it if they please. Is that stack meant for the DK? Who is this stack going to be meant for? Is that an Arc Warden kind of a pickup?
Well, DK can take it once he gets level 2 ulti with Splash. Nice Snipe Courier again. This is the third one, right?
Had the extra bit of vision. With the benefit of that ward, we witnessed him place, and they're going to be rewarded for it. Courier goes down yet again, and you're right. Third Courier takedown of the game.
Yep. From the OG's point of view, it's gonna be hard to maintain the vision throughout the game. They're gonna need a lot of smoke action, and it benefits Thunderbirds a lot because they have anti-mage. They don't have to worry about the late game.
Ooh! Sorry. Moon had the bird out and was beelining it for the opportunity to kind of cut Jarex down and get that stun. It's got to be tough to kind of be jumping and dancing around the Beastmaster there.
Yeah, I was talking about vision, Bounty Hunter providing vision for his team, plus Hawk from Beastmaster, and they need to invest so much gold in sentries and dusts, and once Beastmaster gets his Necrobook 3 up, it's gonna be really tough to get the vision game up for OG.
If they can win some fights, maybe, with some smoke plays, that would make it easier for them to buy some extra detection. We'll see if they could be successful in such an ambush here. Dust towards the high ground. Jerix makes his move as he spots out Misery. The follow-up's going to be there with the duel. Can they burst him? Yes, they can. Ana's going to be able to hit him up with the Breathe Fire. He eats a share of damage himself. On the other side, Moon Meander steps in, hits him with the ulti, and OG will shrug it off and turn away, though Ana pretty low.
Does he have a range? No.
No range is there. No track money will be awarded to Thunderbirds on this fight, and OG will get a simple Bounty Hunter takedown for this smoke movement. It's a nice pick, but I would imagine OG would like to get a bit more out of that invested bit of time.
Yeah, they invested the LC duel, he got the damage.
That's true too.
Ana used his ulti. Meanwhile, Anti-Mage just continues to farm. This is what I was talking about. He needs to get the Lincoln Sphere up because of the duel, because of the Dragon Knight stun, so he can go in a fight freely. He's gonna get that and probably a Manta after, so he's level 13 already. So.
That's the thing, is like, is it, you know, with the exchange of time that OG has invested in that mid lane, it's nice to get that Misery pickoff, but Resolution is really the scary monster in the woods that continues to build up and is going to be a potential problem for OG if they don't acknowledge it. But they are looking to play their best around that factor here. Some pressure coming in from Weeha a bit. He has his Bloodstone complete now. And I would imagine getting some charges would be pretty appetizing.
Yeah, plus Lina wants to go for Shadow Blade as well. There's going to be some extra money to buy sentries and dusts on OG's side.
So much invested in the Invis department. Like, how far do you have to go? Well, hold on here. Track check here. They've spotted out No Tail, who's got a Shadow Blade, but not going to be able to make it out. Tried to stall things as much as possible with the help of the bubble. Now look, Jarek step into play, pops out the ulti. They are going to get a bit of redemption, taking out the Bounty Hunter. A follow-up kill will be there with a duel awarded to S4. Clinches the damage, it gets the finish. A double kill will be there though for Saksa as he gets the blasting finish onto Jarek. So we keep eyes on the chase for Saksa though. Ana, not going to be able to move in. He makes it out and back to base.
And
no, he's
dies.
Dead.
He died from poison from Dragon Knight. He had the magic wand ready. If he shifted it while he was TPing, he would have actually lived. There was 3 charges.
Oh, man. Again, though, Resolution farming during this time. So, pretty good counterfight for OG. Remember, though, that this started with a successful gank, right? Onto No Tail, and then he just kind of came back. I thought they killed No Tail at the start of that. Am I mistaken?
No Tail died, yeah. They roared him. It was a track kill, double kill for Saksa, who has a Hand of Midas right now and will get to level 10 pretty soon, plus 60 gold per minute. Rubik is going to have a good time this game.
I would feel pretty good if I was Thunderbirds for sure then. Resolution kind of just still doing his own thing, plus the track money all earned right there. Gets him to a nice 4K overall team net worth position above where OG stands. Jarek's back on the prowl on this one. Heads to the nearby high ground on the enemy side to scout things out. But he has also been pinged, it looked like. We'll have to see, but Resolution gets back to work here. You can see that OG are acknowledging the presence of Resolution in this game, but I don't know. Do they need to figure out an answer for the AM? Like, what is OG's best game plan, I guess, moving forward from here?
Well, they need to find an opening, try to get a kill on Anti-Mage with a smoke, but Thunderbirds are doing such a good job just keeping them busy all the time and providing the vision for him, so kind of hard to do it against the Hawk, against the Bounty Hunter.
So what about then for OG's late game? I've always seen so much Arc Warden here. He's got the potential to be pretty much a late game boss. I know he certainly used to be, but there have been a lot of adjustments since then. Can their late game match up to the typical AM late game we've seen time and time again?
Well, right now, Thunderbirds are doing such a good job that they can roll over them pretty easily if they try to, let's say, team wipe them, get a Roche with those track kills. It can go really easy for Thunderbirds. They're just waiting for the right moment. Linken's on Anti-Mage, probably a Manta. They can, as I mentioned, keep them busy with other 4 heroes. Just give Anti-Mage time to kick in.
Anti-Mage, just like, I haven't finished farming yet. I need more time. And it might be like a half hour into the game, while the rest of his team looking to make more action happen. Bottom lane, Moon steps in with a mighty roar and will get the quick finish onto Fly. It's an ambush here from Thunderbirds, proven to be already a bit successful. Mild chase here for Ana, but they're not going to follow through for it. T-Birds will take their 1 pick off and walk back out. Misery, though, steps in, gets off the track. T-Birds asserting quite a bit of dominance here, and now can take this opportunity to maybe put some wards down. And that's exactly what Saksa begins to do.
Yeah, Necro 3 is finished on Beastmaster. He just needs to get it.
Classic pickup, you know. I've heard it called the Zookeeper build. Do you hear that often at all?
Yeah, I heard it. I don't like it.
You've heard it? You don't like it? What would you call the Necro Book Beastmaster build-up?
Just a classic build.
Classic. It's a classic, you know? Classic Beastmaster.
Well,
all the creeps.
Yeah, it depends on the game. I mean, when you're playing a Beastmaster, if it's needed, you don't have any kind of initiation, and you lack, like, range, so you might get Book level 1, then switch into Blink Dagger, then get Necro 3 after that. The smoke popped from Thunderbirds.
Yep, they want to make a fight happen here, and they've got one. It's Ana crossing their path, and they hit him with everything they got. Fly tries to help out, dropping down the rock, but the damage, it had been done. Resolution will get the finish with the Mana Void. A nice prize pick, a juicy smoke play. Thunderbirds will take what they can get.
Yeah, it's time to take tier 2 tower. They feel comfortable, probably. There's no rock, so they can just continue pushing. Don't think OG can defend this.
I don't think so either. And without the presence of DK, it ain't going to be easy at all. Astor will try what he can, steps in, and bops him with the overwhelming odds as much as possible. But you can see Weehawk really going to work now. No Tail steps in, but that's when Moo makes the call. Monkey King pops his ulti, and suddenly everyone questions if their PC is capable of playing this game because it's lagging. But Thunderbirds, successful at the end of the day. They drop down another 3, and they will take the tier 2 and walk away, losing nobody.
OG shouldn't really defend that. I mean, the rock was on cooldown. As I said earlier, they probably thought they were strong enough with Tempest Double and the 2 Maelstroms, but positioning from Thunderbirds was just too good.
Good shot calling here. Well, I would hope this team has good shot calling. You have 2 coaches, after all. They make the shot to go right up to Roche and get the Aegis here. This is just a cool, clean way to playing Dota, but it is going to be a bit predictable. OG looking to respond. Look who's walking into the pit. It's No Tail's extra friend here. Is he going to be able to do something about it? Oh, the Dire are going to get the Roche. It will get picked up from Resolution. Moon will lose his own life as Ana steps in. But T-Birds do get the Roche. Uh-oh, not done yet though. Ana gets a stun. It's going to force out the Shrine for Misery here. Resolution also steps in, and then they quickly jump away as S4 makes his approach with that Blink Dagger. Thunderbirds want nothing about it.
Yeah, when they connect like a 3 or 4 main Fatal Bonds, we saw how good it is, but I don't think they'll be able to do that again in the near future. Anti-Mage, level 18. His talents, pretty classic, 150 health plus 1 second blink cooldown. I mean, it's pretty much what everyone goes for. HP for survivability early on. And blink, of course, for later on. Just go in and out faster.
Oh yeah. Resolution still dedicated to his farm, to his anti-mage quota that he's got to get to. While the rest of his team, once their cooldowns are up, maybe time to make some track money here. They start heading up north. Ooh, tree on tree action. And suddenly that tree dishes out a fissure, and they go right into a duel and right into a kill. Quick damage going to be awarded there to S4 as OG will be successful on their top lane maneuver.
Yeah, they just lost the gem. I mean, Beastmaster just bought a gem, and now Monkey King has it. This is pretty big. Because they have one Shadow Blade and Bounty Hunter, so this is pretty huge for them.
Wow. Moon, that's almost tilting, I feel. Brand new shiny gem. You're like, this is it, guys. We're going to take the map back. This map is ours. And then at the first opportunity to go out there and maybe scout for some wards, you get jumped by OG, and they take the gem right from your hands. Your dead hands. Mid lane, though. Wee gets his own response. Blast down the mid lane. Arc Ward No Tail. Just a one-on-one. Just a casual stun combo. Laguna Blast.
Yeah, that Lina is such high level. Level 17, 0 deaths, 16 charges, and another invis. But yeah, they have a gem right now, so who has it? Monkey King probably. Yeah, Monkey King finished Solar Crest and is just devouring their side of the map. Solar Crest, good against Anti-Mage, good against Beastmaster once someone gets roared. Good in general. I mean, overall, this is one of the best items right now in the meta game, besides Hand of Midas, because it's easily made and provides so much.
Here comes Thunderbirds now, sieging away towards the mid lane tier 2. The final outer tower for OG on this one. Move in stun towards the high ground side. The duel's going to be on, but they get the quick lift onto S4, and then the rock comes down from Fly. A mighty hit right there. Good connection from OG. Misery trying to scramble his way out for the fight, but he's been hit from the Fatal Bonds and could tick down at any moment. On the other front, they are going to be able to make the stun connection and get the finish onto Rubik. Misery does manage to live, tries to run out. So does Weehaw here. Shadow blading away, does get hit with the dust, but she is so dang fast. Lina just sprints the hell out of there.
That was a good combo from Warlock. Fatal Bonds on 3 or 4 heroes.
Chase isn't over yet. They got the stun hit, and Resolution suddenly steps in. And OG might finally decide to pull off, and it looks like they will. That was a great rock. Whoa.
Yeah, that was a great Fatal Bonds plus rock. And good, I don't even know what the spell is called. A Magnetic Field, just giving DK evasion and attack speed bonus, so he's just a beast level 19. That's frost attack.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem. I could see why Thunderbirds are going to have to start being pretty assertive in this game overall, because could you imagine something like that dragging inside your base with the bubble? Like, that is going to
plus
be
press the
work.
attack.
Plus press the attack. That is filthy, Fly. What have you done?
Yeah, plus
Thunderbirds.
Plus Shadow Word from Warlock, plus Solar Crest from Monkey King.
Okay,
that's a lot of armor.
I'm starting to see now what OG are trying to do here. And I'm sure Arc Warden definitely plays a good piece of that puzzle. But for now, they are still the team on the defense. Let's not forget that. Thunderbirds are up on this one. And No Tail could be at risk of losing his illusion. But look at the jump and play from S4, going for the counter on the Resolution. They do not get him. He's able to blink up and above and make it away from trouble. On the other front, though, Weehaw, in a hit of hurt, gets blasted down. The Fatal Bonds connection will help get the finish on that one. And the rest of T-Birds have to quickly split away. Got totally just scrambled, as I thought Resolution was done for sure. But man, he makes it out.
Yeah, he makes it out. There was Weehaw behind him. He had to do it. Blade Mail is on for Legion Commander, and he had to commit. Just use everything. Use ulti. Almost killed himself. Then they just finished him.
And Lina, you know, believe it or not, she died, but then suddenly reappeared and was bottom lane pushing. Just, you know, typical Lina things. Now down to 11 charges for her. Certainly helped in getting that takedown to S4 with the blast of that Laguna, but look at this. Monkey ult on the other side. Dust is going to be popped. Misery pops his own drums and tries to retreat out. Ooh, nice little sidestep there. Avoids the tree jump. S4, though, steps in. Can't quite get close enough. No blink available. He's still running. But this chase is over. OG not going to be able to get the grab. Misery slips away from what could have been certain trouble.
Yeah, I feel what I feel about Bounty Hunter, like he gets the XP gain on level 10, and then, I mean, his talents pretty much suck after that.
Oh, blink in from S4, immediately spots out Nearby Misery, but may have not seen Weehaw make his own approach. He gets hit with the Laguna. He's barely alive, walking out, but then gets hit right there with the Mana Void. Resolution able to step in and go for the finish. It will be a trade from both sides. Misery, though, getting the track money, I believe, to help with that finish. And now it's Ana stepping right into the side pocket there. Gets the stun off, blinks away. OG still flirting. They're still showing that they got some fight.
Yeah, the Roche is not up yet, but we'll see. The next big fight is gonna happen around Roche pit. OG keeping the gem in the base. Monkey King now picked it up. That he wants to D-ward. Yeah, he just killed that anti-Tinker ward on the left side of the map.
Ooh, I heard a BKB mid lane on a. I don't think that was on purpose.
I'll
bring it down to 6 seconds.
Yeah, maybe he wants to drop it to 5 seconds so he can use it more frequently. Like, fuck 6 seconds. 5
Is that a thing?
Not
or are you
for
trolling
me. No, I'm trolling.
Okay, okay. That's pretty convincing.
Now that it's 6 seconds, I mean, you can use it one more time then and have less cooldown.
Fair enough here. Ag's about done here for Weehaw on the Lina, so going for the heavy pure damage blast of this Laguna. It's done her justice up to this point. But what do you think about the Ag's pickup? Do you think it's appropriate?
I guess he wants to take down Legion Commander or just try to solo kill Warlock. He has enough damage to do it in a team fight if he wraps around with a Shadow Blade. I mean, there's a lot of ways to play Lina. I think he could have gone for more like a damage dealer build instead to secure the late game. But seems like they feel they have enough in anti-mage.
All right, let's see. As the game goes on, S4 barely able to make it away here. Popped his Blade Mail at the back end of that one. Looking to go in for the finish, though, and clean up on the Monkey King is going to be Resolution. Blinks in, gets the snipe. Picks right up onto the tower, though. Looks like a bit of a confrontation here. It's been chaos created a lot from Weehaw in this game, as he just continues to use that move speed, running in and out, setting up fights, and now using that new Ag's Laguna. Might have caught an OG a bit off guard there in the mid lane.
Oh, Roche is not up yet, but Arc Warden doing the good thing, just scouting with his spark rate. They just smoked. They want to fight right now.
Illusion.
Yeah, they do. Here they go. Feeling that maybe Thunderbirds are trying to take the Roche for themselves. What they may not know is this is a pretty long timer. One favorable for OG in this case, but they do kind of head out a bit early to try to take a fight. Thunderbirds are waiting a bit more patiently on their own side of the river here. And they even draw out. It's a bit late, but they draw out exactly the approach that OG were trying to look to go for there.
Yeah, look at Anti-Mage. He just hit level 25 and decides to go for like more tanky build. He wants to be as tanky as possible. Go in, even if he gets dueled or stunned by Dragon Knight. He wants to survive, so he decided to go for Scotty build and 25 agility just to boost his armor and gives him more damage. I mean, minus 50 seconds mana void is good if you're playing against intelligence heroes. There's no intelligence hero beside Warlock, who has like 1k mana pool, but the rest is so-so.
Yeah, I wouldn't question the final talent pickup either in this case. So, very tanky Resolution, which means also very tanky Manta Illusions here for the Anti-Mage, as he gets closer to what is quickly becoming his critical mass. And I was getting ready to talk into a bit of the critical mass, if you will, for OG and that front, because I'm curious to see how strong No Tail is getting, so he can see how free his little Tempest double can be here as he sends it to the bottom lane. It is getting a bit stronger over time. It has a Mjolnir now, so he could easily rat or split push out side lanes with the benefit of that buff alone. But over time, it's only going to get stronger. So, I mean, would you like to see him build into more like right-click damage in this case? Like, how do you build from here and go more luxury with your Arc Warden?
Well, from his quick buy, he wants to go for Lincoln Sphere, so he can get Roared, removes Track, Mana Void, Laguna Blade, whatever. It's a good choice, more defensive. And then after that, he can build like Daedalus or just go for what's called Bloodthorn, which is good against Anti-Mage. Yeah,
that'd be nice to have a pair of. But as you alluded to here, it does look like the Lincoln Sphere is going to be the next possible pickup for him. Resolution pushing out that mid lane here. His team waiting back and behind. They all smoke up now and head down their own approach. OG. No Tails Tempest double. Only runs into another pair of Manta Illusions. Thunderbirds now utilizing the bird. May have spotted out on a nearby. But no clear opportunity to make any sort of initiation play here. Both teams kind of scouting each other out, and we go into what is a Mexican standoff. A Mexican standoff, yeah.
Viva la Mexico. Yeah, if you check Lena's talent tree, I mean, he wants to go for, okay, Laguna Blade, Aghanim Scepter build, then decides to go for Octarine Core, what it seems to be. Then picks up attack range instead of spell amplification. 6% is not that much, but if you're building those items, you might actually go for amp instead.
Yeah, it's kind of a spellcaster kind of a build, but the attack range makes you think she wants to do some right-click, maybe some sieging damage. Ooh, mid lane, it's to jump an Abyssal Blade, burst onto S4. They try to counter back with the Chaotic Offering, but it's too late to make any sort of counterblade this time, OG. And this is also a commitment of the Dragon Form, and they're on full retreat mode. He is going to be able to get off the stun and blink away, but this is a huge boost for Thunderbirds. This allows them to go for pretty much a fully secured Roche here and claim the Aegis.
The Roche is pretty secured. Meanwhile, No Tail just decides to split push with his Tempest double. Alright, seems like No Tail feels he needs some extra damage. He doesn't want to go for that Lincoln Sphere.
Yeah.
He wants to go all in. Yeah.
He might have to do more of what we just saw there. It's a grimy kind of a strat for your Arc Warden, but you need to push back. You need to create breathing space for yourself. You're going to have to stall out at this point because Thunderbirds have just kind of taken a hard shot to OG's stomach, and they're going to start to clinch him around the neck.
Well, MKB, pretty logical choice for him because Anti-Mage picked 15% evasion, and there's a Solar Crest finished on Bounty Hunter, so he needs to get every single hit he can.
And the rich just continue to get richer too, that bounty hunter factor. So much extra intel and extra money coming their way, and you could just see it kind of paying off for them right now. While you'll see members of OG now continue to starve a bit, leaving the remaining bits of farm for their Arc Warden to push out and for Ana to kind of take in now, as he's building his way towards a Mjolnir, anticipating that they're probably going to have to be doing a lot of defending here. Already a top lane approach. Resolution happy to stand within the bubble and start damaging onto this tier 3, but now he finds himself a bit locked down. They jump on in with the duel to hold him a bit longer. Can they burst him fully? Yes, they can, but that will only be the Aegis. They will lose S4 on his second approach, though. He blinks off to the side. That's when Moon makes his jump in, gets off the roar, but then loses his own life immediately thereafter. So a bit of a mix-up of communication. I don't know, Moose said, let's go, and all the rest of Thunderbirds are like, nah, we're good. But now they want to make a jump and play, and they find their target, and they take him out. It's going to be Ana, locked in place, blasted with the Laguna, and he is out of this one 80 seconds without a buyback. Thunderbirds can now go on full siege mode and take down this tier 3, and possibly make a move onto the racks. Ooh, whoa, big blast onto No Tail. Oh, he gets the finish. Resolution steps in and slices him down, gets another follow-up on the double. I could see the Tau possibly thrown in now. This is just a can of whoop-ass being unloaded by Thunderbirds.
57 seconds without the DK, and he needs to buy back on Arc Warden if he wants to stay in the game. They're just going to take the Raxes if he doesn't buy back. They can defend with these 3 heroes.
Oh, Fatal Bonds, Rock Fake there, but now it's going to be committed to stop the backliners while they can put all their focus onto their target of resolution, but they can't get it done. A hard blow for OG to take, but very confident Thunderbirds are going to be able to strike it home. They'll get the takedown of both S4 and 2 Jarix and allow him to go in for the finish. With that takedown of Moon, it may force Thunderbirds back a bit, but by the look of their body language here, they're looking to go for the finish. So they get back to work. This Rax is done for. On is about to come back in 10 seconds time, but I think too much damage may have been done here, and they could be thinking about game number 2.
Yeah, they're not coming back from this. The Rex is gonna fall out in a few seconds. This anti-mage is just a complete beast.
Now one last fight for OG, it would appear. On is able to jump in, they get the immediate takedown of Saksa, and they're able to hold on to their last little bits of life in those 2 racks there. Thunderbirds are going to walk away very rich. Very freaking rich.
Yeah, that anti-mage, I just love the build on him. It's survivability build, and he has like, what, 3.3k when the strength power threads is on, with, what, 24 armor, bash. Not bad at all.
You know what is bad? Arc Warden's win rate, and it will continue to suck. If this game continues to pan out the way it's looking, you're looking at 0-4 Arc Warden.
I don't think the hero is gonna be picked at all anymore.
I don't know. We'll see. I don't think it'll be picked up in the next game by OG, and probably a ban that Thunderbirds won't have to worry about. And it looks like they've been able to spot out, oh, a Misery, but can't see through the FPS ulti. But Weehaw steps in and simply counterplays with a Laguna and denies OG from even the most simplest of potential pickoffs. Misery will be saved by his comrades.
Bam!
Now they'll be going in for the official finish. An emphatic pop of the no-tail cherry will close this one out. Game 1 goes to Thunderbirds.
Yeah. Thunderbirds banned out Naga and Terrorblade, so No Tail is like, wow, we need a hero with illusions I can micro. So, only logical choice was